Good afternoon, everybody. This is Caleb here with Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Weather Network. We are live here from what's probably going to be a long duration stream here across Indiana. Currently, we have a very powerful supercell in northeast Illinois near Kankakee. This is going to be moving in northwest Indiana into Newton and Lake County, kind of right on the southern end of Lake County and northern Newton County, north of Morocco, over the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. And we have just now a spotter confirmed report from one of our chasers that we do have a tornado on the ground associated with this storm. We currently have a tornado warning radar indicated with one of our CPNs saying we may have had a brief touchdown with softball size hail currently ongoing. That is 4-inch diameter hail in Kankakee, Illinois. This is going to be moving towards the Schneider area and Shelby area in northern Newton County, as well as southern Lake County, south of Crown Point. The storm is moving off to the east northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Not a super fast mover here, but the storm is moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation, especially with the hail threat. As you can see, a very nice hook echo on radar as well. The hail core, all this black area that you see just on the north side of Kankakee, moving towards Sun River Terrace in Illinois, State Road 1 in Illinois, as well as the Bradley area. So this storm is just coming up on state line here between Newton and Lake County, Indiana. This storm is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. It has a history of producing destructive hail as well as periodic tornadoes. You can see the area of rotation sitting right in here, just southwest of Kankakee, Illinois, near US 45, 52, and Interstate 57 in Illinois. This is going to be moving due east. We're going to have to keep an eye on this as it reaches state line. This storm is right on top of the warm front, which we mentioned. Storms that are on the warm front and south have the best tornado potential. Storms that move on the north side of the warm front, such as what we have up here in the Chicagoland area, are mainly going to remain elevated and more hail producers versus tornado producers. Currently, we have a severe thunderstorm watch for Lake and Porter County, Indiana, while we have a tornado watch for areas to the south. We may have a downstream tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch coming over the next couple of hours or so. We'll just have to see how things trend overnight tonight and later this evening. Currently, very tight rotation here associated with this supercell. In fact, let's go ahead and see if we have anything on the ground. Go ahead and turn our debris tracker on here and take a look at that. Kind of hard to tell on debris tracker there. You can see the hail core here associated with this, but again, very, very tight rotation associated with this thunderstorm. The storm is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. Looking at our chaser reports here behind the scenes, looks like we do have a brief funnel cloud on this currently right now, just to the south of Kankakee, from some of our chasers out in the field. So it is getting close, if not on the ground already. So do be in your safe place if you're in the Kankakee, Illinois area. This is a very dangerous situation here. Go ahead and switch radars here just to get another look at this storm. There we go. I can draw on this one a little bit easier. There's your area of rotation right in here, just to the south of the Kankakee area. Turn on our cities again there. So this storm is going to move towards Lake County and Newton County, so northern Newton County and southern Lake County, probably over the next 30 minutes or so. This storm is not a fast-moving storm, only moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So we have a little bit of time yet before the core of this storm, which is currently over Kankakee, Illinois, before that reaches Indiana. But it will be here probably in the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. We'll start to see the anvil of this storm start to come in as well. And there's likely some hail within this anvil as well. You can see how it's real elongated, how the top of the storm is really long. This is because we have a lot of wind shear aloft that's tilting that updraft and pushing the rain curtains aloft. And we have spotter reports now that we do have a tornado on the ground. Currently, I don't have them on the stream with me here. We're working on getting them on the stream. Hopefully, we can get them to connect on the stream here momentarily. Currently radar indicated, but sounds like we do have maybe a brief touchdown occurring just to the south side of Kankakee near, looks like I-57 near Aroma Park. Right in this area, got the looks like maybe an airport here as well. Looks like, and we have, yes, we do have a tornado on the ground. In fact, it looks like a stout cone tornado on the ground via our chasers. Currently, I do not have him on our stream, but we do have a stout cone tornado on the ground. I can confirm that. This is just south of Kankakee, moving towards the Aroma Park area, currently on the ground at this point in time. But a tornado is on the ground here with this storm, and it's a pretty stout cone tornado as well. So do want to be in your safe place here if you're in Kankakee, Illinois. And this will be making its way towards the Newton County, Lake County line. So if you're in Schneider, Shelby, north of Morocco, US 141, now's a good time to start being in your severe weather safety plan, starting to get that activated. And this is now a observed tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situations. We have baseball size hail, as well as a large tornado on the ground associated with this thunderstorm. A large cone tornado is on the ground via our chasers who are on this storm currently. I'm trying to get him on the stream here. Hopefully he can but we do have a large tornado in progress here with this storm. We'll have to keep an eye on it as it reaches the Indiana-Illinois border here. But we have a large cone on the ground. Go ahead and turn our debris tracker on here just to show you what we see here. And there is our debris ball right in here, right there. We're waiting on the next scan here, but we'll likely see this, unfortunately, get probably larger. This tornado is going to move near the Aroma Park area, State Road 1 in Illinois. This tornado is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Baseball size hail, as well as a large tornado on the ground currently with this storm. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous tornado warning here. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. 6:26 p.m. Central Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Kankakee, moving east at 25 miles per hour. You can see the debris ball just on the south side of town, right in your inflow notch here. This is moving due east, going to largely stay along in South State Road 17, coming up to State Road 1 in northern Illinois. This is going to be the anvil of the storm is moving into Indiana as we speak. Currently, no warnings in Indiana, but we'll likely see a downstream warning here at some point with this storm, as it has a history of producing baseballs and softball size hail. With the main updraft of this storm, a rotating updraft a little bit further behind into the south on the south side of this storm. But again, large tornado is on the ground in progress. Via our chasers. It's a large cone tornado is on the ground, and a very mature tornado on the ground as well. Very, very healthy from what video we're getting in here behind the scenes from our chasers in the field. Sorry, we're having connectivity with him here on the stream. Otherwise, I would pull him up here for you. But the storm is moving off to the east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Elsewhere across the state, currently this is really the only area to watch here is Northwest Indiana. If you're south of this line, likely not going to see any rain or thunderstorms until well after midnight, probably the 2 to 4 a.m. time frame. If you're south of this line here, is as the main focus of this event for this evening is going to be northern Indiana and especially northwest Indiana. You can see a line of storms starting to develop here in northwest Illinois. And then our supercell of concern, currently northeast Illinois, going to be moving into the Newton County and Lake County areas, northwest Indiana. The storm is moving off to the east at 36 or 25 to 35 miles per hour. This storm is currently sitting right on the warm front, which is why it's allowing it to become so strong. Storms that form north of the warm front are going to have more of just a hail risk we call that elevated convection, where the storm bases are a little bit higher, makes it harder for any rotation to come all the way down to the ground due to those cooler ground temperatures, such as northern Lake County, northern Porter County. But areas in the southern half of those counties, you're in the warm sector on the south side of this warm front, and that's where the greater ingredients are for these storms to work with as well. So that is why we are live here ahead of time, as this storm looks very healthy, and it does look to pose a risk here in Indiana. But currently, we do have a PDS tornado warning just off to the west of Indiana. An observed particularly dangerous situation, and a very large tornado was on the ground just on the south side of Kankakee. Perhaps still a debris ball on radar just at the southeast side of town, just north of Aroma Park. You can see the dark, deep purples there. Everything that you see here in pink that I'm highlighting here, this is rain that is wrapping around the main updraft here. But right in the center, where you see that deep concentration of blue colors, this is your debris ball. Kind of small, kind of hard to see. Let me zoom in on it a little bit for you. Right in there, just to the southeast side of Kankakee, just crossed I-57, south of, or just to the southwest of Sun River Terrace. This is in Illinois, moving to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. But a very large debris ball on radar here. Go ahead and switch to velocity here, and we'll show you the area of rotation right in here. Very, very tight rotation near Aroma Park, and a very large debris ball on radar here as well. Not a good situation at all. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. So we have a tornado in progress with baseball size hail, as well as 50-mile-per-hour winds up to 50 miles per hour. So not a big wind maker outside of your tornado, but we have extremely large hail with this as well. So interior room, away from windows. If you're in this area, you're gonna have to keep an eye on this. As it approaches northwest Indiana here, Lake and northern Newton County in particular. So southern Lake County, northern Newton County. So if you're in the Schneider area, the Thoyer area, Shelby, Enos area, anywhere in between here on the Lake Newton County line here, have an eye on this storm, as it is going to be moving your direction here pretty soon. There's the latest scan. Looks like our debris ball is still in progress here with this storm as well. So we do still have that tornado on the ground. Very large hook echo here as well. Our tornado would likely be situated right in here, right in the middle of that hook echo, be sitting right in there along in South State Road 17 in Illinois, just the east of Kankakee. And this big purple and black area that you see, this is your hail core. It's a very elongated hail core. Your upper level winds are stretching this hail core to produce baseballs, and at times significant hail as well. And we have Drew here. He is on this tornado.
Yeah. Caleb, I'm trying to switch the camera.
Oh, we lost him there. He'll come back. I'll go ahead and there we go. Switch layouts here a little bit. Drew is switching the cameras around here. We'll go ahead and take him back full, as he is on this storm currently in northern Illinois.
Can you switch my cam? I can't. Every time I'm trying to switch it, it's not allowing me to.
I cannot. If you can turn your phone around, perhaps. There you go. Perfect. Right there. Wow, look at that. So you're looking at the base of this storm. Drew is currently on this Kankakee storm that is tornado warned with a PDS tornado warning, baseball size hail, and an observed tornado. Kind of hard to see there with the with just how low the base is, Drew. Is that tornado still on the ground?
Yeah, I believe so. We need to keep moving here, Caleb. We'll give you another view here.
Sounds good. Get moving, get safe. So Drew is currently on this storm currently. So he is right behind it. So what you were looking at was the base of this storm or the mesocyclone of this storm. Your tornado was likely embedded within that you saw there. He's going to reposition to get back ahead of it here, but a very dangerous supercell here in northern Illinois. This will be moving towards the Lake County and Newton County lines here. So if you're in the Schneider area, I would watch this storm extremely closely. It's going to come very close to you, likely going to get some very large hail here momentarily as well. Some very large hail associated with this. Currently, the tornado warning is for apple size hail, large apple size hail. So 3-inch diameter hail associated with this. Within the tornado warning, we also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So just on the north side of the tornado warning box, where you see this black here, softball size hail has been reported. That is 4-inch diameter hail being able to support this those large stones aloft as well. So very, very strong thunderstorm here as it's moving into northwest Indiana. So if you're in Lake County, Newton County, southern Lake County, northern Newton County, now's a good time to get ready to go and activate your severe weather action plan. Interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Not a fast moving storm either. So those of you in the hail core, you're going to be in it for a little while as well. So unfortunately, it's not a fast moving storm, and you're going to see those large hailstones for several minutes before it is over. Go ahead and turn back on our velocity here to look at our area of rotation. Still a very strong rotation here. This is likely our debris ball still in progress here on the southeast side of Kankakee, just to the south of State Road 17, moving near Hopkins Park. So we're only a few miles away from state line here in Indiana. About 1, 2, maybe 5 or 6 miles or so, maybe a little bit more from state line. So getting pretty close to the state line here, between 5 and 10 miles away. We do have chasers currently on this storm. We saw Drew's footage just a little bit ago, but we do still have a very large tornado in progress. This is a PDS tornado warning. Destructive tornado in progress. There's the latest scan. Debris ball still there. The rotation still quite strong. Unfortunately, here we have reds going away from the radar, southbounds, and the greens going north. Right where they meet, right in here, that is our couplet. And you can see our debris ball currently on radar as well, just outside Kankakee, moving east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning, as well as apple-sized hail in the immediate tornado warning. And then the severe thunderstorm warning around that is for also apple-sized hail now. So the hail size has gone down a little bit, which sounds strange to say at 3 inches in diameter, but we were up to 4. We had softball size hail just a few minutes ago with this supercell. Turning on reflectivity again. Go ahead and hit play here just to show you how it is moving. And we are moving directly almost due east here with this supercell. So the strongest hail core is going to go right on the Lake Newton County line near the Schneider area. Schneider's going to get some very large hail, as well as the Shelby area. At least apple-sized hail, 3-inch diameter hail. I would likely start preparing for that. So put your cars in your garages, get them in a shelter to help prevent damage on those. Area of rotation looks to go just south of the Lake County line in northern Newton County, getting pretty close to the Schneider area as well. So if you're in anywhere in this zone, right in here, I would prepare for a very large hail as well as a possible tornado as this supercell looks to maintain its intensity as it approaches state line and will be moving into northwest Indiana, southern Lake County, northern Newton County. We do have chasers on this as well, who will be keeping an eye on this storm as it moves into Indiana over the next several minutes. This storm is currently moving due east at about 30 miles per hour. Areas in the immediate path would be right in here, kind of right. So if you're in the Schneider area, Shelby area, Wheatfield, keep an eye on this as it may come close to you if it holds intensity. Morocco, you look to be okay, as well as Kinsland and Rensselaer. This storm looks to go north of you. However, you're not out of the woods yet. We do have other storms firing off to the west that we're going to have to keep an eye on later on here overnight tonight. This severe weather risk will not end when the sun goes down. This severe weather risk will persist into the overnight hours here tonight, with the greatest risk for a tornado within our isolated supercells here. Later on overnight tonight, especially after midnight, these storms look to merge and form a cluster of storms. And during that time, a transition from isolated storms to a cluster of storms, we'll kind of see the severe weather risk in terms of tornado risk go down, but will remain a very high damaging wind risk, spin up tornado risk, and a very large hail risk as well. So kind of draw it out here for you. Those in the immediate risk here this evening are going to be up in here, northwest Indiana. Before midnight, after midnight would be areas south of that line, central Indiana, southern Indiana. I don't really expect much in the way of storms down here until we get into the overnight hours after midnight tonight. The main risk for severe weather near term is going to be northwest Indiana and northern Illinois. Currently, our supercell is getting very close to the state lines. We're likely going to see a new warning here for Lake and Newton County here very, very soon. This is going to be looking at our chasers footage here. Yeah, the tornado that was on the ground was a very stout cone tornado. Looks like, let me turn on reflectivity here just to see if it is still, or velocity here, see if it is still on the ground or not. We'll go ahead and circle it here, right in here. Kind of hard to tell if it is still on the ground or not. A little bit messy. It looks like it may have briefly lifted here, but we still have a PDS tornado warning. Could just be going over farmland and fields, and it's just not lofting much debris at this time either. This storm is moving off to the east at 13 miles per hour. This is going to be coming into the southern Lake County and northern Newton County, northwest Indiana. We also have a new mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center. So we may have a downstream tornado watch being issued for northern Indiana regarding this supercell. So the Storm Prediction Center does think this supercell will be able to maintain itself into northern Indiana. So anywhere from Newton County to Whitley County, keep an eye on this supercell, as the Storm Prediction Center does think it will maintain its intensity as it moves along the warm front across northern Indiana. So a large hail maker as well as an isolated tornado maker as well. All hazards possible with this supercell. Going to have to keep an eye on it as well. And also additional supercells or storms that may fire as well. Going to have to keep an eye on this storm over the next several hours to go here this evening. Currently no warning yet in Indiana, but we've got to be getting close to getting our first severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning here in Indiana here momentarily. Warnings in Illinois include a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, winds to 50 miles per hour, as well as 3-inch diameter hail, which is apple-size hail, as well as a PDS tornado warning, an observed tornado warning, along with 3-inch diameter hail. And getting some images here behind the scenes, it's extremely large hail that is falling or has been reported within this storm as well. So if you are anywhere in the path of this storm, if you're in northern Newton County, southern Lake County, now's a really good time to get into your interior room away from windows. Have your cell phone with you. That way you can stay up to date on the latest alerts that do get issued and wait for the all clear. Likely starting to get some hail in the Schneider area. Kind of surprised we don't have a warning yet here in Indiana. Likely going to need that here any minute. Just a very, very impressive base here on this storm as well. There is our downstream severe thunderstorm warning here. Go ahead and read that off. This is a destructive warning. This is a level 3 out of 3. We have baseline considerable destructive. This is the highest severe thunderstorm warning that we can get. So we have 3-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is confirmed via trained weather spotters as well. Severe thunderstorm was located over, looks like Moments, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Locations include Crown Point, Cedar Lake, Lowell, Lake Village, Lakes of the Four Seasons, Winfield, Hopkins Park, Shelby, Schneider, and Samava resorts. Remain alert for possible tornado. There is a tornado possible tag on this as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch hail. So extremely large hail. Currently, the hail core, the worst of the hail core, is near Momence, Illinois, moving along Highway 114. Going to be moving near the US 41 corridor near the Schneider area. Likely, probably getting some hail in the Schneider area right now, as this hail core is really elongated. It's being pushed forward thanks to our strong wind shear aloft. We call that bulk shear. We have a lot of bulk shear aloft. It's tilting our updraft, which is moving, which can allow some stones to be thrown out ahead of the storm as well. So do keep that in mind. Now's a good time to get to your safe place and remain alert for very large hail, as well as a possible tornado. Turning back on our velocity here, just take a look at this storm here. I do have to say, I think this tornado is still on the ground just to the south of Mominense. This is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. We do appear to have a debris ball once again on radar.
Now in Indiana, heading towards Supercell, moving into Indiana. And I'm going to use the radio. My screen lapse is not working at all.
Sorry about that. Just communicating with our staff here behind the scenes. Very strong rotation here, just a few miles east or west of state line. Likely tornadoes still on the ground here, just south of State Road once, just north of Hopkins Park. Going to be moving into northern Newton County. If it's not on the ground, one could form here any minute. You can see the National Weather Service in northern Illinois is on rapid scans here, showing this storm very, very quickly. We do still have a PDS tornado warning in effect for Illinois. Not in Indiana yet, but this rotation is still a few miles off to the west. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for northwest Indiana. Tornado possible tag on it. We may get a warning here in a little bit if our rotation continues, but we also have they trimmed that warning back. Still a PDS tornado warning, as well as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lake and Newton County, southern Lake County, as well as northern Newton County in Indiana for an hour and 12 minutes. This goes into effect until 8 p.m. Central Time for northern Newton County and southern Lake County. I do want to draw your attention, though, to we have weather cameras here in the state of Indiana, and this is courtesy of Jasper County REMC in Rensselaer, Indiana. This is looking north or due west. This is our supercell up here to the northwest, currently in Illinois. You can really just see how textbook this supercell is and just how high the cloud tops here as well. You can see the Mamatus on the anvil of this storm. Very, very picturesque here. So we'll be watching our live cameras here as we continue out throughout the evening here. If you want to be a camera sponsor, feel free to reach out to us. Always interested in that. But thank you to Jasper County RMC for sponsoring this camera here. A very good view there in the Rensselaer area down in here looking to the west-northwest at this storm. Currently, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time, or sorry, yes, 8 p.m. Central Time for southern Lake County and northern Newton County. Apple-size hail, as well as a 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, an extremely dangerous situation here with this supercell. The supercell has a history of producing tornadoes Currently, a tornado warning is still in effect off to the west in Illinois, just to the east of Kankakee. Still a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. A damaging tornado and apple-sized hail. We'll have to see if they continue this tornado warning into Indiana. Currently, this is our only severe warned storm here in Indiana. This supercell is very large, very textbook supercell as well. And this storm looks to continue moving off to the east, really unrestricted over the next several hours to go. We expect this to be a long-lived supercell, and it's going to track along our warm front, which sits right about here, maybe just a little bit further north than that line is where our warm front currently resides. Storms south and along that warm front will have the greatest tornado potential. Storms north of the warm front, such as South Bend, Gary, Indiana, and north will have a greater hail threat because of cooler temperatures on the north side of that. Those of you in Gary, I've been reading your messages all day saying it's cold. How are we going to get severe weather? Well, there's a lot of warm air and instability aloft, but Lake Michigan and a northern wind has cooled the ground temperatures off here, and that creates a temperature inversion, which makes it really hard for rotating thunderstorms to bring that rotation all the way to the ground, but they are still rotating aloft, which is a great recipe for large hail. So even if you are colder here this evening, don't let your guard down. You could have some very large hail and very heavy rainfall overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Our severe thunderstorm is getting ready to move into Indiana. It's currently destructive severe thunderstorm warning for northern Newton County, southern Lake County. Area of rotation, getting ready to cross state lines here. Go ahead and take dual screen radar back here just to look at our area of rotation. Go ahead and turn that on. Still pretty strong rotation here. It is a possibility. It is still on the ground right in here. It's just kind of hard to tell. We're kind of in between radars here at the moment. And we do have another chaser who's on the Indiana side of things. He's actually in Newton County right now. We're going to go ahead and take him full here. Go ahead and pull him up here. Hang on one second. Just try to, here we go. So here is Cody, who is currently in, I believe, Newton County, Indiana. Is that right, Cody?
Yeah, we're in Newton, and this is rapidly rotating, and it is coming right towards me. I'm going to have to drop south.
Sounds good. Can you tell if anything is on the ground? I assume that's the wall cloud there in front of you on the just to the north.
Yeah, that is the wall cloud, and I cannot tell because there's a tree line. It doesn't appear the left side's on the ground, but I can't tell with the right side as much.
Sounds good. At least the wall cloud here associated with the storm. Thank you, Cody. We'll go ahead and leave him up on screen. He may have to drop south just so that Cody is not in the path of the storm, but also the hail as well. We want to protect our vehicles out in the field and our staff members as well. So he's going to drop south to get a safer view of this storm as it moves into Indiana. He is looking due west. Right at the feature you saw there, the lowering on his screen was looking right in here, and Cody's positioned somewhere right in here. So he was looking directly into the rotating updraft portion of this storm. The greatest hail core associated with the storm is just south of Grant Park, Illinois, moving into the Schneider area and Sameva Resorts, as well as the Shelby area and Thayer area as well. Going to get some very large hail, potentially up to 3-inch diameter hail, apple-size hail, in 60-mile-per-hour winds. So a very intense thunderstorm and a very dangerous thunderstorm as well. The storm is still moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Tornado warning still in effect for Illinois, but we don't have one yet in Indiana. We're going to have to keep an eye on this over the next few minutes here. And I want to pull up the Rensselaer cam again. This is our weather camera in Jasper County, Indiana, near Rensselaer. Look at the smooth striations of the supercell here. So what you're looking here, you can see the lightning up on here as well. This is your mesocyclone. as you look carefully, you can see how it's tilted a little bit. It's not directly vertical up and down. This is because of the amount of wind shear that we have here today. The whole updraft of the storm that's supporting this storm is tilted, and that really allows the storm to remain severe for a long period of time, and that allows supercells to persist for hours and hours. And just a really picturesque storm here. And to show you the amount of how far the clouds are being blown here, here's a Wells County camera near Bluffton, Indiana, and these storms over here, or these clouds over here rather, that are being illuminated by the sun, that's the anvil of this thunderstorm. So it's being blown all the way across the state of Indiana. So really strong wind shear associated with this in the environment today, a really volatile environment. And we have a new tornado warning now, which does include northern Newton County and extreme southern Lake County, Schneider areas and south. This is an observed tornado warning. So we have now a PDS tornado warning now in effect here in Indiana. This is a PDS tornado warning, still an observed tornado warning. So they're keeping the tornado warning as a confirmed tornado. At 6:54 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Hopkins Park, which is just a few miles west of state line, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirm tornado. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This will be near Lake Village around 7:05 p.m., and it's currently at Hopkins Park. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room away from windows. Think of it as layers. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from flying debris. Go ahead and turn on our velocity here to look at our winds here within this storm. Very tight area of rotation right in here, just north of Hopkins Park. And kind of hard to tell if there's any debris right in here. Could be some. This is a little bit north of where our couplet is, so it's kind of hard to tell if there's a lot of debris getting picked up, but the rotation is very strong, so I would not be surprised if there is a tornado on the ground. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground. Currently, this is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. Area of rotation is moving due east, so it looks like it's going to go just to the south of Schneider, but going to come very close to the Sameva Resorts and going to come near the Thayer area, north of Enos. So Enos, you guys are okay, but if you're just south of the Schneider area along US 41, now's a good time to get to your safe place, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation as we have a PDS tornado warning now for northern Newton County and extreme portions of southern Lake County. Basically, Schneider and south. If you're in the Shelby area, though, and Thayer area, you need to be watching this very, very closely, as well as for large hail up to 3 inches in diameter. That is enough to break windows. That can be dangerous to livestock outside. That can be very dangerous to livestock outside and people. If you are caught outdoors without shelter, that can be very dangerous to those as well. So interior room away from windows inside a sturdy structure until this storm has passed. This is an extremely dangerous situation, not only for the hail side, but also the tornado side as well. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation. Associated with this as well. We have Cody. He is back with us here. Go ahead and take him full here, just to show you what he is looking at here. Cody, I assumed you've been able to reposition here and you are looking north into this storm.
Yeah, I am looking right at it. I cannot see anything on the ground right now. I keep losing connection. I'm in a bad spot. Right here is a great spot. I got full bars, but yeah, I cannot see anything on the ground yet, but I am looking right at it.
Yeah, and you really get a sense for how tall this thunderstorm is. I know we're losing the daylight, but it got really dark at your location.
Yeah, it is insane.
So there's a good reminder. Don't wait to see this tornado. We are losing daylight, and you may not be able to see this tornado coming. We still have a PDS tornado warning in progress. Weather spot tornado at one time. Looking at his stream, it may be a rain wrapped tornado as well. So something else we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. We'll leave Cody up there on the stream to provide updates here for us. He is live on this storm in Newton County, Indiana. So the area of rotation is moving into Newton County right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado warning is in effect for another 30 minutes here until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirm tornado. Looking at radar here, you can see a really nice hook echo here. We have warm, moist air getting pulled in from the south. The tornado would likely be sitting in somewhere right in there, just south of 114, moving towards state line, going to come just south of Schneider near Sameva Resorts and along US 141. If it would be on the ground, that would be near where it would be associated with. Very large hail on the north side of this storm. All the pink that you see in here is the hail core associated with this storm. And you can actually see here on, this is what we call correlation coefficient. And we use this to look at debris, but we can also see hailstones with it as well. And basically what this product does, it looks for objects of different size and velocity within a storm, which is great for looking for debris. So when anything's not a raindrop or in uniform size, it'll show up as a different color. And all this distortion here that you see from Schneider over to state line, this is the hail core right in here as well. So a very powerful storm here as well. Tornado possible outside of this tornado warning, as well as apple-sized hail. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, as well as the PDS tornado warning. Currently, the area of rotation is going to be near Lake Village. Moving near Lake Village, State Road 10. Now's the time to be in your safe place. This is going to come very close to the Thayer area and US 41. Area of rotation is currently south of the county line in northern Newton County, moving due east at about 25 miles per hour. You can actually see this is an inflow tail here, likely a tail cloud associated with it. So it is pulling in inflow into this storm. Go ahead and turn on our velocity here. Extremely tight rotation right in here, just south of the Sameva Resorts, south of Schneider, moving due east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Area of rotation is moving into Indiana. This will be near the Thayer area. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Moving near State Road 55. And there is your debris ball. We likely have a tornado in progress, Cody. I don't know if you can hear me behind the scenes. We have a debris ball now on radar. This is moving into northern Newton County. We a tornado on the ground once again. Very strong rotation. This is going to be near Lake Village. The tornado right now is right in here. Looks like it's near Tallmadge Sand Forest Land and Water Reserve. Right in there, south of State Road 10. And Drew actually has a tornado on the ground. Go ahead and take him full here. Drew, what do you see? We see
Hey, Caleb, you can see the left edge right there. You see it? You got a strong left edge. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's right in there. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it a little bit, Drew. And we do have a debris ball TDS feature on radar as well.
That's the left edge then right there. We're just to the south of it.
So you're looking at a live feed of the storm here. We have Drew and Cody on this storm as well.
There's the inflow tail right here.
There's that inflow we were pointing out on radar just a few seconds ago.
All right. Cannot see the left edge anymore. I think it's getting wrapped in rain again.
So possible rain wrap tornado in progress here, moving into northern Newton County, just south of the Lake County line. This is going to be near Lake Village here in about 3 minutes or less. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Go ahead and take back my radar here. We'll leave Drew and Cody up here as they track this tornado on the ground. Here's our debris ball right in here. Here's our area of rotation. This is going to be moving due east near Lake Village. Waiting on the next scan of radar, but this is tracking along in south of State Road 10. So we have Lake Village, Sameva Resorts. Looking downstream, we have the Roselawn area, Thayer area, and eventually getting towards the Moffett and Fair Oaks area in northwest Indiana. Here's the next scan here. Kind of broadened out a little bit. So we may have had a brief touchdown there, or it's over farmland right now, but it could still be on the ground as well. PDS tornado warning remains in effect with softball size hail associated with this as well. So if that is 4 inches in diameter, the radar is getting a little bit distorted here. I may try to pull up a different product here behind the scenes just to help with that. Let me do that here just a little bit. Here we go. So very strong couplet here. This is near the Lake Village area. The area of rotation appears to be just due west of Lake Village, maybe about 1.5 miles west of town. So likely moving into town here pretty soon for the strongest area of rotation. Can't confirm anything's on the ground anymore. Don't see anything on correlation coefficient, but this storm did have a tornado on the ground just a few seconds ago via radar, and we do still have that observed particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, but likely tornadoes still on the ground. We have an observed tornado warning as well as softball size hail associated with this thunderstorm as well. This is going to be moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirm tornado. This is a PDS situation until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and confirmed extremely dangerous tornado was located over Hopkins Park in Illinois. That has now since moved into Indiana. In the area of rotation is in Indiana as well. This is going to be moving towards US 41, towards the Sameva Resort area and Lake Village. This is a PDS tornado warning. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Switching radars here, just trying to get a better look at this and a better depiction of this. You can go ahead and let's go back to, yeah, I guess that's just the best we got here at the moment. Just kind of a bad radar area here. We're in between radars here in northwest Indiana, so we're not getting the best depiction of what is going on here at the ground, but extremely tight rotation here just near Lake Village in Sameva Resorts south of Schneider. Very strong rotation here. This is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Likely going to see a downstream tornado warning here very, very soon. Areas downstream include the State Road 10 corridor, State Road 55, Roselawn, Thayer, Shelby, Forest Park, or Forest City rather, Fair Oaks, Moffett, Deer Park, and Demote, Indiana. Need to be on alert for this supercell moving east at 25 to 35 miles per hour. Currently, this is our only supercell in the state of Indiana. Need to be paying close attention to the storm as it is an extremely dangerous storm in northern Indiana. Still a possible tornado on the ground. PDS tornado warning still in effect here for northern Newton County and extreme portions of southern Lake County. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour. We do have chasers out in the field currently. They are repositioning for us. You can see Cody there in the top left of your screen. He is currently repositioning ahead of this storm. Going to have to keep an eye on this for any possible downstream warnings as well. This storm will likely maintain its intensity as it continues to move and travel along the warm front across northern Indiana. This is likely a rain-wrapped tornado as well. Very, very difficult to see. Do not wait to see this tornado if it is on the ground. You need to be already in your safe place to give yourself the best chance. Put yourself as many layers between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from the outside elements. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And there's our, again, possible debris signature right there once again. Looks like it went through a cycling phase. So this is getting pretty close to the Lake Village area in northern Newton County. along and south of State Road 10 is currently where this tornado appears to be, still potentially on the ground. This is going to be moving near US 41 and Lake Village. Lake Village, you need to be in interior room right now. You guys have a minute or less to prepare for this possible tornado. If you guys are downstream in the Thayer area, Roselawn area, interior room, away from windows. If the tornado is right here, it's moving due east at about 30 miles per hour. So really anywhere in this zone here need to be an interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is an extremely dangerous supercell, has a history of producing tornadoes, and is looking very healthy on radar, unfortunately, and does look to persist for quite some time across northern Indiana. Currently, softball size hail is also within this tornado warning as well. That is 4-inch diameter hail. That is extremely large hail. So even if you're not in the direct path of this tornado, hail between 3 and 4 inches is also falling within this storm as well. Very large debris ball starting to show up there. You see that re-intensify. So Lake Village is now getting impacted by this tornado, and it is now crossing US 41 in northern Newton County. So we have a large tornado on the ground, a very tight rotation directly over Lake Village or on the south side of the community. And this is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So again, to repeat, a tornado is on the ground. We have a radar confirmed tornado near Lake Village, and this is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So if you're in the Roselawn area, you need to be in an interior room away from windows. We'll likely need a downstream tornado warning here, but there is a tornado on the ground near Lake Village. Have Cody
Caleb,
go ahead and take him full.
I am just south of Lake Village on 41, looking north at it. The only way you're going to see this is by lightning.
So do not wait to see this tornado. But we do have a tornado on the ground, likely a rain-wrapped tornado. He is looking, I believe you're looking north on 41, right?
Yeah, we're looking right at it.
So
it is right in front of us.
So Cody, you're looking live here at the storm. A lot of lightning here, but this is a rain-wrapped tornado. Tornado is on the ground. Based on his vantage point, you can't see the tornado here, but just know it is on the ground. We have a large debris ball associated with this over Lake Village. Likely now just on the other side of 41 or getting close to crossing the highway. This is not a fast-moving storm. This is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Warning has it at 25 miles per hour. So a very slow-moving storm with a large tornado on the ground crossing US 41 near Lake Village. This is going to hang along in South State Road 10 currently. Going to get very close to the Roselawn area and Thayer area. If you're in Forest City, Fair Oaks. So the tornado has crossed 41 now with the latest scan. It is now east of 41, directly south of State Road 10, according to the latest scan here. Go ahead and take my radar back here just to show you. So you can see the debris ball here has moved. Right in here is our debris signature here, just to the southeast side of Lake Village, getting very close to the community there, if not getting impacted by the tornado. But the area of rotation is now crossed US 41. This is moving along State Road 10. Did kind of shift a little bit to the north. So if you're in the Roselawn area, Thayer area, Shelby, Forest City, interior room away from windows, there is a tornado on the ground just a few miles to your southwest and is producing damage. This is currently in northern Newton County, in extreme southern Lake County. Currently, the tornado is in northern Newton County, south of the Schneider area. Lake Village, or just on the south side of town or in town, just got either a near miss or hit by the tornado. And this is moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. If you're in the Roselawn area, Thayer's area, need to be in an interior room away from windows, get to your safe place. There is a tornado on the ground just a few miles off to your west. We have, this is a very serious situation. Here's our downstream tornado warning, a really long tornado warning, still a PDS tornado warning. So baseball size hail and a tornado is on the ground here. This is a considerable situation. So there's it'll come back here, just pop back. But this is a PDS tornado warning with an observed tornado Does include the Fair Oaks area, Thayer area, Vergy area as well, Par, Axe, all in the path of this tornado warning. This is the PDS tornado warning. Considerable tag here on this as well. Go ahead and read it on here. That radar is just being goofy. Tornado warning, PDS tornado warning for northeastern Newton County, northwestern Indiana, south central Lake County, northwestern Indiana, northwestern Jasper County, northwestern Indiana till 8:15 Central Time or 9:15 Eastern Daylight Time. 7:09 p.m. A confirmed and large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Lake Village, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. This tornado will be it's at Lake Village right now, or just at the southeast side of town. It'll be near Roselawn around 7:20 p.m. Central Time. Shelby around 7:25. Other locations in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm include Demote. Demote, you're a little bit downstream, but we're going to have to keep an eye on you over the next a few minutes or so. So very large. You can see our debris ball on radar here. Very tight couplet here. This is moving along in south. State Road 10, going to come very close to the Deer Park area. And Thayer, Shelby, Roselawn, and Thayer, you're directly in the path of this tornado. Need to be in an interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This tornado is moving right along about a half mile south of State Road 10. So moving right along State Road 10, could shift north or south, going to get very close to the Thayer and Roselawn area. This is moving east to 25 miles per hour. This is a PDS tornado warning, extremely dangerous situation. Here's our debris ball currently due east of Lake Village near State Road 10. This tornado is currently on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning and does continue for some time here. Counties impacted by this tornado warning include northeastern Newton County, south central Lake County, and northwestern Jasper County and northwestern Indiana. Rensselaer, you're currently in the clear, although we have quite a bit of lightning being thrown out on the south side of this storm. So even though you're not in the rain, look at all these lightning bolts down here near the Surrey area, just north of Rensselaer. So a lot of lightning out ahead of this as well. So multiple hazards here. If you're not directly in the tornado warning, there's a lot of lightning getting projected out away from this storm. So a very electric storm as well. Extremely tight rotation though, right in here near the Thayer area. Looks like right on top of State Road 10. So the possible tornado is crossing the highway. Going to come near Sun Aurora Resort, as well as the Ponderosa Sun Club there as well, and Thayer and Roselawn. So a couple businesses here in the area. Looks like maybe a couple camping areas as well. So if you're in a camper and need to be in a sturdy structure on the premises, campers will be tossed or destroyed within this tornado. This tornado is moving east at 25 miles per hour, going to be coming into the Roselawn area and Thayer area here over the next couple of minutes. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a destructive tornado warning, considerable tornado warning, in a PDS tornado warning as well. Baseball-sized hail, as well as a damaging tornado on the ground near State Road 10. This is northern Newton County is where this tornado is currently located, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. There you can see the latest scan there, getting pretty close to the Thayer area and Roselawn area. This storm may have just took a little bit of a northward turn, just a little bit. Pretty common with these supercells. Tornado still in progress. Large debris ball on the ground. It is crossing State Road 10. Coming up on, get you a road crossing here. This is East 1100 North and 100 East in northern Newton County near the Lake Newton County line. This is going to be moving near the Thayer area. tornado 2.5 miles to your southwest of Thayer. And this will be near the Roselawn area and Thayer area here momentarily. About 2.5 miles southwest of town of Thayer, and about 3 miles southeast of Shelby is where this tornado is currently located. Right in here is where this tornado is located, moving directly towards Thayer and going to be moving pretty close to Forest City as well. So if you're in the Demote area, interior room away from windows, tornado about 10 miles or so to your west, and it is currently on the ground. So if you're in the Demote area, Deer Park area, Forest City, now's a good time to get to your safe place, as we do have a tornado in progress. This is the particularly dangerous situation with this tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground, has been confirmed. We have chasers now saying, reporting damage from this tornado as well, power lines down, etc. So if you come across storm damage, please wait until the all clear has been given before you go out. Do not approach down power lines, as they can be dangerous to those if they are still turned on. So never approach down wires until given permission by the power company or local officials that those lines have been powered off and de-energized. There you can see the debris ball move just a little bit, still seeing a little bit of breathe. This is about 1.5 miles south of Thayer and about 3 miles west of Roselawn, moving northeast now a little bit at about 25 miles per hour. This will be getting pretty close to the Demote area as well. This is a rain-wrapped tornado, mind you. You will not see this tornado coming. The tornado is right here, but all this purple that you see right in here is rain. So this is a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground in progress, and it's also dark. You aren't going to be able to see this tornado coming due to the fact it's getting dark, and it's a rain-wrapped tornado to boot. So a very dangerous situation. Currently, the tornado is located or crossing the intersection of East 1100 North and North 200 East, coming up to 300 East. Getting very close to the Thayer area and Ponderosa Sun Club and Sun Aura Resort. So a couple recreational areas there in the path of this tornado. This is going to come pretty close to the Roselawn and Forest City area, currently coming up to the intersection of 1100 North and 200 East in northern Newton County. This is moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a PDS tornado warning, as well as baseball-size hail. So even if you're not directly in the path of this tornado, prepare yourself for baseball-size hail. Please move to an interior room away from windows. Baseball-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is not a good combination. That can cause considerable damage to roofs, siding, trees, livestock, and anyone caught without shelter outside. Do not shelter under an overpass. This is going to be coming close to I-65, Northwest Indiana. Do not shelter under an overpass. That is a terrible idea. Not only do you put yourself at risk, you put others in risk as well. You're blocking the highway, you're blocking emergency vehicles, and hazards amplify underneath an overpass. So do not never park in an overpass. Try to find a sturdy structure to shelter in until the storm has passed. This is currently PDS tornado warning. Baseball-size hail and a tornado is still on the ground. Debris ball about 1.5 miles southwest of Thayer. This tornado, weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and counties included Newton County, Northwest Indiana, as well as Jasper County and Northwestern Indiana. Southern Lake County is also included in this tornado warning. However, the tornado itself is currently in northern Newton County, moving towards northwestern Jasper County and northwestern Indiana. Currently, the tornado is still on the ground and looks to be coming very close to the Sun Aura Resort, Ponderosa Sun Club, and the Roselawn area, moving due east at 25 miles per hour. Tornado is still on the ground, moving along State Road 10, still trucking along the highway there, and coming up on County Road 300 East. State Road 10 and 300 East, just south of the Thayer area, is currently where this tornado is located. Right in here is our debris ball. Here's Thayer. Here's 300 East. This is moving towards the Roselawn area. Here's Roselawn right there where the X is. About 2.5 miles west of town is where this tornado is currently located. This is going to be coming up on I-65 near the interchange of West State Road 10 and I-65. We have Lake Holiday Camp here, the Roselawn area. Looks like we have a Dollar Tree here, Kentland Bank, Dollar General, a lot of other facilities here in this area as well. Now's a good time to get into your safe place. If you're in those box stores or in those facilities, get to a bathroom, interior room, and get off the show floor and get to your safe place here until this storm has passed. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado still on the ground near the Thayer area, just a couple miles west of the Roseland area. A very tight rotation here associated with the storm as well. So a very dangerous situation here. This storm, unfortunately, though, looks to persist for some time. So if you're in the North Judson area, Winnemac area, Knox County, you guys want to be watching this supercell very closely, as unfortunately, there's really not a lot of things in its way that's going to really prevent it from making it over there. So do keep an eye on this storm. It is moving due east, tracking along the warm front. Currently, a little bit of debris perhaps still in the air along 300 East and State Road 10 just west of Roselawn. Hopefully we're
Caleb, I'm calling the chase here. I'm seeing if anybody needs any help. Lake Village got hit pretty hard, it looks like.
Sounds good. There's Cody there. He's currently live in Lakeview, or Lake Village rather, in Newton County. You can see a large emergency response there and some damage there. He's going to end the chase here, it looks like, and conduct search and rescue. So hopefully there's no injuries or anything there. Thankfully, there's a large emergency presence there, and people are on the scene to assist others. If you are caught within the storm and debris, now is not the time to go out and be a sightseer. You only be a hindrance to law enforcement in the area. So please remain home and do not go out and look for damage here tonight. Wait until given the all clear by emergency management in Newton County. So do heed all warnings from emergency management and do listen to what they tell you. And please do not go out and look for damage. You only be a hindrance to law enforcement trying to get to the scenes at this time. We'll go ahead and take radar back here. And we can see we still have a PDS tornado warning in progress here. This expires in 47 more minutes at 7:26 p.m. Central Time, 8:26 Eastern. Confirmed and large extremely dangerous tornado is located near Roselawn or just east of Lake Village, moving east to 25 miles per hour. Hazard damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. So this tornado was last known to be on the ground just to the west of Roselawn or near Roselawn, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Those of you in the path include Deer Park. This tornado is going to come pretty close to the Demote area, Forest City, Kersey, Stoutsburg, and the Kinman area as well, all under this particularly dangerous tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado warning. Tornado's last known position was near Roseland, still on the ground. Looks like I am waiting on my radar to get caught back up. This is an old scan here currently, so waiting on the latest scan here from the radar. Might be able, yeah, Illinois is still the closest radar here to this storm. See if my other radars currently have this or not. But you can see the area of rotation here is extremely tight near the Roseland area. And again, look at all this rain. This is a rain-wrapped tornado in progress here near the Roseland area. This is just on the northwest side of town, directly over the Ponderosa Sun Club along 1200 North and State Road 10. This is going to be moving directly over I-65 and 1100 North and 1200 North. So we're coming up here on County Line. And this will be also near the State Road 10 interchange on I-65 as well. Do not park under overpasses. That is a terrible idea.
We got people trapped inside buildings. I'm popping off the screen.
Okay, 10-4. So he is conducting search and rescue there as well. But again, PDS tornado warning does include Newton County. We are moving out of Newton County. We'll be moving into Jasper County, northwest Jasper County is currently where this tornado is headed right now. Extremely tight rotation just to the northwest of Roseland near the Thayer area. This will be moving near Forest City, Deer Park, and the Demote area as well. So again, if you're in this area in Newton County, please, I do ask on behalf of EMA, law enforcement, please do not go out and look for damage at this time. Let emergency personnel do their job, get to those in need. You only be a hindrance to them at this time. So please do not go out. Be sure to check on your loved ones via cell phone or communication, but please do not drive to that location right now. You'll only be a hindrance to law enforcement and emergency personnel moving to scene. So please do not go out and be a sightseer at this time. Currently, very strong rotation near the Thayer area and Roselawn area. A likely rain-wrapped tornado still in progress. This is going to come very close to the Deer Park and Demote, Indiana area in northwest Jasper County. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Still likely have, that's clutter over there. Still waiting on the latest scan here. You can see rotation did tighten up again near Roselawn. That is where the rotation is the strongest right now. This will be moving due east at about 25 miles per hour. This is the PDS tornado warning, baseball size hail, as well as an observed tornado, as well as a damaging tornado as well. This tornado has a history of producing considerable damage. So please move to an interior room, basement preferred. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible until this storm has passed. This is a very dangerous situation, a very dangerous supercell as well. The supercell is also likely going through a cycling phase right now, where we have an apparent area of rotation back in here, but you can see a new hook echo developing out ahead of it. So we may see a new area of rotation develop just southeast of Forest City, near the Deer Park area. You can actually already see that starting to form. So we may see this rotation out ahead of it eventually take this one's place here over the next few minutes. So it's going through a tandem cycling process right now, where we could have the parent tornado still in progress with a new one forming out ahead of it. So an area of rotation to watch near the Deer Park area, while we have the parent rotation back here near Forest City in the Roseland area. So we are going through a cycling phase right now, but we could have an area of rotation develop out ahead of it that will eventually replace the old area of rotation here over the next few minutes. Again, very dangerous situation here. This is an observed tornado, considerable tornado warning with a PDS tag on it. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Those caught without shelter could be injured or perhaps worse. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Roselawn or just east of Lake Village, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. Locations include Roselawn and Demote. So again, if you're anywhere in this vicinity here, now's the time to get to your tornado safe place. Do not wait to see the tornado. This tornado is likely rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. It's also dark outside as well, so you're not going to be able to see this tornado coming. You need to already be in your tornado safe place. Lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Think of it as layers, right? The more layers you have between you and the elements that are going on outside allow you to have a better chance at coming out uninjured, or better yet, surviving from this apparent tornado. So again, lowest level of your home, maximize your chances by having as many layers between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from flying debris. This is a life-threatening situation. This is a PDS tornado warning with an observed tornado on it. Tight area of rotation between Roselawn and Forest City. This is going to be coming very close to the Demote area, as well as a new area of rotation, perhaps forming near the Deer Park area as well. I do believe this supercell is undergoing a cycling phase at this time, This is where it weakens a little bit and then reorganizes, but we can still have very strong rotation as it does so on these mature supercells. So we're going to have to watch a couple areas here as this storm progresses across Jasper County. The area of rotation is moving out of Newton County, is moving across county lines into northwest Jasper County. Rensselaer currently in the clear, but areas to the north need to be on alert for this tornado warned storm. Baseball size hail is also occurring with this storm as well. So we have 2 3/4 diameter hail, as well as a PDS tornado warning with a tornado in progress, according to the warning here. This is a PDS tornado warning. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. Impacts will be Roselawn and Demote. Currently, the area of rotation is over Roselawn and now moving south of the Forest City area towards Demote and near Deer Park. Currently, right along 1100 North is where the area of tightest rotation currently is, and this is moving east at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Here comes the latest scan. So still a very, very tight rotation near Forest City. This is going to come very close to Demote, if not over downtown Demote. So if you're in Demote, need to be in an interior room away from windows, lowest level of your home, as we do have a tornado likely still in progress, headed very close to your area here. Only about 3.5 miles southwest of town. So you're running out of time to get to your safe place if you're in the Demote area. Interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Go ahead and switch radars back here. Here's the area of rotation. Here's Demote. This is coming very, very close to you. And we also have an area of rotation near the Deer Park area. So we have 2 areas of rotation that we're watching right now. We have the old parent rotation, which is extremely tight, but we also have a newer, broader area of rotation near Deer Park associated with the new hook echo, which has developed over the past 5 minutes. The strongest one, though, and the one of greatest concern at this moment, is the one that is heading towards Demote, south of Forest City, along 1100 North. This tornado is about 2.5 miles southwest of town, moving east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You need to be at the lowest level of your home, away from windows to protect yourself from flying debris. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Under stairwells are a great idea. Basement preferred, but a lot of us don't have basements. If you don't have a basement, that's okay. Just, again, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Find that interior room, closet, bathroom, as long as it's not on an exterior wall or has windows. Under a stairwell, that's a great place to be for a tornado. If you don't have a basement or a storm shelter, just be sure to come downstairs. Do not be upstairs. And come on the lowest level of your home. This is a PDS tornado warning. Damage threat considerable. Baseball size hail, as well as a tornado. Very tight rotation due west of the Demote area. And it does look like we do have some power outages coming in now from northern Newton County. Looks like power is out now for for some of the areas impacted, including the Lake Village area. Looks like power is out there from this tornado as well. So strongest area of rotation still currently near the Forest City area, moving towards the Demote area, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Go ahead and turn on reflectivity again. Again, this supercell is cycling. So the apparent rotation has shifted north with the new hook echo developing to the south. But we're going to have to keep an eye on this for a new area of rotation, which is still broad at this point in time, but still likely tornado still across northern Newton County. And this area of rotation is now moving outside of the warning box as this supercell is cycling. So what you're likely going to see here is this area of rotation get absorbed within the storm and shoot north, while this area of rotation to the south is going to be the one that takes over. So this one here is going to go to the north and eventually, hopefully, go away, but it's still very, very tight right here. And this one here is going to become your primary area of rotation and move toward the wheat field area. So currently 2 areas of rotation here, and this is pretty common as supercells cycle. You see the apparent area of rotation eventually, sometimes it can shift or deviate, while a new area of rotation reorganizes, gains its strength, and becomes the primary area of rotation if it's a successful cycle. If outflow or rain-cooled air interferes, it can delay the process. That's a good thing. That's what we want to see. There's a downstream tornado warning now, including the second area of rotation now. So they've included all of northern Jasper County. Still a PDS tornado warning and golf ball size hail. So the hail size has come down a little bit, which is good, but that's common during cycling phases of supercells. You see them weaken a little bit, but if it's a successful cycle, we could see re-intensification very easily here. But this is still a particularly dangerous situation. Still an observed tornado warning here with this storm. Hazard damaging tornado weather spotters confirmed tornado. This tornado will be around Demote around 7:45. So you're hearing about 3 minutes Central Time. In Wheatfield around 7:50 p.m. Central Time. So they are highlighting 2 areas of rotation here. The Wheatfield area of rotation here around 7:50 Central Time, and the Demote one here in about 3 minutes. So there are 2 areas of rotation here associated with this. We have one right in here and one right in here. And this is because our supercell is cycling. Hopefully we see this one, the northern one, disappear. Hopefully they both disappear, but we're likely going to see one of them take over here. But the one currently, the old area of rotation is still the tightest area of rotation, just on the north side of Forest City. This is northwest of Demote. Demote is kind of getting split at the moment as the storm cycles. Rotation is tightening it up near the Kinman area south of Stoutsburg, with Forest City getting some very strong rotation just to the northwest side of Demote. If we play it back here, you can kind of see that split happen. Rotation moving off to the northwest and then suddenly jets up to the north. That's a good indication that we are in a cycling process here, but still very tight rotation here associated with the old area of rotation, and the new area of rotation starting to get better organized. So something to watch here with this storm as it continues its cycling process. Go ahead and turn reflectivity on, and you can see the new hook echo here starting to develop as well. We're likely going to see this southern area of rotation be the main area of rotation, and will be the one that will be taking over here momentarily. But still, 2 areas of very tight rotation, both of which are in Jasper County. And this one could cross county lines once again. So if you're north of Jasper County, near the Hebron area, Leroy, just to the east of Shelby, watch this area pretty closely here, as it is still quite stout. As this supercell undergoes a cycling process here and tries to get better organized. Nonetheless, due to the areas of rotation having a history and being quite significant, the National Weather Service has remained a PDS tornado warning in place for an hour and 1 minute here. And this includes all of northern Jasper County, as well as southern Porter County, also included in this tornado warning as well. So extreme areas of southern Porter County, as well as all of northern Jasper County under a PDS tornado warning till 8:45 Central Time, 9:45 Eastern Daylight Time. 7:40 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Demote, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 2 circulations are noted, one west of Demote and one southeast of Demote. So that is the reason for this large tornado warning as the storm is cycling, right? We have the old area of rotation right in here. This one will hopefully get left behind. Hopefully we see some outflow interfere with this and we see this weaken. But right now it is starting to get better organized a little bit. We're starting to see that area of rotation isolate itself. We'll have to see. The next few scans here are going to be very important here with this area of rotation. Still very tight rotation just north of Forest City area. Go ahead and turn on our velocity, or sorry, correlation coefficient. See, there we go. The good news is I don't see a debris ball with the old area of rotation anymore. I don't see any debris. I just see rain up here in this area. Though it is quite tight, we could have, perhaps a brief tornado on the ground. It's just not lofting debris up to an extent to where radar can see it, but still treat it as if there is one on the ground. The rotation is strong enough for there to be a tornado on progress there, even though radar is not showing debris. Second area of rotation is near the Stoutsburg area. This is our new area of rotation, a new mesocyclone which is developing underneath the supercell. That's the new rotating updraft taking over. So as supercells go through cycling process, it's a natural cycle where they weaken and then re-strengthen to get better organized once again. So this is something that we're going to have to watch very, very closely here. You can see the area of rotation to the south getting much larger. It's getting better organized. So if you're in the Wheatfield area, interior room, away from windows, same thing in Stoutsburg. Currently, Stoutsburg is the area of rotation is over you, moving towards State Road 49, going to be moving towards the Teft area and State Road 49. Old area of rotation, it's starting to broaden out, starting to weaken a little bit, but it is still there nonetheless. So if you're in extreme portions of northwest Jasper County, north of Forest, still have some area of rotation here associated with the old mesocyclone. So do keep an eye on that. We're likely going to see a left split here as well. Sometimes when we get cycling, these storms can split. So we may see a portion of this storm kind of shoot off to the north while the southern storm stays on the warm front and remains a tornado producer. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. And you can kind of see that on reflectivity here, on how you're starting to have a split here, right in here. This storm here may get shoved off to the north while this storm here keeps moving east along the warm front. So we may be having a split here. We're going to have to keep an eye on this as well, if that is in fact what is happening here. If this storm splits, areas towards the Valparaiso area and LaPorte County could get in on some hail as well. Currently, you're north of the warm front, so it's not zero, but the tornado threat is lower up here, but there could still be a hail threat up here if the storm is in fact splitting. So if we do see that offset, we're going to have to keep an eye on that here pretty close as well. Areas to the south near the Wheatfield area, strong area of rotation starting to develop once again. This is part of our cycling process as the storm weakens, reorganizes, a new wall cloud develops, a new base, a new mesocyclone, the whole works. As that gets better organized, the tornado risk may go up. So if you're in the Wheatfield area, Teft area, north central Jasper County, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Old area of rotation still hanging on just north of Forest City, just not quite as significant as what it was. That's often the case with cycling. Area of rotation currently near the Stoutsburg and Wheatfield area, north central Jasper County, going to come pretty close to the county line here. Again, golf ball size hail is also occurring with this storm, and also southern Porter County is in this tornado warning as well. You have to keep an eye on southern Porter County, especially the extreme portions of southern Porter County right in here as the storm moves off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. North Judson, you're on deck for this storm if this storm maintains its intensity. And as of right now, there's really nothing meteorologically going on in the atmosphere that says it's not going to maintain intensity, unfortunately. So I would be on deck and get your severe weather action plans ready to go if you're in the North Judson area. Prepare for hail and also a possible tornado. This is a very dangerous situation. This is also still a PDS tornado warning for Jasper County as well. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. And there's also a downstream tornado watch which now includes the South Bend area and also the Angola area as well, also under a tornado watch. And this tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Warsaw, Rochester, Plymouth, Napanee, Goshen, all included in this tornado watch. Whitley County and DeKalb County and areas off to the south are not included in this tornado watch at this time. So Wabash, Huntington, Whitley are not included, but areas off to the northwest are still under a tornado watch. And this is largely for this supercell thunderstorm currently in northern Jasper County. They do expect it to move off to the east and move along the warm front. Area of rotation directly over Wheatfield now, north central Jasper County, moving over State Road 49. Hard to definitively say if there's anything on the ground at this point in time, but the rotation is starting to get better organized here. PDS tornado warning remains in effect. And this is for southern extreme portions of southern Porter County, as well as all of northern Jasper County under this PDS tornado warning. Likely going to see a downstream tornado warning here pretty soon. And look at the timing on that. There we go. So tennis ball size hail. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So the PDS tornado warning is going to be allowed to be expired. So we're back to a baseline tornado warning here. And this is largely because it's cycling at the moment. It's still getting better organized. But if a tornado touches down again, we'll see that warning upgrade once again. We don't want to see that. But right now, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. We need to treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground. And this includes the North Judson area, Outline area, Clarks, and Wilders. Go ahead and read the warning here for you. The National Weather Service, Northern Indiana, issuing a tornado warning for northwestern Pulaski County, northwestern Indiana, Stark County, and as well as southern LaPorte County in northwest Indiana, extreme portions of southern LaPorte County. At 8:50 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located. Actually, this is a PDS tornado warning, so they're leaving this as a PDS tornado warning. Hazard damaging tornado radar indicated. So this is radar indicated rotation, but a PDS tornado warning due to the history of this storm, and it's likely to remain intensity as it moves in towards the North Judson area. So this is the PDS tornado warning radar indicated, as we do expect this storm to maintain its intensity moving into the area. This will be moving into southwestern Stark County, northwestern Pulaski County, extreme northern Pulaski County, and extreme portions of southern LaPorte County. This area of rotation is likely going to stay right in here, going to come into the Stark County area, southern LaPorte County. If you're in northern LaPorte County, you guys are okay. LaPorte not in a risk from this thunderstorm at all, though the alert probably came over your phone. If you're in the northern portions of LaPorte County, you guys are okay. This is mainly going to be for Stark County, extreme portions of southern LaPorte County. And this goes until 37 more minutes here, or until 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 8:50 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wheatfield, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Now is the time to get into your safe place. You're kind of in between radars here, so not the best look at the low levels of this storm here associated with this supercell. But again, very strong area of rotation near Wheatfield. This is going to be moving into Stark County, north of the Radioville area, moving close to north of Judson, as well as English Lake, Wilders, Riverside, and the La Crosse areas. Large hail is also occurring. And I also have a new report that we may have a tornado in progress here from one of our chasers who is on this storm. stand by for that. As I try to figure out if that is on the ground. This rotation certainly supports it. One of our chasers just came in behind the scenes, though we may have a possible tornado on the ground once again. If it is on the ground, it would be near the Wheatfield area, moving towards Dunn's Bridge. So right on the county line here is where this tornado would be located. This is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. This will be near the San Pere area. This will be moving towards Stark County here, out of Jasper County. It may briefly brush the LaPorte County line as well, near Dunn's Bridge. So extreme portions of southern LaPorte County and extreme portions of northeast Jasper County. Possible tornado in progress here, awaiting official confirmation from our chasers. And it looks like this tornado is on the ground. Here's a possible debris signature here with this. This would be northeast Jasper County, near the LaPorte County line, near the Teft area. And lightning illuminated tornado from our chasers feed here that I got here behind the scenes. There is what appears to be a cone tornado on the ground just to the east of Wheatfield a few moments ago via our storm chaser who was in the field on this storm, illuminated by lightning with this. And it matches up really well with the rotation and possible debris signature here on radar. This is going to be moving into the Stark County area, as well as extreme portions of southern LaPorte County as well. So if you're in Stark County, southern LaPorte County, I'm going to be looking out here for a possible tornado. Trying to get more chasers in the stream here for you. We're having connectivity issues behind the scenes. Hopefully we can get that resolved and get their feeds on the stream here for you. That way you can see it in real time on your stream as well. Looks like it possibly was a brief touchdown. Our chaser is saying it did just lift, but it is still looking very healthy on radar here as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as well. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. This is moving into Stark County, perhaps southern LaPorte County. Still a possible debris signature, though, near Teft. That could be remnant debris, or maybe that tornado touched back down. And we do have confirmation that it is still on the ground. It is still in progress. This debris ball near Teft is the tornado itself. It is still on the ground, according to our chasers here behind the scenes. This tornado is moving near the Teft area near State Road 10. Looks like we have some chasers behind it on State Road 10. But there is debris with this tornado via our chasers. They may have to find a different road network here due to debris. But we do have a tornado in progress once again with this storm. This is extreme portions in northeast Jasper County, moving into the Stark County area, as well as southern LaPorte County. Heads up for this possible tornado, US 421 near North Judson, State Road 39. This will be near North Judson here, probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. or less. The storm is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Very large debris ball here on radar here. This is along State Road 10, moving near the San Pierre area and Radioville areas. This storm is moving due east at 25 miles per hour. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. We have a tornado in progress, as well as tennis ball size hail. There's the debris ball currently over Teft, moving directly towards San Pierre. This is, again, to repeat, a tornado is on the ground here via our chasers. We have debris on the roadway on State Road 10. It appears to be, according to our chasers, behind the scenes or in the area. Here is our chaser currently. Go ahead and take him full. Drew, what do you
Caleb,
see?
it's right in front of us right now. Right there, right there, right there.
Oh,
Right in
cone
front,
tornado
cone.
on the ground.
It's a
Large
violent one,
cone
dude.
tornado.
It's a strong cone.
Strong cone. Mature tornado is on the ground near Teff. We have a large
Evan,
debris
slow down.
ball
We got
as
debris.
well.
We got power lines down.
Slowing down.
Large tornado on the ground.
Guys, this is strong.
Huge.
You need to be taking shelter.
Yep.
We got power lines.
Power lines down.
I
We got
think
people
Caleb,
stopping,
we
people
might have to
stopping.
do search and rescue. We got a bunch of chasers stopping here. We got power lines all down to our right. Tornadoes on to the left, right there. It's still a cone.
And what road are you on? Are you on State Road 10?
Slow down, slow down. All right, never mind. I don't know right now. Okay, I might have to leave you here, Caleb. We got a lot of debris here coming up. What road are we on? We are on State Road. State Road.
Oh yeah, no, we're done.
State Road 10. Yeah, we're blocked off. The debris is across the road.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Look at
blocked
that.
off. Yep. We can't chase this anymore. State Road 10. It just crossed this road. Power flashes. Power flashes. It's still on the ground.
All right, gonna go ahead and turn around here.
Here, okay, no, there's chasers running out.
All right.
All right, Drew, we'll go ahead and take radar
Yeah,
back
yeah,
as
take
you reposition.
radar back, please. Yep.
So there's a live look. We saw the tornado live, a really mature cone tornado, stovepipe, or really just a mature cone tornado on the ground. He was on State Road 10, so the tornado was off to your left. That was near Teft, Indiana. This is moving, and the LaPorte Stark County line, just west of North Judson. Again, we have a large tornado in progress here, causing a debris. You can see State Road 10 there is blocked completely by debris. Do be in your safe place. Do be taking this seriously. We have an observed tornado is on the ground, and a very large tornado is on the ground. This is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Interior room away from windows if you're in the Toto area, Aldline area, North Judson, and Wilders area. Again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. We have a very large cone tornado on the ground observed, and a lot of tree damage and power line damage as well. So come across damage, please do not drive over down power lines. They could be still live. Never approach them. Wait for the all clear before venturing out due to the risk of debris. The storm hazards do not end after the storm has passed because debris is still a hazard of itself. You have nails, debris, sharp objects, but also potential for live power lines. Live power lines are extremely difficult to see at night. So please keep that in mind as well. Very large debris signature near the San Pierre area, just west of town. Cone tornado, a large cone tornado is on the ground just east of Dunes Bridge here, or Duns Bridge, moving towards the Lomax area and San Pierre area, just west of North Judson. Again, a large cone tornado is on the ground in progress here, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. And currently, the debris ball appears to be right in here, right on the county line, Stark-LaPorte County line, moving towards the Wilders area and Lomax area, just to the northwest of San Pierre. Our chasers are now conducting search and rescue again as they now leave the storm behind. Thoughts go with those affected here by this tornado. But again, large tornado in progress here is causing debris. This is on the county line of Stark County, LaPorte County. And this tornado warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Time, 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This tornado warning is for Pulaski County, Indiana, Stark County, and LaPorte County, Indiana, until 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. or 9:15 p.m. rather, Eastern Time. This is a PDS tornado warning, an observed tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Moments ago, we saw live on Drew's footage there of a massive cone tornado on the ground causing damage, likely considerable damage in progress here with this tornado. And this tornado is moving east at 30 miles per hour. If you're in North Judson, Wilders, anywhere within this tornado warning, interior room, lowest level of your home, until this storm has passed. If you are in a RV or a camper, now's the time to go to your designated safe place until given the all clear. We have a large tornado. Mobile homes, campers will likely be destroyed. That is not the place to be for this tornado. You need to find a storm shelter or a sturdy structure until the storm has passed. This tornado is moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Very strong rotation here. The tornado pretty close to San Pierre, perhaps just on the north side of town or due west of town. Kind of hard to tell on that depiction there. But a very large tornado is on the ground near North Judson. A large cone tornado is still on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in an interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. The tornado is likely just outside of San Pierre, moving still along State Road 10. Likely going to split Radioville and Wilders. So if you're in English Lake, Lomax, North Judson, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. We got Kankakee Fish and Wildlife area. Looks like Lena Park, Outline, Toto. Interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. We had a large cone tornado in progress just moments ago, live on our stream here. This is crossing into Stark County, Indiana, in northwest Indiana. PDS tornado warning is still in effect for 22 more minutes, as well as 2.5-inch hail. So extremely large hail associated with this supercell as well. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning outside of the tornado warning. A very tight area of rotation, still just outside of San Pierre, between San Pierre and the Riverside area. Very tight area of rotation here, moving right along county line. This would be southern LaPorte County and western Stark County, as where the tornado is currently located, right on county lines, right in here. Right in here is where that tornado was last located. A little bit weaker of a velocity scan on our last scan, but we still have what appears to be some remnant debris still in the air. So that tornado could still be on the ground. And we do have from one of our chasers behind the scenes here saying it is perhaps still on the ground in Stark County. So likely tornadoes still in progress here just west of North Judson, south of the Wilders area, moving east, northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Very dangerous situation here. Again, it is dark outside. Don't wait to see this tornado coming. Already be in your safe place and be ready for when this tornado hits. This is western Stark County, northwestern Indiana, and southern LaPorte County, extreme southern LaPorte County, south of the La Crosse area, south of State Road 8, south of Indian Hill. You need to be in your safe place as a tornado is still in progress, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Quite a bit of debris being caused by this tornado as well via our chasers. So a very dangerous situation here, a very dangerous supercell as well, producing multiple tornadoes across northern Indiana and northwest Indiana here this evening. This is currently our only supercell here in Indiana at this time. Take a brief break here. If you're south of this line, you guys are okay for now. You're likely not going to see any storms until well after midnight down here. Currently, the only hazard here for severe weather is northern Indiana here momentarily. Here currently and over the next couple of hours. We likely won't see anything for central Indiana and southern Indiana until well after midnight into the early morning hours here tonight. Large debris ball still on the ground here in progress near the Lomax area just to the north of St. Pierre. This is going to be moving near North Judson and English Lake on the LaPorte Stark County line. So if you're in the Kankakee Fish and Wildlife area, get to a storm shelter. If you're in Toto, again, enter your room, away from windows, Indian Hill, Knox. Now's a good time to be in your safe place or heading to your safe place, as we do have a tornado in progress just to the west-northwest of North Judson on the LaPorte Stark County line. But currently a large tornado in progress. It's getting right across US 421 here as well. This tornado is likely over US 421 near the Riverside area, San Pierre area. Is currently where this debris ball is currently located on radar. This blue here is the debris lofted by this tornado. This tornado lifts debris up in the air. It is picked up by radar because it has a different velocity and different shapes and sizes to it, so it's able to differentiate that from raindrops from debris. So that is what allows us to see debris in the air as the radar is fine-tuned to see such differences between raindrops, which look like pancakes to the radar, and debris, which are anything but pancakes to the radar, and they're moving in sporadic ways. That allows us to differentiate that. And that is what we see right here. So maybe but still a PDS tornado warning here. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near North Judson, or 10 miles east of Wheatfield, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a PDS situation. Take cover now. Hazard damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornado will be near North Judson around 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Currently, the last known position of this tornado is on the northwest side of town, crossing US 421, right in here. So if you're on the north side of North Judson, interior room away from windows, this tornado will be near you here in the next couple of minutes. This will be moving near Toto and Knox. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground to my last knowledge via our chasers. So some of our chasers are going to be having to reroute and find a way around some debris. So they may have to catch up to this storm here in a little bit. But there is still what appears to be a tornado in progress. Still a debris ball on radar. Could be a remnant one, but it is still, the rotation is still quite strong with this storm as well. So still an observed tornado warning here, as well as a 2.5-inch hail threat as well. So very large hail is being reported within this storm as well. You can see rapid scans via our radars, which is terrific. We need as many updates as we can get. Area of rotation right in here, due west of North Judson, about 4.5, 5 miles northwest of town. And it's going to come very close to the north side of North Judson. And moving into the Lomax area, English Lake area, State Road 39 is where this area of rotation is currently. Large area of debris still showing up on radar. We do still have some very tight rotation here associated with that as well. This is very close to North Judson, just on the north side of San Pierre, moving towards English Lake, Kankakee Fish and Wildlife area, Toto, and the North Judson area in Stark County, and close to the LaPorte County line as well. So if you're in extreme portions of southern LaPorte County, like Wilders and areas east, enter your room away from windows until the storm has passed. This is a tornado in progress here. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS tornado warning. Until due to the fact of this tornado is causing considerable damage and has reports of considerable damage associated with it. This is moving due east at about 30 miles per hour. Areas downstream, this supercell again does not look to be weakening anytime soon, a very mature supercell. So if you're in Marshall County, Plymouth, now's a good time to review your safety action plans. Know where that safe place is, know how to get there, and know what you're going to bring with you. Now's a great time to start thinking about that. If you're in the Plymouth area along US 30, now's a great time, if you're in Marshall County, to start thinking about where those safe places might be. Is it an interior room? Is it a basement? Is it a storm shelter? Is it a neighbor's house who has a basement? Those are things we need to think about now before warnings get to Marshall County. This supercell is headed your way. There is nothing atmospherically saying that this storm is going to weaken before it gets to Marshall County. So if you're downstream from this, now's a great time to start being proactive and thinking about where you're going to go when the storm gets there. Don't be caught off guard, be prepared. Now's that time to be doing that if you're in Marshall County. Now going back to the Stark and LaPorte County line, a very strong area of rotation near the Lomax area, English Lake, North Judson. A very intense area of rotation. Go ahead and turn our debris tracker back on. Still some possible debris near the Lomax area. Kind of hard to tell at this point in time, but we're also over a rural area here, a lot of farmlands. It could just be over some fields at this point in time as well. This is near the North of Judson area in Stark County, LaPorte County line on the northern end of our warning box here. A very tight rotation here. It is tightening up once again. Some road names here. English Lake. Tightest area of rotation is along West Toto Road in northern Stark County near the Lomax area, as well as another road option would be 400 South. So we got Toto Road, 400 South is where this area of rotation is within that square mile, and it is moving towards just on the north side of North Judson towards South English Lake Road, towards English. Right in here is where the area of rotation is the tightest, and this is moving due east at 30 miles per hour. This is in the LaPorte County, Stark County line. Here's LaPorte County, and here's Stark County. Here's the county line. So running right along the south of the county line as it moves east towards Toto and getting pretty close to North Judson. Here's the latest scan. Debris ball moving. Tornado is still on the ground. It appears so on radar. Getting pretty close to English. We're waiting on the next scan on velocity to catch back up here, but this tornado does appear to be still on the ground. And this was our fear all along tonight. If we were to have any supercell become attached to this warm front, it's a very dangerous warm front. Everything, all the ingredients are here for severe weather tonight in northern Indiana, including tornadoes. The greatest tornado threat tonight is right now associated with our warm front. Our warm front, currently right where this storm is at, and it does lift, perhaps maybe I was too aggressive with the straight line. It does lift a little bit, kind of like this. So this storm is expected to follow this warm front across northern Indiana, and that's really why we don't expect it to weaken, as there's nothing out ahead of it. to really promote that. So again, if you're in Marshall County in Plymouth, Indiana, now is a great time to start thinking about where your safe place is. Where is that safe place during severe weather? Is it a closet? Is it a basement? Is it a bathroom? Now's the time to start thinking about that. Is it a neighbor's house if you live in a mobile home? Where's the nearest structure that I can go to take shelter in case this heads my direction? Now's the time to start thinking about that. This storm is going to be heading your way, and there's really nothing atmospherically speaking that says it's going to dissipate or significantly weaken before it gets to Marshall County. So if you're in Marshall County, again, Bremen, Plymouth, Tyner, Donaldson, now's a great time to be proactive and to think about, where am I going to go when this gets to me? Tornado still likely in progress just on the north side of North Judson, east of Wilders, coming into the English Lake area right now. This will be near Kankakee Fish and Wildlife area here any minute. Likely, maybe perhaps starting to cycle again here. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as the storm continues to push east along the warm front, moving towards the Knox area. Still, PDS tornado warning still in effect here for Stark County as well as southern LaPorte County. Take cover now. This is a radar confirmed tornado at 8:11 p.m. Central Time, 9:11 Eastern. A confirmed and large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near North Judson, or 10 miles east of Wheatfield, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So we have picked up speed here just a little bit. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. So interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. And even after the storm, the hazards do not end. Even after the storm has moved over, we have debris, sharp objects. It's dark outside. The power's out. Power lines are down. Do not approach down power lines. They're extremely difficult to spot at night. And unfortunately, if you find one, you may not get a second chance. So just don't go near them. Stay where you are until given the all clear of a safe place of where to go from officials. Now is also not the time to be a sightseer. You are welcome to check on loved ones, and you're encouraged to do so, but be safe about it. Don't be a sightseer. Don't clog roadways for emergency personnel to get to those who need them most. So let them do their jobs, and don't be a hindrance to that process either. Let emergency management and emergency personnel get to those in need first, and please do not block roadways or get in their way. Currently, this is southern LaPorte County as well as Stark County. This will be moving towards the Knox area here pretty soon. Rotation has weakened on the last scan. This supercell is likely going to be undergoing a cycling process once again, where we're going to see this weakening and then perhaps re-strengthening if it's a successful cycle. This is a term you're going to hear quite a bit here tonight. And there's the rotation strengthening once again. So you're going to see these periodic weakening and strengthenings of this supercell as it continues moving east across Indiana. Still, PDS tornado warning still in effect here for Stark County, southern LaPorte County. For 7 more minutes here, we may see a downstream warning here over the next few minutes. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for LaPorte County and the rest of Stark County. Tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible outside of our tornado warning. Currently, the area of rotation is going to be moving towards the Knox area in Stark County and eventually moving towards the Marshall County area as well. So if you're downstream, start thinking about your severe weather action plans. What are you going to take with you? Where are you going to go? And what does that plan of action look like? Now's a really great time to start implementing that and to start thinking about where that place is as it is heading your way. Go ahead and switch radars here behind the scenes once again. I mean, extremely tight rotation. Look, this is what we call a donut hole signature. So this tornado is likely on the ground, but it's rain wrapped. You have rain curtains surrounding the entire tornado. This is just extremely tight rotation here. This is likely a rain wrapped tornado in progress. near Kankakee Fish and Wildlife Area and English Lake. So this is north of North Judson, closer to the English Lake area. This is going to be likely moving outside of our warning box here towards the Brims area, Indian Hill, and Knox area. So if you're in any of these areas, US 130 or 35 here in Hamlet. So now's the time to be in your safe place. Again, this is extremely tight rotation right in here. Tornado likely sitting right in there where you see that green mark. This extremely tight rotation. There's a reason we have a PDS tornado warning. The VROT is there. It is very, very high. Not something you like to see. This storm is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. Likely need a downstream tornado warning here pretty soon as it if we get confidence as to what track it's going to take, if it's going to shift northeast. And look at the timing on that. There we go. There's our next tornado warning, PDS tornado warning. National Weather Service in northern Indiana is working very hard tonight to make sure that you are in the safest hands possible. Big shout out to the men and women at IWX in northern Indiana and all of our local offices here across the region here tonight, working very diligently to make sure that you are safe and getting the proper notifications. PDS tornado warning, observed tornado, considerable damage threat. This is radar indicated for this tornado warning, for this downstream tornado. Go ahead and read it here for you. Severe thunderstorm was located near La Crosse or 10 miles west of Knox, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tennis ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. So a very dangerous situation here. At 8:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 9:25 Central Daylight Time, a confirmed and large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near North Judson, 10 miles west of Knox, moving east at 20 miles per hour. The tornado is likely just a little bit north of town. Knox or North Judson is the closest town to this tornado outside of English Lake. English Lake, unfortunately, likely taking near a direct hit from this tornado, if not very, very close. And this is moving off to the north and east. Tornado sitting right in here, right where you see that rain-free base right in here, just to the west of Kankakee Fish and Wildlife Area. This is where the tornado is sitting right now. So it's just moved past English Lake, and this is moving near Indian Hill and Brems. So if you're anywhere between Knox, Toto, Indian Hill, Brems, interior room, away from windows, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Very dangerous situation here. Weather spotters confirmed tornado for the source here with this. This tornado will be near North Judson around 8:30. Eastern Daylight Time, 9:30. So right about now, it's on the north side of North Judson, closer to English Lake, moving northeast. From there, tennis ball size hail is also occurring within this storm. So extremely large hailstones, even if you're not directly in the path of this tornado. This is an extremely dangerous storm with hail, torrential rainfall, but also limited visibility. It's dark outside, gang. We're not going to see this storm coming. Well, we'll see the lightning, but we're not going to likely see the tornado. So again, interior room, away from windows. Do not wait. Do not stand out on your front porch. Okay. Listen very closely, Midwesterners. I know how we are. Okay. We're porch watchers until it comes too close. But with this one, might not want to do that because of the rain wrap nature of this tornado and the significant threat with this tornado and with this supercell. So interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Don't leave it up to chance. This is not a storm you want to be a front porch watcher on if you're in the path of this. This is a very dangerous storm and could perhaps be a deadly storm as well. So interior room, away from windows, and this is likely rain wrapped. You have rain curtains wrapping around the entire mesocyclone. The tornado would be sitting right in here in the middle of all this rain. So you're not going to see the tornado coming. Even with the lightning, you're going to see the rain curtains, maybe some power flashes, but you're not going to see the tornado itself. It's very difficult to see in these situations. This is going to be near Indian Hill in Brems if a tornado is still in progress. This storm has a history of producing large tornadoes as well as dangerous hail as well. And yes, as of looks like 9:26 p.m. Eastern time, we have a chaser still on this storm, showing a cone tornado is on the ground. So it appears that we do still have a tornado on the ground with this storm. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a very dangerous situation here, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. If you're in the Knox area, interior room away from window until this storm has passed. This is a PDS tornado warning, tennis ball size hail. We're likely starting to see, perhaps looking at structure here, we may be seeing a cycling process that may begin shortly here with this storm. Something to keep an eye on, but nonetheless, very strong rotation still being exhibited here within the supercell. You can also see the isolation of the updraft here. Just look at the signature on radar. Look at, this is what we call an occluded updraft. It's isolated. You hear the word occlusion. It's by itself. This is what has happened here with the supercell. This whole thing is rotating. You can actually see the spiral nature of this updraft here. The tornado likely sitting in the middle of that, near that lightning bolt. And this is going to be moving towards Toto area. A very extremely tight rotation here. This is the extremely dangerous situation. If you're in Knox, you need to be either underground or in the middle of your house, away from windows until the storm has passed. You have extremely tight rotation to your west, likely tornadoes still in progress. This is a PDS situation, plain and simple. Either you're in your safe place or you're underground, plain and simple, okay? Do not be outside. Do not be in the upstairs of your room. Again, you need to be either underground or in the center part of your home. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. This is very tight rotation here. Likely a pretty big tornado in progress here, moving east towards Stark County. Or in Stark County, moving east towards Knox. And this is a rain-wrapped tornado. You're likely not going to see this tornado coming. Likely a very large tornado as well. Interior room away from windows. This storm is moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Just extremely tight rotation due west of Knox. Likely tornado still in progress south of Indian Hill, moving towards the Knox area and US 35. And there's our debris ball right there, due southwest of Knox. About maybe 3 to 5 miles west of town. There's your tornado in progress right there. Just to the east of Kankakee Fish and Wildlife Area. Radar confirmed tornado here is still on the ground causing damage, and it's moving directly towards downtown Knox. Again, if you're in Knox, interior room away from windows, a large and dangerous tornado is moving in your direction and is still on the ground in progress. So if you're in the Knox area, we've got Downtown Depot, Stark County Hospital, also in the path of this tornado. We have Stark County History Center. This is going to come very close to US 35 in downtown Knox, which is Culver Road. If you're anywhere in Knox, interior room away from windows, we have a large tornado just outside of town, and it's moving directly towards Knox. So again, interior room away from windows, this tornado is heading directly for you. That includes Stark County Hospital, Culver Road, Stark County History Center, Downtown Depot. We have Crown Hill Cemetery, Knox Community High School Nature Center, Oak Park Cemetery, a lot of population here. This tornado is heading towards a populated area. Extremely large debris ball. Again, we have a large tornado on the ground due west of Knox. Again, this is a very dangerous situation. Go immediately into your safe place. Now's not the time to be on your front porch. And I say that with the utmost certainty. You have to be either underground or in an interior room away from windows. Again, put as many layers between you or the outside as possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation here for Knox. Large tornado due west, causing significant debris to be lofted. We have a large debris ball heading directly towards Knox. This is a few miles out of town, and it looks to come very close to downtown. So if you are in Knox, again, Downtown Depot, Stark County Hospital, State Road 8, 400 North, this tornado will be on you here in about a minute. You have about a minute or two max to prepare for this tornado. It is moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a very dangerous situation. Interior room, away from windows. This is a PDS situation. You're in a life-threatening situation as well. This is an extremely dangerous situation as we have a very large tornado on the ground in progress moving towards Knox. It has crossed State Road 39. It is directly north of Toto, directly south of Indian Hill, getting very close to Indian Hill, and along in South State Road 8, moving towards Knox and US 35. If you're in downtown Knox, now is the time to prepare. You have about a minute or so to prepare before this tornado is on top of you. This is a very dangerous situation for Knox. This is the PDS situation. A very large tornado is in progress here in Stark County, northeast and North Judson, moving directly towards downtown Knox. Again, very large tornado is in progress here. Chasers are confirming that large tornado is on the ground. Again, if you're driving on 35, if you're south of Knox, you need to stop. If you're listening right now, if you're on 35, don't drive north. You're going to drive into it. You need to stop right now. Very large tornado still in progress here, as well as tennis ball size hail being reported here as well. This is a very dangerous situation. Go ahead and switch radars back here. And again, PDS tornado warning here for Knox. Very dangerous situation here with this tornado warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation. A large and perhaps deadly tornado is headed directly towards Knox. You need to be in your interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a very dangerous situation for Stark County. Again, to repeat, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground directly west of Knox. And we have a tornado emergency now. This is the highest level of tornado warning that we can have. This is an extremely dangerous. I don't even know if I have a tag. I don't even have a tornado emergency banner made. But again, we have a tornado emergency now for Stark County, Indiana. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You can see it flashing here. This is a tornado emergency. This is the rarest tornado warning that we can have. And only a handful of these have ever been issued by the National Weather Service in Indiana. This is very rare. This is reserved for large catastrophic damage as possible. This is not a drill. Again, you need to be underground or at the lowest level of your home and hang on. This is a very dangerous situation. I don't say that lightly. There's just really no other way to word it other than this is an extremely dangerous situation. A catastrophic situation is possible. This is a very large tornado, a very dangerous tornado, and perhaps deadly tornado moving towards Knox and Indian Hill, State Road 8, US 35. Again, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level of a tornado warning that we can have. This is a very dangerous situation and a very, it's just not good. This tornado is still moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a rain-wrapped tornado as well. This is an extremely large tornado moving into Knox. It's moving right down. Get a road name here for you. East 50 South. East 50 South is where this tornado is currently located, as well as South Range Road. South Range Road, East 50 South is where the tornado is currently located, along and south of State Road 8. Moving directly towards Knox. It may move on the north side of Knox, but if you're in Knox or in the north side of Knox, you need to be in your safe place now. You're in a tornado emergency. A large catastrophic tornado, potentially catastrophic tornado, is in progress. This is a very intense situation and a very dangerous situation. A very large tornado is in progress. Chasers confirm large tornado is still on the ground via chatter here behind the scenes. I do not have them in chat here with me or in the stream here, unfortunately. I think some of them may be doing search and rescue here, but Chaser just came off the radio. It is rain wrap, but they can see the edge. They can see the left edge of this tornado being illuminated by power flashes and lightning. So large catastrophic, potentially catastrophic tornado is still on the ground moving towards Knox. US 35, State Road 8, large tornado is still in progress. This is the tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that we can have issued by the National Weather Service. It doesn't get any higher than this, doesn't get any more dangerous than this. This is an extremely dangerous situation in Stark County, Indiana, and northern Indiana. If you're south of Indian Hill in Knox, you have probably about a minute max before this tornado is moving on the north side of town or very close to downtown. Now is the time you either need to be in your safe place or underground. This is going to move right over the airport as well, or very close to the airport. Going to be moving over State Road 35 and State Road 8. This is an extremely dangerous situation, potentially catastrophic situation as well. Again, tornado emergency is in place. This is an extremely rare warning that is issued by the National Weather Service. We don't see these very often. These are reserved for extremely large, dangerous, potentially catastrophic tornadoes, and have to have high confidence in that occurring as well for this warning to be issued. But it's also moving into a populated area as well, which only escalates the situation. Tightest area of rotation near Indian Hill, State Road 8 on the north side of Knox. Moving directly over the airport or close to the airport right now. This is coming up on State or US 35, only about a mile from US 35. It does look to be moving north of downtown Knox, which is wonderful to see. Still remain in your safe place as we still have a large, potentially catastrophic tornado in progress as we are under a tornado emergency. The tightest area of rotation, though, appears to be...
Caleb, I uploaded videos to the chat for you guys to look through. Can I get a copy on who that was, please?
But still a very large...
I uploaded videos of the power
Sorry,
flash.
let me turn my radio down here just to minimize chatter here behind the scenes. Again, area of rotation just on the north side of Knox. This large tornado does appear to be missing downtown right now, which by the grace of God, that's a wonderful thing to see. This tornado is still very large. There's our debris ball moving perhaps right over the airport and near Indian Hill. So downtown Knox looks to be in the safe zone for now. Hopefully it doesn't shift back south, but it looks to have took a north turn, avoiding downtown Knox. But it did look to move right over the airport coming up on US 35. Here's the debris ball right here. Here's Knox right here. So only about a mile and a half north of town did this tornado go. So luckily, I think it did miss downtown Knox, really by the grace of God. I mean, it was heading right there. This is moving directly over US 35. If you're in the Grovertown area and Hamlet area, as well as Oak Grove, don't let your guard down with this storm. This is a very dangerous storm. We still have a tornado emergency in progress. This storm is moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. The tornado did look to cross State Road 8 and get very close, if not directly over the airport there in Stark County. This is coming up on US 35. And it looks like we did have a wedge tornado on the ground moments ago via our chasers in the area. It looks very large, to put it mildly. Very dangerous tornado. If I can get him back in stream, I will. I'm going to ask him if this is live. Or when that was or where that was. But that is a huge tornado if that is current. Either way, tornado emergency still in progress. Very strong, significant areas of rotation. Just to the north side of Knox, crossing US 35 right now. This is going to be moving towards the Oak Grove area, Donaldson area, Grovertown, Hamlet areas, interior room away from windows. Also tennis ball size hail. May I remind you that we still have significant hail falling on the north side of this storm. Even if you are not getting impacted directly by the tornado, the threat is still significant on the north side of this storm, where we have tennis ball size hail falling. That is 2.5-inch hail. That can fit in the palm of your hand. Combine that with strong winds, it can do considerable damage. It can burst through windows, cause considerable tree damage, be, deadly or very significantly bad to people and animals caught outside without shelter. So even if you are not in the tornado emergency from this tornado, you are not out of the threat, as there is a very large hail threat. Hamlet getting pounded by likely tennis ball size hail right now on the north side of this storm. Still a tornado emergency in progress here. Looking at chaser footage behind the scenes, it was a wedge tornado that was on the ground. Confirmed via our chasers just moments ago. Whether or not that is current, I couldn't tell you, but we need to treat it as if it is. Plain and simple. Anytime you're in a tornado warning, treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground, and especially now more than ever with a tornado emergency. We need to treat it as if there is a large, potentially catastrophic tornado on the ground. Let me switch back radars here to see if I have an updated scan from it. So there's the area of rotation right in here. Here's our debris ball right in here. So tornado is still in progress, and it looked to did miss downtown Knox, which is good news. Thankfully, it took a north turn, and it did appear to miss downtown Knox, but there's probably some considerable damage northwest side of town. So if you're in Knox, again, please don't go out to be a sightseer right now. Let emergency personnel, emergency management go out, assess the damage, and help those in need. Going out and being a sightseer is not the time right now, because you'll only be a hindrance, potentially putting yourself in danger from debris and power lines, but also being a hindrance to local emergency management, fire and rescue for getting to those who are in need. So please do not go out and look for damage right now. Please stay at home and wait further instruction by your local emergency management. I can't stress that enough. Large tornado still on the ground if crossing US 35 right now. So to give the all clear, if you're in North Judson, Toto, La Crosse, Wilders, Hanna area, Indian Hill, you guys are in the all clear from this tornado warning, or from this tornado itself. Tornado is crossing US 35 right now, getting very close to the Grovertown and Hamlet area. Currently still some debris in the air right now. Rotation has weakened a little bit, has broadened out a little bit, which is good news, but there is still debris in the air. Tornado emergency still remains in a place here for a few more minutes yet. So we still do appear to have a tornado in progress right about there where that rain-free gap is, right about there. That is where our tightest portion of the couplet is, just to the northeast of Indian Hill, about 2 miles east-northeast of the airport, crossing US 35, just about a mile to 2 miles south of Hamlet, moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. This is due north of Knox on State Road 35. This is Stark County, Indiana. This is moving towards Marshall County, Indiana. Again, if you're in Marshall County, Indiana, now's a great time to think about where your safe place is. Where are you going to go if this re-intensifies? Once again, we still have a tornado on the ground at the same time. So Marshall County, Indiana, Plymouth, Donaldson, Harris, La Paz, Teagarden, even Walkerton up here. Watch this storm very, very carefully, as this storm has a history of producing extremely large tornadoes.
So they're well aware of the situation that's going on down there. If you run into anything, okay? See that I already bumped into the emergency manager, and she gave me her number for the county.
So very dangerous situation. Here's a downstream tornado warning just got issued. So the tornado emergency is going to be allowed to expire. We're going back to a PDS tornado warning. Still a particularly dangerous situation. Considerable damage threat. Radar indicated. Again, we'll go ahead and read this here. The tornado will be near Hamlet and Kuntz Lake around 8:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 9:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Walkerton around 10 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Donaldson, Tyner, and Groverton. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to hear or see this tornado. Take cover now. This is a PDS situation at 9:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near or over Hamlet, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Radar confirmed. So, still a dangerous situation here. The storm does appear to be cycling once again. So we may see a little bit of a weakening phase and then re-intensification. But that's the part we need to watch, because this storm has not had an unsuccessful cycle in its evolution yet. Since it formed in Illinois, moved now coming into Marshall County, Indiana, it has not had an unsuccessful cycle. It has had successful cycles, being able to regroup, reorganize, staying along that warm front, and moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So I do expect this storm, there's really not much atmospherically speaking that this storm won't intensify or continue to maintain its strength as it moves off to the east-northeast. So if you're in Elkhart County, Steuben County, St. Joseph County, watch the storm as it's moving in your direction as well. US 30 is also in the path here. This is a very well-traveled highway here in northeast Indiana. So if you know anybody traveling along US 31, 30, make sure they are weather aware. This tornado warning does include Marshall County, Indiana. This is an observed tornado associated with this storm. This is moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. A little bit of disorientation in the rotation here. The storm is likely cycling, so we're going to see it kind of weaken here a little bit, regroup, potentially re-intensify if it has a successful cycle. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as it moves into northwest Marshall County. Be north of the Culver area. Plymouth, be on guard for this storm, as well as La Paz, Tyner, Teagarden, Donaldson, Groverton, and Walkerton. Very large hail is also occurring with this storm. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Thankfully, our tornado emergency is no longer there. We are back to a PDS tornado warning, which is still very dangerous. Well, this box should pop up here, including Marshall County here. Outside of the tornado warning, tennis ball size hail, 2.5-inch diameter hail, likely falling on the north side of this storm, with the strongest hail core near US 30,
go ahead and switch radars back. You can see the hail core of this storm is near US 30. Hopefully this storm goes on the other side of the warm front. That would allow it to get elevated and lose the tornado risk. So hopefully we see this storm actually kind of jump the boundary and move beyond our warm front. And that is what we want to see as the storm is now taking a north turn. Hopefully it moves north of the warm front and becomes elevated. That doesn't mean the threat goes away. That just means the tornado risk would go down with this storm, but a hail risk would remain with it. So hopefully that's something that we see here. We'll have to keep an eye on this as it is still pretty close to the warm front. But if it maintains attached to that warm front, that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. Currently, this is our only storm in Indiana, but look off to the west towards Chicagoland. Here's our complex of storms going to be moving into northwest Indiana. So just because you're behind this storm does not mean you're in the all clear yet. We have more storms moving into northern Indiana. Areas across southern Indiana, central Indiana, we will stay dry until probably after midnight, the 3 to 4 a.m. time frame down in this vicinity across southern and central Indiana. But currently our lone supercell still hanging on across northern Indiana near the Marshall County area in northern Indiana. This tornado warning does include southwestern St. Joseph County, north central Indiana, northeastern Stark County, as well as northwestern Marshall County. At 9:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Hamlet or near Knox, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was reported near the Knox area. Currently, this storm is recycling. You can see what appears to be a new hook echo starting to form near the Grovertown area. So if it reorganizes, if it stays attached to that warm front, it could re-intensify once again. So areas downstream near the Tyner area, Tea Garden area, La Paz area, and Plymouth area need to watch this storm very, very closely. Again, PDS tornado warning still remains in effect for an observed tornado that was previously on the ground just to the north of Knox. The rotation has broadened out a little bit within this storm, which is good, but it is still there nonetheless. It is starting to regroup a little bit, we think, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it if it re-intensifies or not. It may be flirting with the northern edge of the warm front, so we're going to have to see if it has a successful cycle this time or not. If it's north of the warm front, it's going to run into some colder air at the surface. And what that means is that's called a planetary boundary layer, PBL, where you have colder air at the surface, warmer air aloft. That kind of, think of it like a ramp, an atmospheric ramp where the storm is going on. So once you go south of the warm front, you're on the ground. But if you go north of the warm front, your clouds start taking that ramp of colder air with warmer air above it, and it becomes elevated. That leaves the hail risk in place, but it lowers the tornado risk. That's what we want to see here. But until that is certain, a PDS tornado warning is still in effect here for southwestern St. Joseph County, including the Walkerton area, as well as Plymouth, and also the Groverton area and Hamlet area. Currently, again, this is the only storm in northern Indiana. We do have other storms that will be moving into Indiana over the next several hours. We are still very young in our severe weather event here across Indiana. Our severe weather risk, so right now our tornado risk is the greatest, but we will see that transition from a high-end tornado risk to a damaging wind and hail risk as we see that line of storms move in. Spin-up tornadoes are very possible along it, but we kind of shift a little bit in our risks, moving to a damaging wind risk and hail risk, as well as a flood risk. Flood watches in effect across northern Indiana because of these training showers and thunderstorms, which are moving over the region as well, and not moving very fast. All of this rain across Illinois, let's just look at this mess. It is just a mess across Illinois of embedded supercells and a line of storms which will be moving into northern Indiana over the next couple of hours. And these storms back in here, currently in Missouri, are what's going to move into central Illinois, into southern and central Indiana later tomorrow morning. I think after 3 to 4 a.m. time frame is when these storms right in here, which are just now developing, will make it down into the central and southern Indiana time frame. So for now, northern Indiana is at the greatest risk with this lone supercell, which has been a long track supercell and has produced several tornadoes. And there we go. So it looks like we have lost our PDS tornado warning for the first time in a while back to a baseline tornado warning, which is good news. So a tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hamlet, or 7 miles northeast of Knox, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Coons Lake around 9:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, or 10:05 Eastern Daylight Time. Walkerton around 10:05 Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Donaldson, Tyner, and Groverton. So the rotation has broadened out a little bit. So this storm's starting to struggle a little bit. Starting to struggle on maybe it's running into some storm scale issues down at the surface. Maybe it did jump the gun north of that warm front, but it's still too early to tell. We still need to take this very, very seriously. It could recycle. It could re-intensify. The tornado warning remains in effect due to the volatility of the atmosphere and the history of this thunderstorm and confidence of the National Weather Service. They have better tools than what we have here at IWO and IWN. Currently, this is our only storm in the state of Indiana, but we don't have to look very far away to see more storms, which will be moving into Indiana at this point in time. More of a damaging wind risk and hail threat associated with these versus long track high-end tornadoes. So we're going to see the higher end tornado threat decrease a little bit as we go into the overnight hours. But spin-up tornadoes are still possible with any of these storms. Look at this lone tail end Charlie here, supercell southern end of this line. So supercell thunderstorm is still possible, but it's going to transition into more of a damaging wind risk and hail risk from here on out here tonight. But still have this lone supercell here in northern Indiana. We're seeing a split here as well. You can also see this storm here, the southern storm, maybe trying to hang on to the warm front a little bit with this northern portion of the storm, and they get booted off to the north and northeast. So it may be splitting here a little bit. A lot of times during splits, we can see some disorganization briefly before it re-intensifies, or if it re-intensifies, it'll be the southern storm that'll have the greatest tornado risk, and the northern storm that'll remain probably a hail maker for the remainder of its life cycle if it does indeed split. But we are kind of seeing signs of that, perhaps, of a split here going on. We'll have to see if this storm is able to reattach itself to the warm front and re-intensify or not. Still, tornado warning remains in effect for 11 more minutes. This is radar indicated, but the hail size has also gone down, which is a good sign. We're at quarter size hail now for this storm, which is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. This storm at one time was producing softball size hail, 4-inch diameter hail as it entered Indiana, which was insane. It takes an incredibly strong updraft to support hailstones of that volume to allow hailstorms to accrete to that size before falling back to the earth. And it looks like perhaps our tornado warning was just canceled. Which is great. I think we are down to a severe thunderstorm warning and a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. This is the first time we have not had a tornado warning in Indiana since the beginning of this event so far with this supercell. Still keeping an eye on this storm, though. However, it does appear it may have jumped the gun on the warm front, but something to keep an eye on if the storm can reattach itself or not. Still a hailmaker, though, if you're in, let's say, the South Bend area, Elkhart area, so St. Joseph County, Southeast LaPorte County, gotta keep an eye on it. We're back to a considerable warning. So we moved from a tornado threat to a damaging wind risk. 70-mile-per-hour winds now with this storm. A severe thunderstorm located over Walkerton, or 11 miles northwest of Plymouth, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage, and wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. So very dangerous situation here. And it doesn't take large hail to become dangerous in wind events. This is warned for quarter-size hail. But when you get quarter-size hail plus 70-mile-per-hour winds, that makes the damage just as dangerous as if it were larger stones. You can kind of increase the damage or the efficiency of those quarters falling when you have significant winds associated with it as well. So 70-mile-per-hour winds possible in the core of the storm, as well as quarter-size hail. So it is a considerable warning, which is a level 2 out of 3. We have baseline, which is 58 or greater, 70-mile-per-hour for considerable. And if we see 80 miles per hour, we'll go to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which you've had a couple of those tonight, not for wind, but for hail. So still a supercell to keep an eye on, but it is struggling to bring that rotation back down to the ground. Maybe kind of running into a temperature inversion, perhaps something to keep an eye on as well. So it looks like the hail size has increased with the storm as well as it moves into St. Joseph County and Stark County, Marshall, and LaPorte County. Hail size is now up to 2 inches in diameter with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a dangerous storm. Though a tornado is not imminent with this storm, we do have 2-inch size hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. Go ahead and switch radars back here. I don't know what is going on with this radar, but we currently don't have a tornado warning. That's some sleeting. I'm just not going to use this radar. We've had issues with it in the past. Let's go back here. Go ahead and switch radar products here. Look at our updraft here associated with this. You can see our hail core right in here. Largest hail core just to the south side of Walkerton. Right, we see the pink associated with this storm. Another hail core just off to the left. Mentioned that split a little bit. Kind of have 2 updrafts going on within this storm at this point in time. Updraft just to the west of Walkerton. Updraft just to the east of Walkerton. 2-inch size hail possible with this storm here. The largest hailstones just to the east of Walkerton near the Tea Garden area, Coons Lake area, moving off to the northeast towards Pine Station. So the storm is taking a left turn. It is moving off to the north, so this will likely move towards the Elkhart area, Goshen area, and South Bend area as well. Storm to keep an eye on as it moves off to the north. Right now, it is more of a hail threat and damaging wind threat versus a tornado threat at this point in time. We'll have to see if the rotation is able to come back down to the ground, but as it moves further north, and maybe running into more of a temperature inversion, a PBL towards the surface that acts like a ramp. We want these storms, if you want tornadoes, these storms love becoming surface-based. They want the ingredients, the warm, moist air, all the way down to the surface. The minute we have a shallow inversion, it's also getting close to Lake Michigan. We have a lake boundary out in here that was pushed south earlier today. That colder air sits at the ground with warmer air above it. That's a temperature inversion or a planetary boundary layer. It acts as a ramp. As you have more cold air, warm air aloft, warm air rises, the warm air gets steeper, and the cold air remains at the ground. These storms will ride that like a ramp and become elevated. Their cloud bases will raise up, making it even harder for that rotation to come to the ground, but the hail threat remains. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on here with this storm. The question right now, does it find the warm front again and become surface-based again? The tornado risk would therefore increase, or are we transitioning now to an elevated storm with a hail risk and damaging wind risk as well? That is something that we're going to have to watch here over the next several minutes. Damaging winds do appear to be occurring with this storm, as well as 2-inch diameter hail. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated hazards associated with this at this current time. At 10:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorm was located over Walkington, 10 miles northwest of Plymouth, moving northeast to 30 miles per hour. Hazard 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Impact: people and animals outdoor will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Bremen, Walkerton, North Liberty, Lakeview, Coons Lake, La Paz, Tea Garden, Linkville, Lake of the Woods, Crumbstown, Tyner, and Groverton. Remain alert for a possible tornado. There is a tornado possible tag on this warning just in case it does re-intensify and that rotation comes back down to the ground. That is something we are keeping an eye on here very closely with this storm, just in case it is able to find the warm front once again. As you can see right now, the rotation is not quite as tight, but we do have some elevated rotation aloft in the storm. It is still a supercell. There is still a rotating updraft aloft. You can see that hook echo here on your screen just to the south of the Walkerton area, just west of Tyner, right around the Coons Lake area. Still see that hook echo here, but no immediate tornado risk at this point in time. But it is still a supercell thunderstorm close to that warm front, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it just in case it does re-intensify and that rotation does come back down to the ground. But for right now, wind and 2-inch hail is the primary hazards with this storm. 2-inch diameter hail, as well as 30-mile-per-hour winds, 7-0, possible with the storm. Bear with me here. I'm in communication with some staff and chasers here behind the scenes. The threats do still remain here. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. With this supercell thunderstorm here. So this storm is still under considerable severe thunderstorm for minutes. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana issuing this warning here for southwestern St. Joseph County, north central Indiana, northeastern Stark County, northwestern Indiana, northern Marshall County, as well as east central LaPorte County. This storm will be moving out of LaPorte County here pretty soon. It's mainly going to be into St. Joseph County for the most part here. Extreme portions of northern Marshall County, like right on the county line, with the worst of the storm in St. Joseph, with a currently exporting southeast LaPorte, as well as north Indiana area. They show US 31, going to be coming up on the 31 corridor here as well. So going to have to keep an eye on that. Tornado possible is also within this severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado warning currently on this, but there is still some rotation aloft. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. There's some broad rotation near the Walkerton area, right in there, a little bit of broad rotation. Nothing that really signifies an immediate tornado threat with this storm. More of a hail threat and damaging wind risk associated with this supercell thunderstorm. We are also noticing it's picking up speed a little bit as well. See if they've mentioned anything different. Northeast of 30, but it is taking more of a north turn. What signifies to me, it may be north of the warm front. So I'm hoping it is. I have to look at mesoanalysis and look at the surface observations here in a second to see where it is located compared to what our surface observations are. But we also, back to the west, have some very heavy thunderstorms moving into the Cicero area. Very strong winds coming ashore as well. I'm going to have to keep an eye on these storms as they enter northwest Indiana. These storms here in particular are going to have a flood risk as they move into northern Indiana. They're slow movers. We have a lot of moisture to work with. Dew points are in the 60s today. Very moist. You walk outside, you feel it. A lot of moisture for these storms to work with. So we're going to have to watch for a flood risk with these storms as they move into northern Indiana and as well as Michigan. We're going to have to keep an eye on these as well. Some gusty winds also occurring, moving offshore over Lake Michigan. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the Lake County area. So just because the supercell is over, you are not out of the woods yet. In fact, our severe weather risk is just getting started. While the risk for the strong, long-lived tornadoes may be decreasing slightly, the risk for damaging winds and hail remains steady throughout the rest of the night. What we're going to see here is we're going to see messy complexes of storms stretching from northern Illinois all the way down to Missouri. And really, we have severe weather from how about this? Severe thunderstorm warning and a winter weather advisory at pretty much the same time. Welcome to Michigan up there. Anyway, we're going to see here is this complex of storms moving into Indiana overnight tonight. Right now, they're in northern Indiana. We're going to see these storms in Missouri, western Illinois, move into central and southern Indiana at primarily 3 to 4 a.m. time frame is when these storms are going to be moving in. Right now, northern Indiana is the area to focus. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, as well as 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, 7-0. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Turned it back, remains the same. Or I guess they canceled the old warning, or let it expire, rather. The storm is moving off to the north-northeast at 30 miles per hour. Some broad rotation, a little bit right there. Not a lot at the surface, though. The rotation within the storm is staying elevated, staying aloft. It's not coming down to the ground at this point in time. It acts like it wants to, but for right now, it is staying elevated, which is good. But right now, a hail risk associated with this. Look at your hail core right in here. Get out of here. There we go. Right in here. State Road 23, North Liberty, Pine Station, Potato Creek State Park. So if anybody camping at Potato Creek, you just know a significant severe thunderstorm is headed your way. In fact, the core of this storm is headed directly towards Potato Creek State Park. So expect 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So campers at Potato Creek State Park, you need to be in your storm shelters, bathrooms, in the campground. If you're camping there at the park here, need to be in your safe place right now. Do not ride this out in your camper. You need to go to a bathhouse or designated storm shelter in the park premises. Significant hail is occurring with this storm. 2-inch hail possible, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a significant severe thunderstorm. In fact, let's go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here. Just take a look at that. Take a look at our updraft, see what it's doing. Once it loads here. There we go. You can see right there, that's your hail core. This is our updraft associated with our storm. Here's Potato Creek State Park, right in here, just north of State Road 4. Our hail core just a little bit to the south. This is going to come near Pine Station, just to the west of La Paz, moving very close to Potato Creek State Park. So 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch diameter hail possible within this storm as well. This is a dangerous supercell. Still remains a supercell. Has a rotating updraft associated with it. Though it is having a harder time bringing that rotation down to the ground, it is not impossible to see a tornado out of this storm yet, as it is close enough to that warm front, it could become reattached once again. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it right now. There is a tornado possible within this warning tag just for that very reason. It could re-intensify, and there's some broad rotation within it that the National Weather Service keep an eye on. Very strong winds moving across Michigan at this point in time. Special marine warning, 40 knots, penny-sized hail associated for that for motors in the Chicagoland area and areas near Lake Michigan, and for anybody out on the lake. Back to our supercell here across northern Indiana. Tornado possible, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is insane. The core of this storm is in St. Joseph County currently. There's a little bit of rain still in LaPorte County, a little bit in the Marshall County, but for the most part, the worst hazards of the storm are currently in St. Joseph County. North Liberty, Pine Station, getting in some very large hail, damaging winds. Potato Creek State Park, you're going to see the hail core move over here momentarily, here in about a couple minutes or so. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. If there's any early season campers, need to move to a bathhouse or a designated storm shelter within the park. There's your most intense portion of the hail core is where the black is, that deep purple. That is some really high DBZ indicating some very heavy rain, but also perhaps some large hailstones falling right there just to the east of North Liberty, coming right near the campground. In fact, the largest hail core is going to move, appears to be over the campground at Potato Creek State Park. So 2-inch hail possible with this, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. So if there's any early season campers, again, now's the time to get in your bathhouse. Okay, do not ride it out in your camper. That is a very dangerous situation with 70-mile-per-hour winds in a wooded area with 2-inch hail. You need to be in a bathhouse, designated storm shelter within the park premises. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for another 10 minutes. The worst of the storm is now pretty much completely in St. Joseph County. This is moving near North Liberty, Pine Station, as well as Potato Creek State Park and the family campground. And before we get too carried away, if you do have any storm damage tonight, especially around the Indianapolis area later tonight, we do want to give a big shout out to Rutgers Outdoor Services based in Indianapolis for sponsoring our severe weather coverage today. They're the ones that make it happen. Much thank you. Appreciative to them. Have any tree damage or preemptive? If you have any trees that may be damaged before a storm hits, or you don't want a tree to be damaged before a storm hits, or if you have a tree that could cause damage, they can take care of it for you. 317-665-3969. And with that being said, tornado warning now in effect for St. Joseph County. This is radar indicated tornado warning, as well as 2-inch hail. This does include Potato Creek State Park. Area of rotation just to the southwest of the campground, just south of North Liberty here. Here's your area of rotation. Just south of State Road 4. This is going to come near the campground, near Potato Creek State Park. Area of rotation just to your south, moving towards State Road 4. May go just south of campground, but still very, very close. The campground likely getting impacted by 2-inch diameter hail right now. The worst of the hail core going directly over the campground and the state park itself. This is radar indicated rotation. Tornado does not appear to be on the ground at this point in time, though we do have a large spatter spike, TBSS, over the campground, indicating some very large hail is falling associated with this. 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. There is no confirmation of a tornado at this point in time. Area of rotation due east, kind of southeast of North Liberty, moving towards Pine Station and State Road 4, getting very close to Potato Creek State Park, likely perhaps clipping the southern portions of the park as it moves towards the Colburn area and Lakeview area in Steuben County, Michigan, or Indiana, St. Joseph, I'm sorry. St. Joseph County, Indiana. South Bend immediately is not at risk for this tornado warning, though do remain alert for thunderstorms and possible hail. But the area of rotation is to the south of South Bend, and South Bend does look to be okay for now, but do remain alert for actively changing weather conditions. This storm can easily shift north or south. Currently, the area of rotation, broad rotation, is near Pine Station, due west of Pine Station, just south of North Liberty. And this is moving off to the east, northeast, at 30 miles per hour. Also, very large hailstones up to 2 inches in diameter are possible with the storm. This is considerable severe thunderstorm warning outside of our tornado warning. Broad rotation. Hanging on still a little bit. Kind of a bookend vortex here with this. Kind of a backward comma head here. We have the area of rotation sitting just behind the rain. So you're not going to see this rotation coming. It is rain wrapped via radar. So do not wait to see or hear the tornado. You will likely not see it before it is over you if a tornado is on the ground. Right now, tornado watch remains in effect and a radar indicated tornado warning is currently in effect for southern St. Joseph County. Area of rotation coming into the Pine Station area right now. Right in there, right where you see the reds and greens holding hands. Nothing that I see behind the scenes that says the tornado is on the ground, but the rotation is there nonetheless. This tornado warning is in effect for 20 more minutes here. I will mention it does include northern Marshall County. However, the area of rotation is in St. Joseph County. So if your weather radios went off in Marshall County, just know it is for this storm, but the area of rotation is primarily in St. Joseph County and not currently in Marshall County. But your alerts, ES systems likely went off. Just know it is in Marshall County. But we do have to watch other storms coming. Northern Indiana is not in the clear yet because we have additional rounds of storms moving in, which can pose a tornado risk, wind risk, and a hail risk throughout the overnight hours and into tomorrow early afternoon. Currently, this is our only warned storm in the state of Indiana. Radar indicated tornado warnings, southern St. Joseph County. 2-inch diameter hail also possible within the storm. Hail core likely going over Potato Creek State Park. Area of rotation getting pretty close to the state park, just on the south side of State Road 4, just south of the campground. Here's the campground right up here. Area of rotation right down here, about a mile south of the campground. And just south of State Road 4 for the strongest area of rotation. Going to come, looks like, directly into Pine Station near the Colburn Lakeview area. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. I do not have evidence at this time that there is a tornado in progress, but the rotation is there nonetheless, so it needs to be treated as if one could form at any moment. It is currently radar indicated. You can see the hook echo on the supercell now forming once again, and you can see the area of broad rotation just south of Potato Creek State Park near the Pine Station area. State Road 4, State Road 931 going to be getting close to you, close to Lakeville area and the Colburn area, getting pretty close here. You are in a tornado warning. Lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. This is radar indicated rotation. Strongest area right where you see the reds and greens holding hands, south of State Road 4 near Pine Station, moving off to the northeast to 30 miles per hour. New severe thunderstorm warning now goes up to the Elkhart County line. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this thunderstorm here. And this does include the Mishawaka area and South Bend area as well. Tornado possible, 2-inch hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado warning looks to remain here. Radar indicated area of rotation right in here near Pine Station, moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Outside of the area of rotation, 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 2-inch diameter hail. So considerable damage is likely to trees. Actually, did the hail size go up here on this warning? No, it did not. I clicked on the watch behind the scenes. Okay, so 2-inch hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this storm. This will be near the Woodland area, Wyatt area. For the area of rotation, the strongest hail core right in here, right where you see the pinks. This is where your updraft is. This is where your greatest hail threat is. Going to be moving near the Nutwood area, Gulliver Park, Gilmer Park, Highview Addition, at Tamarack Grange in the Woodland areas, south side of South Bend in the Mishawaka area, as well as the Osceola area, as well Pleasant Valley, going to have to be on deck for this storm as it moves off to the northeast at about 30, 35 miles per hour. We do also have radar indicated rotation here, area of strongest rotation, near the Lakeville area, Pine Station area. This will be moving off to the northeast to 35 miles per hour, coming near the Colburn area, State Road 931, US 31. It is broad at this point in time. I don't see anything that indicates a tornado is in progress, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it nonetheless here, as one could form at any time. Tornadoes can form quickly from rotating thunderstorms. It doesn't take very long under the right circumstances for a tornado to form under severe thunderstorms and rotating thunderstorms. So do be in your safe place. This is radar indicated rotation, strongest rotation right on top of Pine Station moving towards Lakeview and Colburn in St. Joseph County. I don't see anything that indicates a tornado is in progress here, but it is some broad rotation there. Nonetheless, enough for the National Weather Service to pull the trigger on that tornado warning, and rightfully so. This supercell has a history of producing tornadoes, and always taught to act on the side of caution for good reason. Tornadoes can occur quickly from rotating thunderstorms, and this supercell is no exception of that. 2-inch diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage possible outside of the tornado warning. Anywhere within this core of the storm, between US 31, Nutwood, Pine Station, all the way back to Potato Creek State Park, should be lighting up there within the state park over the next few minutes or so. This storm is moving off to the north and northeast. The storm is moving towards the Gilmer Park area for the hail. Nutwood, Mishawaka, prepare for 2-inch hail. Osceola area, as well as Pleasant Valley, Woodland, Wyatt, Wakarusa. Going to have to watch you guys for this storm for the next few minutes as well. Area of rotation right here near the Pine Station area.
Staying with it for a while up in Michigan. Yeah, I'm following this thing all the way through Michigan.
And it sounds like we may have a wall cloud developing on this storm per our chasers. We do still have a couple chasers out in the field on this storm. Moved my headphones off to the side just to listen to them.
I'm away from my laptop right now. What county is it going to? Heading toward Cat County.
But it sounds like we do have a wall cloud developing near Pine Station. No funnel cloud or anything yet by our chasers in the field. I'm going to ask them a question here behind the scenes. Ben.
I'm gonna probably end up leaving this. The only thing I've seen was dark sheds and then the shield, and then down power line.
If people stop talking on it. Ben, do you say there is a wall cloud on this on the storm? I assume you're in St. Joseph County near Pine Station. Waiting on a response from our chaser here. Radar indicated tornado warning here, as well as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Ben, do you copy that? Okay, maybe having some communication errors with our chasers at this point in time, waiting to hear back from them. Still broad area of rotation near the Pine Station area, moving towards the Colburn area, Lakeville, Nutwood area. Here's our area of rotations where you see the green and reds holding hands right in here, just in the north side of Pine Station, just southeast of Potato Creek State Park. This is moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Also, 2-inch diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this severe thunderstorm. Greatest risk for hail is going to be up here where the updraft is, where you see all these purples here. This is the main core of the storm. This is where the heaviest precipitation is falling. So 2-inch hail, the greatest hail risk with the storm. Go ahead and break it down for you, and then we'll go back to the area of rotation. Is going to be anywhere in areas in pink. So Gilmore Park, Gullivore Park, Highview Addition, and Tamarack Grange, and Mishawaka. Anywhere in this pink. This is moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. This is where the core is. This is where the strongest winds of the thunderstorm will be, and where your downdraft is associated with it. Where your updraft is, that is currently where the area of rotation is, the updraft of the thunderstorm. Updraft to the south, downdraft to the north. Updraft is rotating a little bit, not quite as strong as what we saw a few minutes ago, which is good. May have been a brief wall cloud on it reported by our chasers, which not surprised to see that there is some rotation associated with it. Tornado warning does remain in effect for another 10 minutes here. And this is going to be moving near the Woodland area, going to be coming near the Colburn area, Lakeville area as well, perhaps just south of the Nutwood area. But for right now, the area of the greatest hail risk and wind risk is going to be coming into the Gilmore Park, US 20 corridor, Mishawaka, Osceola, Woodland. All of you guys right in here, Highview Edition, Gilmore Park and Gulliver Park, right on the edge of the hail core. We'll be moving into you guys over the next couple of minutes. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. And considerable damage now coming in from, looks like Northwest Indiana from the storm earlier. Can't say enough. Please, by all means, check on your loved ones that were impacted by these storms, but try to stay off the roads if you can tonight. Let emergency management, first responders respond to those in need, and going out on the roads, being sightseers, will only be a further hindrance to those individuals, law enforcement, trying to get to those in need. So do keep that in mind, and watch out for down power lines as well. Power lines are extremely difficult to see during the day, and there's no real way of knowing whether they're live or hot. So please don't chance it. Don't go near them. Please stay home and await further instruction from your local emergency management. Thank you. Getting reports from very bad damage being reported now from the supercell in its wake, and from previous counties from tornadoes earlier this evening. So condolences and thoughts go out to with those affected here this evening. But with those people who are going out assessing their damage and assessing whether or not they can re-enter their homes, just remain weather aware. We're not done yet. This supercell may be over for you guys in here, but we have round 2 moving in, and this round is going to have a lot more rainfall with it. Hail, damaging winds, and a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out either. So our chaser, that was an update from him on the radio behind the scenes. He's just outside of Lakeview, right in here, and he is not reporting a wall cloud or really anything definitive on the base of this storm. So that is good news on that side of things. There is still some broad rotation aloft with this storm, but it sounds like there is currently no wall cloud, at least that he can see, being illuminated by lightning and urban lights. This is moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And the rotation has also weakened a little bit in the latest scans. Still, considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible within the storm. Strongest winds within the core of the storm. Trying to listen to our chasers here behind the scenes. So our chasers are right in here, just on the northeast side of Lakeview on 31, looking directly at the base of this storm. It sounds like there is no wall cloud at this point in time. There was one a little bit ago, but it sounds like it may have lifted. So some good news there with this storm. Still a supercell, still producing hail, damaging winds. So still not a storm to brush off yet by any means of the imagination. Still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning remains in place. 2-inch possible hail possible, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hail core moving into the Highview Edition area, Gulliver Park, Nutwood area. Things should be improving for you. Same thing with Pine Station. But torrential rainfall also occurring. This storm is moving northeast 30 miles an hour. That's very slow. Look how drawn out this precipitation shield is on this supercell. Torrential rainfall all the way from Jamestown and Elkhart County all the way to Gilmore Park in St. Joseph County. So extremely heavy rainfall here. Watch out for excessive ponding runoff, as well as significant hail up to 2 inches in diameter along US 20. The hail size may have also gone down just a little bit, looking at some updraft information here behind the scenes. Kind of have two separate cells here. A little bit. Our main cell is still back here in St. Joseph County, where a tornado warning currently is, and we kind of have some cells developing off the Anvil, and some very heavy rain downstream of this cell as well. This may help stabilize things a little bit ahead of the storm, we hope, as it moves towards Elkhart County. But still, tornado warning, radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, does remain for St. Joseph County for 35 more minutes. Tornado warning also for 34 more minutes here. So have to keep an eye on this to see if it regroups, reorganizes. But for right now, an imminent tornado does not seem likely at this point in time, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Tornadoes can form quickly from rotating thunderstorms, but I don't see anything imminent at this point in time that really screams a tornado. There is some broad rotation there that we're going to have to watch, and is still associated with our severe thunderstorm. We have a considerable warning on it, as well as a radar indicated tornado warning on it. So still a very dangerous storm nonetheless, as the storm moves off to the east northeast at 35. So our chasers are saying there's currently no wall cloud, but there is some rising scud underneath the base currently with this storm. But they're keeping an eye on it at this point in time. A lot of moisture out there today. Not surprised to hear that it has kind of a scuddy base to it. So thank you for that report from our chasers, who are currently near the Lakeville area and in the clear slot of the storm, looking directly at it. Hail core just to their north, though, near Gulliver Park. Getting in on some hail core action there, up to 2 inches in diameter, possible. Can't be ruled out to see some larger stones falling down in the hail core. Guess it's going to come near the Highview Addition, US 20, State Road 331 as well. Near the Mishawaka area, Highview Addition, Osceola, Pleasant Valley, be on deck for possibility for 2-inch hail, as well as damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, 70. Considerable damage to tree roofs and sidings, all possible with this severe thunderstorm warning. Currently, no tornado is on the ground. Our chasers currently on the field or out in the field with this storm are reporting there is some scud underneath of it rising up, so there is an updraft there. But currently, no wall cloud or an imminent tornado at this point in time via our chaser confirmation there.
Underneath the mezzo, I can see a lowering at the base, but nothing too significant about it.
So one of our chasers is directly under the apparent mezzo on this storm. He says there's a little bit of a lowering, but kind of hard to tell if he can see if I can ask him here. Would you call that lowering a wall cloud or just a lowering with some scud?
You're not fully identified as a wall cloud yet.
So Ben, our chaser in the field, cannot fully identify it as a wall cloud, just a lowering of the base of the storm with some scud underneath of it. So they're going with scud at this point in time on the base of this storm underneath of it. More ill-defined than anything else. It's also hard to see right now, visibility-wise. It is dark. We've also lost a little bit of lightning on the southern end of this thing as well. So something to keep an eye on as well, what they do here with this warning. If they extend the warning into Elkhart County or let this expire, or be downgraded in St. Joseph County, we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service deems necessary. Northwest Indiana. Very heavy rainfall moving into Lake County, Indiana, in the Hammond area, East Chicago, Whiting area, Lansing, Illinois. A very heavy rainfall. Some gusty winds associated with this as well. Currently, no severe thunderstorm warnings, Northwest Indiana, but we do have some very heavy rainfall associated with that. We also have, take your attention here, this is our Wells Street Beach Camp, courtesy of Wells Street Beach in Gary, Indiana. Look at the shelf cloud here. Moving over to Chicagoland area, Chicago right over here. Here's Lake Michigan. very picturesque shelf cloud here. Let me pan the camera a little bit to the west to get it away from the light. Oop. There you go. So you can see the Gary, Indiana, or Chicago, Indiana, or Illinois right over here. Gary's right over here. And you can see the shelf cloud over the lake here, courtesy of Wells Street Beach. What you don't see on the lake is the ice. A lot of our ice is melted, drifted offshore, but these waters are still quite cold across Lake Michigan here, but a really nice shelf cloud moving across the lake here into Lake County, Indiana. A lot of lightning here. This is an absolutely electrified storm system moving into Indiana. And our tornado warning has allowed to be canceled, and we are back to a severe thunderstorm warning now in Steuben County, Indiana. Our tornado warning has been allowed to be canceled, and we are back to a tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and 1.5 inch size hail. So ping pong ball size hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's still some broad rotation aloft. National Weather Service keeping an eye on this, but the tornado warning is no longer valid. We are back to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, meaning there's some broad rotation aloft, not really strong enough to meet the criteria for a tornado warning. But the National Weather Service and us alike are keeping an eye on it for you. This is currently our only excuse me, our only warning in the state of Indiana. Still a nice supercell structure. You can see the hook echo on it, but it is getting smaller in size. So it's having a harder time to remature once again, likely running into a temperature inversion. That's likely hurting this storm here in terms of remaximizing its tornado potential once again, likely running into a temperature inversion, which is making it harder for the storm to re-intensify once again along the warm front. Strong line of storms moving into the Gary, Indiana area. Very loud storm moving into northwest Indiana. Just a crap ton of lightning associated with this, but no warnings on it currently. We do have some warnings across Illinois and even a tornado warning back here by the Ottawa area. A radar indicated tornado warning there. So an isolated tornado, spin up tornado is possible throughout the remaining of the night here tonight. As we move into the rest of the evening, the significant tornado threat is decreasing. I think we're over the hump on that, which is good news. However, and I will say this with a big however, it is not zero across the state of Indiana. This line of storms that you see here off to the west, moving into Indiana, this is going to be the main event over the next several hours and into tomorrow afternoon. These storm complexes will move across, bringing the risk for damaging winds, hail, and spin-up tornadoes. There is a tornado risk that does extend into southern Indiana, although it is a much lower risk than what we saw along the warm front in northern Indiana. Spin-up tornadoes can happen anywhere in the state of Indiana overnight tonight into tomorrow. However, the primary risk now from here on out, damaging winds and hail, followed by a spin-up tornado. So I think we've moved beyond the window of maximizing our tornado potential, but it is still there. It's non-zero. We could still have a spin-up tornado, but the primary risk from here on out is going to be damaging winds and large hail. Ping pong ball size hail, still possible in Steuben County, Indiana. Or St. Joseph County, Indiana. My goodness. Tell it's been a long afternoon for Caleb. This severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for northeastern St. Joseph County in northern Indiana. Ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inches in diameter. Tornado possible, still within this severe thunderstorm warning. Still a little bit of rotation, still trying to hang on. North of the Woodland area, south of Mishawaka, moving towards the Elkhart area. Still broad in nature, not quite strong enough for a tornado warning, but it is there nonetheless. We're watching it. National Weather Service is watching it, and there is some elevated rotation aloft. So we have a tornado possible tag included in this warning by the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. Tornado watch also remains in effect here for these areas along the warm front as well. This is our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. Yeah, getting some pictures, going back, looking at pictures sent in from our chasers here behind the scenes of this cell, of that area of rotation, which was near the Pine Station area earlier. I would have to agree with them on Scud. It's just ill-defined, really loosely ragged, no smooth edges, and it just has that real Scuddy look to it. So I would have to agree with them on that. A lot of rising motion, no left to right motion on that. So this severe thunderstorm warning does continue for ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for 24 more minutes here. The bulk of the hail core moving towards the Osceola area right now, just to the east of the Mishawaka area, crossing State Road 331 near Pleasant Valley, in the Elkhart area as well. Have to see if we get a downstream warning or special weather statement on this. The storm does appear to be weakening in nature, which is a terrific sign. We definitely did not want to see this storm re-intensify once again. Bring it back to our Wells Street Beach camera. This is our squall line moving into northwest Indiana. Look at the extended shelf cloud that we see here. You'll see the lightning behind this thing is getting ready to come ashore in Lake County, where Wells Street Beach is located in. Or sorry, Porter County. Or Portage. Just a lot of lightning here. Look at the Mamatus underneath of it as well. Just really pretty structure there. And you can see the lights from Gary, Indiana, illuminating the base here as well as it moves in. We're going to see the winds pick up here and some torrential rainfall also occurring here with this storm as it moves in. Currently watching the storm in St. Joseph County. They may let the warning expire or be canceled. Have to see what they do here with that. But that storm appears to be on the downtrend. So I'm going to leave it here as we watch the storms come in to Porter County at Wells Street Beach. Just a very cool scene here. Notice how the tree is not moving all too much. Not very windy here at this point in time, but a massive storm is getting ready to come ashore in the Gary, Indiana area. Just a lot of lightning associated with this. Wow. So we do have some unfortunate news coming in from the Lake Village, Indiana area. Sounds like we may have a fatality or two now being confirmed from that tornado earlier. Emergency management is asking people to stay away from the scene at this point in time. But it does sound like we do have a fatality or two possibly being reported from storms here this evening. Damage looks to be significant in some areas from that tornado earlier. Thoughts and condolences go out with those affected there. The structure is just crazy on this extended shelf cloud here. As you can see the rolling turbulent nature of this extended shelf cloud. But it sounds like 2 fatalities have been confirmed. So thoughts and prayers go out with those affected tonight across northern Indiana. Here, just a second, we do have a downstream warning went ahead and issued for the Elkhart area, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this storm here. Kind of two different storms here. We saw kind of a split. We have a hail core moving into southern Michigan, and we also have a core moving into the Elkhart area as well. Large hail, ping pong ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they have continued the severe thunderstorm warning and extended it into Elkhart County. Back to our storm here, moving into northwest Indiana. Crazy cloud structure here on the base of this storm, this line of storms moving across Lake Michigan and into northwest Indiana. We had a buoy outside Chicago measured to 44 miles per hour. We'll have to see how the winds hold up here as it comes ashore on this side of Lake Michigan here in northern Indiana. So South Bend, you're clear for now, but these storms, which I actually have on the screen here coming across Lake Michigan, is round 2. So yes and no, you're clear for the moment, but not for the night. We have a lot of rain and perhaps some severe weather headed your way. So a lot of storms there moving ashore here. For the rest of the night, though, see some questions in here about that. Currently, ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, Elkhart County. Rest of the night, complexes of showers and thunderstorms moving across and expanding across Indiana. Northern Indiana will see them first, and then these lines back here in Illinois and Missouri will move into central and southern Indiana around 3 to 4 a.m. and continuing into early tomorrow afternoon before finally being out of the state by about 1 to 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So we have a long ways to go before the severe weather risk is completely over. From here on out, the significant tornado risk has gone down, but we do have a damaging wind risk, a hail risk, and the risk for a spin-up tornado is possible here throughout the rest of the evening and into tomorrow afternoon early. Strong cold front moves in tomorrow. We're going to start the day out in the 60s and the 70s, and we're all going to be in the 30s by tomorrow afternoon by dinner time. So get ready for that because that is on the way tomorrow. I can feel the excitement in the room already. Don't everybody shout for joy at once. All right. Back to our severe thunderstorm warning. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, Elkhart County. Now, the core of this storm is starting to move into Michigan. So we are starting to see that split there with this storm. The strongest core kind of on the Indiana-Michigan line. This is moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Kind of a slow mover here. Torrential rainfall. Watch out for that as well. The main story is these lines now moving into Indiana and northwest Indiana. Currently not severe warned, but they could be. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. Here's a live look at these storms from Wells Street Beach. Look at the whale's mouth and just the structure of this shelf cloud coming in and the mammatus belly that this has. You can just the amount of lightning. Here comes the rain coming across the lake too. Look at the left side of your screen, how white it is. That's the rain curtains being illuminated by the lights on shore. That is now moving onshore as well. Just a fantastic view there as this storm comes ashore. Into Porter County, Indiana. Currently impacting Lake County, Indiana right now. Just look at the mammatus on that. That is just cool. If I pan to the north here, there is a light. So it is kind of hard to see a little bit, but you can just see the mammatus and the underbelly here of the storm. Wait for lightning to illuminate it underneath it here again. Pretty. Oh, don't worry, Savannah. We're good to go all night. I have a couple Monster Energy drinks stored away, so you got me all night long, and we got you covered here from beginning to end. So should be good to go as long as my voice holds out. But crazy mammatus here, just really turbulent look there. A lot of lightning here behind here as well. Probably see the winds pick up as well. Some buoy reports in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range offshore Lake Michigan. Just a lot of lightning associated with this. Very cool to see. But currently only one severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. The problem that we're going to run into tonight for these storms coming ashore, notice how they're elevated. We don't really have a ground scraping shelf cloud. Now, granted, they are over Lake Michigan. Those waters are cold, right? They're in the 30s and perhaps low 40s. Over land, we're going to start to see maybe a temperature inversion maybe develop. That's also going to help minimize our tornado threat momentarily and kind of turning into more of a damaging wind threat into hail threat. So this is something we're going to be keeping an eye on as well into the overnight hours. And we have a long ways to go too. This risk will persist into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow afternoon as well. So big shout out to our Wells Street Beach camera here, and also Richter's Outdoor Services in Indianapolis for sponsoring our severe weather live stream here today. If you have any tree damage, give them a call. They'd be happy to help prune trees, take down any trees before they become a problem. So if you have any trees that concern you before severe weather, give them a call. They'll be happy to help you with that. You can reach them at 317-665-3969, proudly serving the Indianapolis area and surrounding areas. So big shout out to everyone that makes this stream possible so we can get the most up-to-date information to you. So we'll come back to this camera here in a little bit. They did trim our severe thunderstorm warning back to include extreme portions in northern Elkhart County and as well as southern Michigan. Quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. This storm is officially north of the warm front, and it is losing intensity quickly. So I don't think this storm has a long way to go before it is below severe criteria. For the first time in its life cycle, it entered Indiana with a tornado risk with 4-inch diameter hail, softball size hail, and as well as producing multiple tornadoes as well. But there is some significant damage south of Kankakee, Illinois as well from this very supercell. This supercell has produced tornadoes in both Illinois and Indiana as well. Our hearts and thoughts go out to all of those impacted by this lone supercell here this evening and for storms yet to come. We are down to one severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. Looking at some guidance here behind the scenes, but also looking at what our environment is doing currently across Indiana. While the wind shear is sufficient across Indiana, we are losing some other ingredients in place, which is really going to transition things into more of a damaging wind risk and hail risk versus a significant tornado risk like we saw with our lone supercell. Now, we could have a spin-up tornado overnight tonight, really any time between now and tomorrow afternoon, but the risk for long-lived tornadoes like we saw with this supercell, that risk is lowered quite a bit. Not zero, but it is low at this point. We have a temperature inversion up here That's keeping a lot of the winds aloft, which is keeping them from reaching the ground. And that's going to help things a little bit as well. Currently, there are no funnel clouds reported in the state of Indiana, so I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Currently, this storm here is leaving Indiana and moving into Michigan, but it's also weakening as it does so. So our supercell is finally weakening here for the day.
Guys, I'm calling my case. This storm's dying out, and yeah, it's time to call it a day.
Hey, on the bright side, I'm getting a lot of cool lightning on the big line number 3 across the lake.
So a lot of lightning with these storms. There could be a damaging wind risk associated with them. Some gusty winds moving into perhaps Lake County right in here. Hard to tell, though, if they're reaching the ground or not, because we're cold in Gary, Indiana, from our lake breeze earlier today. So that could allow a lot of these winds to stay elevated or above the ground here. So that's something that we are going to keep an eye on over the next several hours and minutes here as we go throughout the evening. The flood risk will also remain persistent across the evening, especially in northern Indiana. We have a flood watch in effect here, southern Michigan, northern Indiana, for these heavy training showers and thunderstorms. These storms are not moving all that quickly. Flash flood warnings in Illinois already popping up, as well as around the Michigan area have flood warning in place there as well. Heavy rainfall, and this will only escalate as hydrologic concerns here throughout the evening as well. So while the widespread tornado risk is decreasing quite a bit, damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, and hail remain throughout the rest of the night into tomorrow morning before our cold front comes through and literally crashes the party. We're going to start out the day tomorrow in the 60s and 70s, and by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, all of Indiana will be in the 30s with wind chills in the teens and 20s. There could even be some backside snow showers tomorrow night across northwest Indiana. No accumulations expected, but we could have some snow flurries mixing in behind the cold front across extreme portions of northwest Indiana, think Lake and Porter County. So don't everybody jump for joy at once. I'm just the messenger, but March is notorious for significant temperature swings here in Indiana, part of living in the Midwest in the United States in March. We get these really amplified troughs that are responsible for our severe weather in the warm sector, but also have sharp temperature gradients that can cool us off quite quickly. Just a sign that spring is not 100% here yet, but we're getting close. These storms are currently moving east-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We're down to one severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. Honestly, this storm, it looks like garbage at the moment. I really don't see much going on with it behind the scenes at all. I expect this warning to possibly be canceled. I really don't see much at all. It just looks disorganized. Our strongest storms are currently in the Gary, Indiana area. Here's our Well Street Beach Cam as it comes across in Porter County. Notice how it's just a white wall. Our rain curtains are coming to the shore. We'll have to watch this tree here to see how strong the winds are associated with it. There were some buoy reports of about 40 or so miles per hour, which is below severe criteria. Severe criteria is 58 miles per hour or greater, or a tornado or quarter-size hail or larger. That makes a severe thunderstorm severe. Anything below that is sub-severe. But very heavy rain moving ashore here as well. And just look at the lightning. It is just non-stop lightning with this storm here. And we are currently all clear. The severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. So for the first time, we are now all clear. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana at this point in time. But we also don't know the ratings of the tornadoes that occurred today, and we likely will not know all of them for a couple more days. Over the next several days, the National Weather Service, in cooperation with the emergency management, forensic engineers, will be conducting damage surveys and will get a rating based on the degree of damage that the tornadoes produce. Remember, tornadoes are not rated by their wind speeds, they're only able to be rated by the damage that we can recreate through forensics to see what winds would cause that fail points on the degree damage points. So a lot of forensics go into it, a lot of time goes into it, and a lot of forensic meteorology and kind of detective work goes into it to see where the structure is weak, strong that the tornado hit, how was the damage done, and what wind speed would it have taken, or physics for those fail points to occur and where. So the National Weather Service will be hard at work over the next couple of days to gather those data points and to put together tracking intensity and ratings of our tornadoes here this evening across the state of Indiana. We are saddened to hear that there may have been a couple of fatalities today. You never want to hear that, and our thoughts and prayers go out with those affected here today. The severe risk is not over, though it has lessened quite a bit. It is not over. Damaging winds, hail, and a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out for the remainder of the night and into tomorrow early afternoon before our cold front moves through. So yes, it is. And we are back to a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued now for Lake and Porter County in northwest Indiana for the storm that we're seeing here under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So this is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning associated with this storm here. Strongest winds associated with it near the Hobart area, moving into the Valparaiso area and Portage, Indiana area as well. Could be some hail within this core as well. So be just south of this camera location is where the strongest portion of the storm would be. And just a tremendous amount of lightning. Starting to lose camera feed here a little bit. Internet service might be cutting out there. We're going to see the severe thunderstorm warning pop up right in here. In fact, I have it on the other radar here behind the scenes. Very strong winds actually coming into the Portage and South Haven area right in here. Here's our severe thunderstorm warning. Here's our strongest winds right in here. Coming to the Portage area, Valpo area. This is moving due east. Could have some 60-mile-per-hour gusts, especially in the core right in here. This storm is moving off to the east at 40 miles per hour. This is issued by the National Weather Service in Chicago, Illinois. Primary risk here is damaging winds. There's no rotation associated with this. This is just solely straight line winds, but still, straight line winds can cause damage. We all know that. Winds the 60 miles an hour, damage to roof siding and trees are possible with this storm as it moves east to 30 to 40 or 40 miles per hour. Quarter size hail also occurring within the storm. Kind of see a little bit right in here near the Hobart area, right in the core of the storm. Could have some hail falling down as well. That could be a little bit of the gust front taking up some dust or birds perhaps, but could have some hail within the core of the storm as well. Highest winds though associated with it right in here, State Road 6 coming into the South Haven area in Indiana, Hobart, Indiana. Just quite a kind of a powerful bow echo here. You can see how it has a bowed out front to it. This is different from a supercell that we saw earlier, which was by itself. This is the complex. This is a bowing out segment. Think of it like a bow and arrow. It's drawn out. The bow is drawn back. And in the apex of this bow, you have strong winds being pushed down to the ground out away from the storm in the form of straight line winds. So Ogden Dunes, Lake Station, New Chicago, Hobart, Ainsworth, South Haven, Valparaiso, Winfield, all in the path of this severe thunderstorm. Strongest winds right in here coming into the Wheeler area, South Haven, Portage, and Squirrel Creek Estates. We have the Western Acres, Crocker, Portage, really strong winds coming into the South Haven area. Wouldn't be surprised to see this upgraded to perhaps over 60-mile-per-hour gusts, perhaps mixing down here. Very strong winds coming into South Haven, Indiana. At least aloft. We'll have to see if they're mixing down to the ground. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service deems there. Either way, plan on 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Possible here with this storm. So here is a new message from the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. They're issuing kind of a severe weather outlook for their counties across central Indiana here this evening, of what they kind of see. And really, I'd agree with them based on trends that I'm seeing as well. Severe storms will be possible late tonight, with the main threats being damaging straight line winds and large hail. An isolated tornado can't be ruled out, but as stated earlier, instability at that time will be much less than what we have been seeing with the convection near the front, which they are referring to the convection that we saw earlier near northern Indiana and also in Illinois currently. So what they're seeing, a gradual detrend in instability across Indiana, central and southern Indiana, where we could have an occasional strong severe thunderstorm, widespread severe weather chances, especially around the Indianapolis area. Central Indiana, southern Indiana are downtrending, which is good. It's what we want to see. Stability is decreasing a little bit. When you get decreasing instability, you get stabilization in the lower parts of the atmosphere. We get an inversion to set up. We call that a PBL. As that happens, storms are made elevated. It's harder for those hazards, whether it's damaging winds, and especially tornadoes, to come all the way down to the surface and penetrate through that stable layer. Think of it like a ramp that we talked about earlier as that storm went into Michigan. But with that, it is not impossible. We have a lot of wind shear. There's a strong low-level jet aloft, which is a river above our heads, a few thousand feet above our heads, flowing very, very fast. That's wind shear, bulk shear. That can help bring some of those winds and mix them down to the surface. So with that being said, severe thunderstorms can't be ruled out. However, widespread severe across central and southern Indiana is on the downtrend a little bit. Our highest severe weather threat for the evening is over. So we've reached the pinnacle. We are now over the hump, transitioning to more risk, hail risk, and a possibility for a spin-out tornado or two can't be ruled out tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. Currently, severe thunderstorm warning remains eastern Lake County and all of Porter County. Under a severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated for these areas up there. Strong winds coming into the South Haven area right now. Portage should be lighting up here any moment for you. Still some very strong winds. South Haven, Babcock, State Road 49, Valparaiso. You see that nice potent gust front here. Moving towards the Chesterton area along 80-90 along Toll Road as well. Could have some very heavy rain and also some quarter-size hail. Can't be ruled out as well. Maria says there's some storming and some hail at Hobart. Yeah, not surprised to see that. How large was the hail in Hobart? Should be seeing conditions improve for you. Still have some rain and a lot of lightning for you, Maria, but I'm curious to know what the hail size was or how windy it was. How strong are these winds at the surface? Are they staying elevated or are they being able to mix down all the way to the ground? So if anybody is watching from Lake in Porter County, I'm curious to know what these winds are doing. If they're staying elevated above a cold layer near the surface or if they're mixing down to the ground. Dime size in Portage? Yeah, I'd agree with that based on radar. Probably didn't hail very long. It's a real narrow draft on these lines of storms, but that correlates with radar quite well. Yeah, tornado watch remains in effect for several more hours here in Indiana. Spin up tornadoes still possible, but the main risk from here on out is going to be damaging winds, hail up to quarter size, perhaps up to 1.5 inch ping pong ball size hail. Can't be completely ruled out, but I think the greatest risk from here on out is going to be damaging winds. Damaging winds, small hail, or perhaps a spin up tornado can't be ruled out. But the greatest and highest tornado risk for the day is over. That was this afternoon, specifically for those isolated supercells along the warm front, which we saw from Kankakee, Illinois, all the way through Indiana, through Stark County. So, and that supercell unfortunately likely produced several tornadoes, and even our first tornado emergency in 2026 in Indiana, and one of the first tornado emergencies in the United States this year. I'd have to look to see if there was any issued yet this year in Indiana, or in the United States so far. I have to go back and do some digging to see if the National Weather Service has issued any anywhere else in the country. But that may have been the first tornado emergency in 2026 in the U.S. this year, in Stark County. I don't think we're going to see anything quite to that severity for the remainder of the night, though severe weather is possible. We could have a spin-up tornado or two, as well as some hail and damaging winds. But I don't think we're going to see anything quite that strong here on out, just because we stability. There's a stable layer starting to form. We call that a PBL. We could have some other things kind of working against thunderstorms as well. Baseline severe thunderstorm warning. Now for similar areas that were just impacted by our tornado earlier are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So Lake Village, the warning is just to your north. This area was hit very, very hard by a tornado earlier today. Storms are now moving back into the region with round 2. We have a line of storms moving into you. So Schneider, Shelby, this is extreme northern Newton County, mainly primarily southern Lake County, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter size hail, winds up to 50 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Porter County. Quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Currently not a lot of really in the way of any rotation with these storms, but we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings once again. Damaging winds, primary threat, and we do have some small hail with these storms as well. Still a lot of lightning on our Wells Street beach cam in northwest Indiana, as the worst of the storm is past the camera, but still a lot of rain and just a crap ton of lightning. Just these storms have been really electric here tonight, that are moving across Indiana. So a lot of lightning associated with those, heavy rain, gusty winds. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect here in Indiana. Severe northern Newton County, southern Lake County, quarter size hail, as well as 50 mile per hour winds, as well as Porter County, quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Stronger winds for this severe thunderstorm warning. Strongest winds in northern half of Porter County, at least via radar. Currently, there does not appear to be a tornado risk with this storm moving over areas that were previously impacted by a tornado earlier today, but we do have damaging winds, hail, and some heavy rain associated with this storm that will be moving into southern Lake County and severe portions in northern Newton County. We'll have to watch if there's any intensification. I think it'll be hard for these storms as they are moving into an area that is ever stabilizing. And a lot of that, we've lost our daytime heating. Our instability is waning. There's still enough instability to support severe weather and also thunderstorms, but it's waning. So we're on the downtrend on that front. And combine that with a stabilizing air mass, it's going to be harder for these storms to really ramp up to the intensity of what we saw earlier. I think we're going to see more baseline severe thunderstorm warnings from here on out versus considerable. And I would be surprised if we see anything destructive again here on out this evening. Not that it's impossible. I think it's just more and more improbable the later we go, especially in terms of hail. But I think some considerable warnings are still possible, especially wind and hail. LaPorte County, Stark County, severe thunderstorm warning. This is for ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the hail size has increased with this storm as it moves into LaPorte County. There's our bow echo here. A really healthy line of storms moving into northern Indiana once again. A lot of these areas were already impacted by severe weather in our Loon supercell earlier today. Now these storms are going to be the storms to watch over the next several hours. Taylor asked Fort Wayne. Yeah, Fort Wayne will likely get in on some thunderstorm actions, but likely not for several more hours. It's going to be a while before these storms go to you. Whether or not they'll be severe, yet to be determined. And that goes with central Indiana and southern Indiana. Central and southern Indiana have the longest time to wait for thunderstorms to move in. Probably going to be 3 to 4 a.m. across central and southern Indiana. Basically, the further south you are from US 30, the longer it's going to take for storms to get to you, with most seeing storms well after midnight into the very early morning counties. But right now, the greatest risk is northwest Indiana, with central Indiana, southern Indiana remaining dry over the next several hours. So if you're not in northwest Indiana, you are currently okay at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much most of LaPorte County. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The core of the storm going to go just to the south of Michigan City. Going to get very close to Michigan City. Strongest portion coming into the Westfield area. State Road US 6, 421, as well as the toll road. It's going to run right along the toll road towards LaPorte, Indiana. Got the Kingsbury area, Kingsford Heights, State Road 2, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as ping pong ball size hail. That's $1.50 in diameter. You can see the nice gust front here, nice bowed out appearance here. On reflectivity, think of it like a drawn back bow and arrow. All that wind is pushing like a sailboat. That's how this storm is protruded forward. It's like a sail being pushed forward. Strong straight line winds being pulled down to the ground, 60 miles per hour, as well as ping pong ball size hail. So quite a strong updraft within this storm moving into LaPorte County. Areas to the south, southern Lake County, northern Newton County. Baseline severe thunderstorm warning, quarter size hail. Winds up to 50 miles per hour. So just barely making severe criteria down here. Strongest portion of the core near Grant Park. Probably going to be moving near the level area. That's the strongest portion of the storm. Though we have a southern end as well. We're going to have to watch this storm as well. You can kind of see this line protruding out ahead of it. This is an outflow boundary. So gusty winds before you see the core of the storm, as it is kind of gusting out ahead of this storm. So we are not out of the woods yet, but also behind this storm, we have more storms to come yet. These are going to fill in and continue to move in as our cold front is still sitting way back here in Iowa, not quite into Illinois yet, is where our cold front is currently situated in, and it will not move into Indiana until tomorrow mid-morning. It'll start to move into Indiana, and then throughout the day, temperatures will crash. We'll start out in the 60s and 70s, and we'll end the day in the 30s with wind chills in the 20 and even teens in northern Indiana. And we could have perhaps thunderstorms southeast Indiana with some snow flurries in northwest Indiana at the same time. We'll have to see how that trends. It's okay. I don't like it either. Currently, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here in Indiana, with the strongest being up here in LaPorte County. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Strongest portion of this storm right in here, where you see that big apex feature, strong winds being pulled in behind it and pulled down to the ground in the form of straight line winds. Just crossed over Indiana Dunes National Park, moving towards Michigan City, Springfield, Report, and Kingsfield Heights. .60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. Southern storm, northern Newton County, southern Lake County, quarter size hail and winds up to 50 miles per hour. No tornadoes or anything like that. However, we are up to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. So LaPorte, Indiana, heads up. 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail possible for you. This is a significant storm now, really increasing on the wind side of things. 70-mile-per-hour winds and a ping pong ball size hail. Anytime you get wind-driven hail, that really increases the hazards associated with it. It increases the damage the hail is capable of, now being wind-driven at 70 miles per hour. And ping pong ball size hail is 1.50 inches in diameter, 1.5 inches. So it's a pretty big hailstone that'll be moving into the region with winds up to 70 miles per hour. Now, the strongest winds are in northern LaPorte County, right where you see this apex, right in here. This whole complex is where you see the strongest winds at, with the strongest portion of the storm right over the toll road, moving directly towards LaPorte, Indiana. Could have ping pong ball size hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds, and this is moving too. It's moving pretty fast. This storm is moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. So this is one of the fastest moving storms we've had of the day. And typically, as storms fall in a line, they're working together. They're tapping into that wind shear aloft, and the winds typically push them a little bit further and faster as well. So we're starting to see that here. The forward motion of the storm is increasing as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. Go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here just to take a look at that. Go ahead and turn on our, well, that is way behind. That is not even close to where we're at. That's just stupid. Anyway, irrelevant to where this storm is at. Still, ping pong ball size hail as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Baseline severe right behind us. But guess what? We have another severe thunderstorm warning directly behind this, northeast Illinois, coming into the Joliet area. 50-mile-per-hour winds, quarter size hail. So baseline severe, but we're going to have to watch it as it moves into northwest Indiana. So multiple rounds to come here yet across northern Indiana, northwest Indiana specifically. Rounds and rounds of heavy rain. We have a flood risk, damaging wind risk, and also a hail risk associated with this as well. The strongest storm in Indiana at this time is moving into LaPorte County, specifically LaPorte, Indiana, Michigan City, Indiana, potentially getting 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as ping pong ball size hail, which is $1.50 in diameter, 1.5 inches in diameter. So pretty large stones moving here into Indiana. So ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Stark County as well as LaPorte County, all under the gun here from this severe thunderstorm warning. Baseline severe for northern Newton County, southern Lake County, quarter-size hail, as well as 50 winds up to 50 miles per hour. Now, this is actually kind of cool. So behind this storm system coming across, here's a look at our Wells Street beach cam. As you notice here, look at the fog starting to roll into the area here off Lake Michigan. There's a fog bank rolling in behind these storms. Just a difference in temperature here. So it may get foggy across northwest Indiana behind these storms or in between these storms. Just really dense fog, kind of an eerie scene there developing across northern Indiana. Currently, the strongest storm is in LaPorte County, Indiana, where we have downgraded from considerable back to a regular severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but the ping pong ball size hail still remains. So still some large hail, but we have reverted back to a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. So I am going to take a bit of a break here. Chandler is going to come on and take over here here in a minute. I'm going to pull him up here on screen. Once he has his radar pulled up and gives me the green light, he'll be talking with you guys here for the next few minutes here while I get a drink of water and maybe grab a bite to eat here for supper. So Chandler's working on
Well.
All right. So there is Chandler here. I'm going to let him hang out with you here for a few minutes, and I'll be back momentarily.
Good evening, everybody. We just got back from doing a little out driving in northern Indiana with that cell that thankfully has gone away now. As Caleb has been talking about, we are looking at the line of storms through the northwest Indiana area. The strongest of them are here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Again, this is going to be for northeastern Stark County in northwestern Indiana and Port County as well until 11:15. It should be extended by now. This might be a little out of date. These storms are moving pretty quickly across the state. So we are expecting them to kind of roll through. Back behind, taking a broader view here, there's a little bit of some severe weather behind it yet. So just kind of having multiple rounds of severe weather tonight. That's part of the fun. So if we look down here, the tail end of this line is running just into the area here. Sorry, I'm reading this for the first time right now. Hazard for quarter-size hail moving near Grant Park to Lowell, southern Lake counties, northern Newton counties till 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So for the next about 20 minutes or so. Again, we are going to see some heavier winds with this. If we switch over to our velocity, let's see here. So again, we are seeing some 50s to 60s. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some heavier winds that do mix down to the surface there. The reason I say that is because it is already incredibly windy over here tonight. The low-level jet kicked in and kicked the winds up. We're over here in this area for the majority of it, and we were experiencing some 20, 30, and even 40-mile-an-hour winds while we were out running around tonight, storm chasing for the last few hours or so. But again, everything is running this way. For those here along the US 30 corridor here again, LaPorte County, until I think it was, what was it? Yep, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That was what I expected. Ping pong ball size hail is possible as well. If you do have any reports, don't be afraid to send them to our Facebook page or comment on our posts that are out tonight. So that way we can see what you're seeing there on the ground. Let's see here. This does expire shortly after 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so just after midnight Eastern Time. But we are going to expect these storms to continue to move their way across the northern Indiana area. At this point in time, it does look like a couple rounds of severe weather that may come through tonight. I just want to take a higher resolution image here and see what this warning is for here in Illinois. Greater than 50 mile an hour winds and hail. Okay. Unfortunately, the Northwest Indiana area doesn't have the best looking radar image, just for it being a further distance away from the radar image in North Webster. But these are going to continue to work their way across the state. If we take a look here, again, they do have 70 mile an hour winds as the primary threat and possibly 1.5 inch hail. So anywhere from Valparaiso, Wakeford Heights, Walkerton, heading into the New Carlisle area here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. South Bend Metro, Plymouth, Bremen, Bourbon are up within the next 30 to 40 minutes. But right now the focus is on the Highway 30 corridor from Wanata over to Hamlet. This is going to be the bulk of it right in through here. Anywhere a line from New Carlisle down to the 30 corridor. These are moving due east across the state. So, excuse me. They are moving due east across the state. Now, some of this area tonight already did experience some severe weather with the tornado that went through the Walkerton area earlier. Thankfully, we had no more tornadoes come through so far. And the threat, I would say, for tornadoes with this line is relatively low. I would never say zero, but it is about as close to zero as you can get without it being zero. You can see the line of stronger winds here from New Buffalo and the state line area down to the Highway 30 corridor, Westville, LaPorte. You're probably seeing the strongest of the winds. Now. New Carlisle will be up next for some stronger winds. The South Bend area will be seeing those in about 20 minutes or so. But again, Kingsford Heights, Walkerton, the Highway 6 corridor, as well as State Route 4 here, you guys will be up next for some stronger winds as well. Again, the winds, I believe, to probably be the main, threat with this. There is a potential to see some other hail with it. But I do think that the winds are going to be probably the biggest threat. LaPorte, you could see some hail here soon. Anywhere pretty much due east of LaPorte has the largest possibility of seeing some large hail, as well as the heaviest of the winds. So zooming out, taking a broader view of things here, we can see this line all the way from up in the thumb area of Michigan, down from Allegan County, Van Buren County, all the way down into the far northeastern area of Illinois here. Looks like that severe thunderstorm watch just got canceled for them. We do still have oh, no, there it is. It's back now. Maybe my weather-wise is just being a little glitchy here. That's totally fine. But yeah, zooming in here, this is kind of that second line that we are looking at and monitoring as it comes through into the Michiana area tonight. Widespread, heavier winds, heavy rain for sure. We could see some light flooding issues arise as well if you're in the heaviest of the rain areas. There could be another round coming here. Again, we can see this little line of storms from the Schaumburg to Morris, Illinois area. I don't expect this to be as intense as this first line that's coming through right now. But it will probably continue to make its way through as long as it, kind of hangs out for the rest of the night. So if you hear hail, make sure you can give us a size in the comments or in the in our reports. You can also send us a direct message as well. If you're watching on YouTube, please make sure that you like and subscribe to our channel. If you're watching on Facebook, we would appreciate you subscribing to our channel as well on YouTube. The more people that we can help out, the better. See a comment down for Indy. There is a line back here in the far, all the way through Missouri, really, to the far western edge of Illinois. That should work its way towards the Indianapolis metro area later through the night. I don't expect widespread severe weather with that. There is a potential for some sporadic severe weather, some hail, and some maybe heavy winds, but the majority of our focus, gonna fly in here, so sorry. The majority of our focus tonight is on the severe thunderstorm warning right now. We are under a heavy rainfall kind of mesoscale discussion here as well. I do want to take a look at the velocity again just to see what they're continuing to do right now. Some of these winds may be mixing down to the surface, but certainly not all of them. I just wanted to see if I can find any 60s on here. So I don't believe all of these winds will be mixing down to the surface, but here's a 65 mile an hour reading on our velocity radar here. This actually did just update. So it says 68. So the severe thunderstorm warning is for 70 mile an hour winds. And again, we are seeing one radar image here of 68 mile an hour wind gusts. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see some 70 mile an hour wind gusts making it down to the surface. But I don't think they're going to be as widespread as the 40s and the 50s that will make it down to the surface. Excuse me. Again, New Carlisle, you'll be up next here within the next 10 minutes or so. It is covering the toll road through Rolling Prairie. LaPorte, you're in the worst of it right now. Tornado risk with this for tonight is relatively minimal throughout the rest of the night. I'm not going to say that it's zero, but it is really minimal. It's not something that I'm personally worried about right now. If you guys could talk about hail sizes as this rolls through wherever you are, we would greatly appreciate that. It helps us understand what we're seeing on the ground a little bit better, and we can relay that information to where it needs to go. But yeah, the northern Indiana area is up next again. Really a line from down here just north of Morocco, looking at Schneider, Shelby, all the way running up into Michigan. That line is going to continue to work its way across the state and the Michiana area here. Severe thunderstorm warning again is for 1.5 inches hail, as well as 70 mile an hour winds. That severe thunderstorm warning does expire in the next 27 minutes. I would expect something to be brought out for this area up here within the next 10 minutes, just for wind and potentially hail as well. I'm seeing a lot of marble-sized hail reports in the comments. Appreciate that. It's a lot easier for us to understand what we're seeing when what we're seeing on radar when you guys tell us what you're seeing with your eyes out the window. So
a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We have a new, and like I said, I was expecting to see this. So this is the same as the other one here. This will expire at 12:30 Eastern Daylight Time, 11:30 Central Daylight Time. This was moving through LaPorte County in northwest Indiana, St. Joe County, north central Indiana, southwestern Cass County, and southeastern Berrien County for 70 mile an hour wind gusts and the potential for ping pong ball sized hail. you can see this is the area that they have it for. That'll continue to work its way over throughout the Michiana area. Again, if you're still awake, if you have a nice car and you don't want to risk large hail, now would be the time to pull it in the garage for the night. If you don't, I don't expect the hail to be too big to where it could be a problem, but the potential is there for it. Risk of the tornado tonight is, again, very low. I'm not going to say that it's zero, but it is low at this time. We do see those heavier, sorry, that was a mosquito. That one was bugging me. I got it, though, in case you guys were wondering. Wasn't just clapping for fun. We are seeing that line of heavier winds continue through the LaPorte area. We're getting readings. There's our first 70-mile-an-hour reading. Again, I don't know that all of this is going to be mixing down to the surface. A lot of this is a little bit higher up in the atmosphere from where it is. Yeah, thanks for the compliment on the mosquito. That was pretty good. We've had the door open in here doing disaster supply stuff for Southern Michigan, so there's a few bugs in here today. That's okay. I mean, summer's coming. We take the warm weather, right? Again, I don't believe that all of this wind is going to be mixing down to the surface, but it is potential for it to be there. Again, the new Carlisle area, we're looking at some, almost 60-mile-an-hour gusts. That's all going to be heading towards the South Bend, Mishawaka, Granger, general Michiana area. Sorry about that. As we go through the rest of the next, about 20, 30 minutes or so, this should all work its way here to the metro. Niles, you might see the tip of it. Granger, Osceola, Mishawaka, Gilmer Park, Norwood Woodland, Pine Station. You'll all be up next for that stronger to severe level winds. We'll look for Caleb to come back whenever he's ready to come back on. He said he'll be back on, and he's in charge. So when he's ready, he's back. The Highway 30 corridor will see some of these stronger winds. It's really tough to gauge how strong these storms are going to be down here with them being so far away from the radar. I wouldn't be surprised to see some moderate sized hail, maybe for the Forest City Highway 231 corridor as it goes through Range Line and works over towards the Couts area, Wheatfield, North Judson area where the tornado went through earlier. Just some hail and some gusty winds, I think, is the primary risk. Flooding is also a risk that we have with this line of storms. And then again, we do have this smaller line behind it that'll give us some rumbles of thunder as the evening progresses here. The main focus is on the hail size and, strong winds that are heading through the LaPorte, New Carlisle to Valparaiso corridor as they head over running north of the Highway 30 corridor. Storms are moving through the state west to east at this time. And again, we do have a very low tornado risk at this point in time. I'm not going to say that it's zero, but it is a lower end risk. If we do get something, it will most likely be a lower level tornado, just a quick spin up if, and a big if, there is something. So again, Valparaiso is going to be through the most of it right now. There's still this line of severe weather behind it. Right now, this is warned for large wind and let's see here, quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that's going to slowly work its way towards Indiana through the rest of the night. LaPorte, New Carlisle, you guys are kind of in the worst of it at this time. We will check our precipitation type. Oops, I'm sorry. Our hydrometer classification to see where the hail potentially could be mixing in. Looks like in LaPorte, you might be seeing the worst of it right now. But only the 2 warnings in the state, just in the Michiana area here. Again, this is going to be for 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong size hail are the radar indicated risks. So sorry. we will turn the radio down slightly. This is for LaPorte County in northwestern Indiana and St. Joseph County here in Indiana, Cass County and Berrien County here in Michigan. We can see that wind gust line right here, really hugging the US 12 corridor and coming straight across throughout it here. Should be in South Bend within the next 10, maybe 15 minutes or so. Elkhart probably within the next 30. Walkerton within the next 15 minutes or so. New Carlisle, LaPorte, you guys are in the worst of it right now. Crumstown, North Liberty, again, probably about 10 minutes for you guys as well. I'd be interested to see how windy, you guys get down here. This has the potential for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So. I just wanted to see kind of as we transition with this here, I'm going to stop that and actually put reflectivity back on, and I'd like to play it again just to look at some trends here. So I do think the heaviest of the hail is going to be in this general area south of LaPorte. Sorry, I was getting a message that I was listening to from one of our storm chasers behind the scenes. I do think the biggest hail is going to be in this area here, and this is moving due east at this time towards the Walkerton area, La Paz, Bremen areas. I think it should go just north of that area. I don't believe that there is any tornadoes that will be ongoing or coming from this. As we go to the south here, at least for the considerable next 3 to 4 hours, I really do think that anywhere south of Logansport, if you're south of Logansport to Noblesville, Kokomo, Indianapolis, Bloomington, I really think you're going to be clear of really any severe weather or precipitation in general. As we go further into the overnight hours, getting closer to daybreak tomorrow, I think you will see some showers and thunderstorms. But in the next few hours, I don't really expect to see anything for that. Again, bringing our focus back to the Michiana area and northern Indiana areas. The heaviest hail I do believe to be in this area here right now: Door Village, Union Mills, Kingsbury, headed towards the Fish Lake and North Liberty areas in the next 10 minutes or so. You should be seeing the heavier winds into the South Bend area by about 12:15 Eastern time, 11:15 Central time, and kind of hugging the 31 corridor over to Plymouth and the Hamlet area by 12:30 or so. Walkerton, Hamlet, probably 12:15 for you guys. The main risks with this, again, tornadoes are very, very low risk level. Hail is the bigger risk, and so is gusty winds. I would expect to see this continued by 12:15 for at least the top half, kind of Plymouth and Bourbon North. Again, this is rated for 1.5-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then it is a considerable tag as well, which I actually am just now seeing. It's moving east at 50 miles an hour, so it is moving pretty quick across the state. Within the next 10 minutes here, getting into the South Bend, Birch and Granger areas, it will continue to move due east across the state. If you are kind of Michigan City, Portage, Merrillville, Crown Point, Valpo, and Westville, I would say the only thing that you have to worry about right now behind you is going to be this line of inclement weather based in the Chicago, Joliet, Orland Park areas. I really don't expect this to ramp up throughout the night. I think it's probably going to be the worst over with, but I don't know that for certain right now. There is always a potential that it could have a high risk for heavy winds and some moderate sized hail as well. But right now, I do expect the worst of this to be ongoing as we speak. Some heavier hail, it looks like mixing in south of LaPorte here. Wherever we see those grays on the map, that usually means the biggest and heaviest hail. Fish Lake area is up next for the heavier winds. Crumstown, Westfield, Roseland, South Bend Airport is probably starting to see those heavier winds and hail. Kingsbury, I would be really interested to get some hail reports out of there. I just want to see what this is going to look like. It doesn't really show anything in there like I wanted to see. That's okay. Tops are the highest here, of course, pushing 50,000 feet. Vertically integrated liquid. So the purples that you see on this is where the heaviest and most dense precipitation within the storm itself is. So when you have a lot of precipitation up in the storm like this, it can mean lots of heavy rain or big hail. And based on what I'm seeing here, I do think that there is a risk for some larger hail in the Kingsbury area. That's going to move due east towards North Liberty. It should go south of Fish Lake, but it might move around a little bit. If you're in the Michigan area, Niles, you guys should be seeing the heavier winds and hail starting to mix in. Again, the biggest risk with this is the winds of potentially 70 miles per hour. And in addition to that, some hail of 1.25 inches mixing in. You can see the wind line on the radar here. This does a pretty good job of showing where those heaviest and gusty winds are, and where you can see that kind of line all the way across from, southern Van Buren County here through Cass County, Michigan, into St. Joe County, Port County, all the way down into the Morocco area and heading back into Illinois. Our main risk area and main area that we are watching again is here where this considerable severe weather tag is for the Michiana area. Again, if you're just joining us, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and $half sized hail. This has been downgraded just slightly at this time. It is moving east still at 50 miles an hour. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see here if they did anything with this. No, not yet. Still the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see some bigger hailstones mixing in between LaPorte and Kingsford Heights, closer to Kingsbury. Some 1.5 to potentially 2-inch hail reports would not surprise me in that area. Again, I don't really think that the tornado risk is very high with this. It's not zero, unfortunately, but I do not think that it's very high at all. This is going to continue to run east throughout the state. You can see truly a healthy line here all the way from the Grand Rapids, Michigan area down through Allegan County, Kalamazoo, Van Buren, Cass counties down here into LaPorte and St. Joe County, Indiana, working their way west to east across the state at 50 miles per hour. The primary risks of this are going to be, again, 1.5 inches hail, as well as 70 mile an hour winds that may mix down to the surface. We're over here in this area, so we will be watching to see what it does as it continues to track us and hit us here at headquarters. We do expect it to run all the way across the state. Again, broad view of Indiana. Not really a whole lot going on if you're south of Logansport. Really anywhere south of Highway 24, Wabash, Remington, Huntington area. If you're south of there, there's just not a lot going on for you guys tonight. And for most of you, that's a good thing. I'm sure there's a few storm nuts who would love to hear a couple rumbles of thunder, but we can always have those later in the year. It's second week of March. We'll have plenty of time to experience some more severe weather. So looks like Caleb's ready to pop back on. It's all yours, Caleb. You are muted still. Attaboy.
Right on. Thank you, Chandler.
Absolutely.
So Chandler's going to go back to work, working on some things here behind the scenes, and be live here for the duration of this event. Had to refill my water bottle here, and I think we're good to go. So the tornado watch across northwest Indiana, including Jasper County, Newton County, Lake and Porter County, has been canceled. The tornado watch remains across northern Indiana, from LaPorte County down to Winnemac, Rochester, Warsaw, over to the Angola area, remains in effect. And then there's also that is the only watch here in Indiana currently, as our tornado watch across northern Indiana, primarily ahead of this line here, just in case something spins up. A spin up tornado can't be ruled out, but the greatest risk from here on out is going to be damaging winds and small hail. Something really cool I want to show you guys is actually, again, on our Wells Street Beach Cam in Michigan. Look at this fog bank that is rolling across Lake Michigan. Why? Actually, hang on. I thought I was showing my screen. There we go. Let's show my screen. There we go. Sorry about that. So look at this. Check out this fog bank that is currently moving across Lake Michigan here behind these storms. As I pan to the left here, you can really see it. This is a fog bank here. The clouds are above. You can see the lightning behind us. This is Chicago glowing behind the fog bank, and Gary is down here to the south. But check that out. Almost kind of a tsunami cloud type of look to it. Just this rolling fog bank off of Lake Michigan. We have really warm, humid air with a temperature inversion right above the lake, creating this rolling fog bank out there. Really, that was just really cool. Back to the radar here. Main risk is going to be damaging winds, small hail. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the South Bend area, Steuben County. New severe thunderstorm warning now extends into Marshall County, Stark County, for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So these are baseline severe warnings, other than St. Joseph County, which is half-dollar size hail, up to an inch and a quarter diameter up here. So some larger hail, perhaps right in here, just north of the Kingsford Heights area, coming into the Fish Lake area. Could have some larger stones in there. Areas to the south, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but really a damaging wind risk up and down this line. Primary hazards is going to be damaging winds associated with this. The tornado risk is low. It's not zero here on out, but it is lower from here on out, which is good. It's what we want to see. Go ahead and I'll show you our current watches that are still in effect. I'll go ahead and toggle them on here for you. We go to alerts here, and I will just go ahead and toggle on our tornado watches. So all these boxes here in yellow, this is our tornado watch, still in effect for an hour and 52 minutes unless canceled early. That's until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This does include areas from Goshen, Indiana, Angola area, Rochester, Stark County, Marshall County, all the way down to the Winnemac area as well, under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Our tornado watch across northwest Indiana has been allowed to be canceled. We could still have a strong to severe thunderstorm, can't be ruled out up here. Our cold front is still back to the west of here, but the tornado risk is very, very low in this area here. Damaging winds and perhaps some hail possible here. We do still have a tornado watch extending to the Indiana-Illinois border, just to the west of Vermilion County. This tornado watch currently not expected to be extended into Indiana. The severe risk across central Indiana and even southern Indiana is lower, thanks to waning instability across central and southern Indiana, but also stabling air masses at the surface. We've lost the sunlight. Our daytime heating is no longer occurring, so it's harder to get the air to destabilize. That's going to really transition things and keep things at a damaging wind risk, but also a hail risk for the remainder of the evening. or I guess overnight hours. It is morning now. It is currently March 11th here in Indiana. We are past midnight. It is 10 past the hour Eastern time. Unless you are in Central time, then it is yesterday. It's kind of fun to say. There we go. But the tornado watch for northern Indiana does go until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Currently, severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Northern Indiana, St. Joseph County, 1.25 inch diameter hail, $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as and then down south, Stark County, Marshall County, baseline severe criteria. We're at quarter-size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So damaging wind risk and a hail risk, primary hazards here for the remainder of the night. A spin-up tornado can't be ruled out, though. We can't entirely rule that out, although it's not as a high risk as what we saw earlier this afternoon, primarily referring to those isolated supercells, which are training along the warm front. Those pose the greatest tornado risk and hail risk for the remainder of the night. We're going to see more clusters of storms. Though a spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out, the primary risks are going to be damaging winds and hail, perhaps up to 1.5 inch diameter can't be ruled out in a few sporadic reports. Although most of the hail will be quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds from here on out. A few gusts of 70 miles per hour can't be ruled out either. And I just can't get over this fog bank over Lake Michigan on our Wells Street Beach cam. I mean, that is just cool. You can see the lightning illuminating it there. It's really cool when you get some lightning behind it. You can actually see the fog just kind of glow. Hard to tell if that fog bank is going to come to shore or not. There's some lightning behind it. That's just cool. Kind of protruding these storms here coming, getting right across the lake there. So some of the lightning is lighting it up from these storms here moving through Chicago. Currently, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northwest Indiana once again. No tornadoes with these at this point in time. Damaging winds and hail are the current hazards with these storms. You can see a really nice gust front here protruding from South Bend over to the Kingsford Heights, northern Stark County, which will be moving into southern portions of St. Joseph County, as well as Marshall County. Nice gust front there. 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with these, as well as quarter-size hail. So we're back to baseline severe criteria for both of these. More of a damaging wind risk at this point in time. These storms are moving off to the east-southeast at, looks like, 50 miles per hour. So they're moving, these storms have been moving pretty steadily at about 50 to 55 east-southeast. These storms are moving faster than what our supercell moved earlier, have some more upper level forcing at work, some stronger bulk shear to help push these storms along. And typically you see that in lines of storms. Lines of storms typically move a little bit faster than our supercells do. Not always, but the case today, different dynamics are at play now to allow that to happen. Damaging winds and hail are the primary hazards at this point in time for the remainder of the evening. Lots of damage reports coming in still from our supercell, from Newton County all the way over towards the Knox area from our supercell earlier today. We do think multiple tornadoes touched down. It was not a single track tornado. We think periodically it cycled, so it dropped a tornado. The tornado lifted, another one touched down and replaced itself. We call this a tornado family or a cycling event, where a supercell is self-sustained and produces multiple tornadoes. Sirens going off in LaPorte, Indiana. I'm not sure why they're going off now. The storm is exiting LaPorte, Indiana, although some municipalities in Indiana, so they're not called tornado sirens. We actually call them outdoor warning sirens. So they aren't just used for tornado warnings. Some municipalities, EMAs, have it in their bylaws or code to sound outdoor warning sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable warnings. If they're all siren counties or all warning counties, because their purpose of tornado sirens and why we call them outdoor warning sirens are to warn those who are outdoors who need to seek shelter indoors. That's the purpose of outdoor warning sirens, and why we say we need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Don't just depend on storm sirens to wake you up or to hear them, as that's not their intention. Though they're loud enough, they wake many people up inside. That's not the end goal. Their goal is to warn those who are outside who need to seek shelter inside, hence outdoor warning sirens. And also, the National Weather Service doesn't sound those sirens. That's up to your local EMA, municipality, or emergency management within those counties. Yeah, the tornado itself, I think, missed Knox. Really, just kind of a miracle there. It was going directly into Knox. It was looking to hit Knox head on, and then right at the last moment, the supercell cycled. The tornado took a north turn before lifting. So I really is quite a lucky scenario for the municipality of Knox, as it was a quite large tornado and the first tornado emergency in the state of Indiana, and might be the first tornado emergency in the United States this year. I have to follow up on that. I have to look at some more data on that, but it was a very large tornado and appeared to be a significant tornado, both from our chaser footage and on radar as well. So thankfully it did that, because it was really looking to hit Knox head on if it hadn't cycled right before. So the city of Knox, you got really lucky tonight. There's really not much more to add on that, other than you got extremely lucky tonight. But again, when tornado warnings are issued, don't leave it up to chance. React to them. Treat all tornado warnings seriously, whether they're severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado emergencies, no matter what the title is. If it's a warning, take it seriously. Go inside, go to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, basement, storm shelter. Just go to your safe place and treat all warnings seriously, and don't leave it up to chance. It only takes one storm to impact your life, to impact your house. Don't leave it up to chance. Treat them seriously all the time when severe weather strikes. That is the best way to go about it. Winds picking up here by Gary, Indiana. Well, let's take a look here. Yeah, another line of storms starting to move in Gary, and we have one heck of a shelf cloud coming off of Lake Michigan. This whole thing is a shelf cloud. You can see the striations here. If I pan to the right a little bit, there is a light over here. Look at the shelf cloud, though. This is insane. So it's not severe at the moment. Probably a combination of moisture pooling, temperature inversions on Lake Michigan, and just a lot of moisture here. But this is one of the coolest shelf clouds I've seen so far this year. And this is over Lake Michigan here. Just super cool. You can see it extend there to the north. A light here. I apologize. There's some lightning illuminating the backside of it there. But that's just cool. We'll have to see how it looks when it comes closer to shore. But that is associated with our thunderstorms, northwest Indiana. Currently not severe, but we're going to have to keep an eye on them. Right now, damaging winds, primary hazard here with these storms. Currently 2 severe thunderstorm warnings remain. Both baseline, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. St. Joseph County, Stark County, Southeast LaPorte County, as well as Marshall County getting in on our severe thunderstorm warning. These storms, check their current forward motion here on the warning. Currently moving east at 50 miles per hour with these storms. The strongest portion of the storm appears to be right up in here, kind of right in here appears to be the strongest portion of the storm, though we do have some gusty winds all the way up into the South Bend area as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail associated with these. Going through the remainder of the night, though, looking off to the west, we have more showers and storms. The severe weather risk is not over yet. We cannot sound the all clear, and likely won't sound the all clear until tomorrow afternoon. All of these storms are going to move into central and southern Indiana. These storms in Missouri currently will not reach southern Indiana until tomorrow morning, perhaps after 5 a.m., before Evansville and surrounding areas see the rain. So it's going to take a while for these storms
If I change something out here real quick, if I go to composite here, not the best, but it gives you kind of a good idea of where all of our rain is. You can really see it there stretching from Michigan, where we have a severe thunderstorm watch, winter weather advisory, and storms happening at the same time in Michigan. Welcome to Michigan up there. But you can see our line of storms. And for southern Indiana, these are the storms to watch. They're in Kansas, Missouri, and far eastern Illinois. These storms are going to move into southern Indiana and central Indiana overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, and may not reach some areas in southern Indiana until almost sunrise tomorrow, your morning commute tomorrow. And so I'm going to have to keep an eye on those. We have a long night to go, and the severe risk will likely not be over until tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, depending on where you're at here in the state of Indiana. Currently, that foggy shelf cloud has come ashore on our Well Street Beach. What was there is no longer there, and it just got extremely foggy as our fog bank has come ashore there ahead of our thunderstorms moving across the lake. Kind of interesting there associated with these thunderstorms here. Our camera is sitting kind of right in here a little bit, and so we're looking directly at these thunderstorms as they come across. You can see the lights of Gary on that cam too. Kind of a cool location. So these storms here moving east at 50 miles per hour, quarter size hail, as well as 60 mile per hour winds. We also have our Horner Roofing and Siding cam in the Mishawaka area. You can see heavy rain and a lot of lightning occurring here. Here's a live look in Mishawaka. See some rain, heavy wind. Not a lot of wind here, at least at this location, but a lot of lightning. And this is courtesy of the Horner Roofing and Siding in Mishawaka. Some heavy rain and lightning there. Going to have to keep an eye on that cam, as currently we are in a severe thunderstorm warning. The worst of the storm is still off to the south and west of our camera, but still going to have to keep an eye on that. Yes, Paige, the storm in Chicago will move into northern Indiana. So Lake County, Porter County, you got more storms coming, and there's one behind that as well. So multiple rounds of storms yet to come for Indiana. This is going to go on all night long into tomorrow morning. This is also why we have a flood watch in effect why the National Weather Service has a flood watch in effect across northern Indiana and southern Michigan, is because of these multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be strong, moving across the state of Indiana. Heavy rainfall, ponding, excessive rainfall, and even some river swelling are possible, if not expected, across the region. Currently, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect here across northern Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for the South Bend, Mishawaka area in effect for 7 more minutes. Have to see if we get an extension or a downstream warning on that. Quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds also for southeast LaPorte County, northwestern Marshall County, as well as northern Stark County. Areas where the tornado hit earlier today. Heavy rain, thunderstorms moving into your area right now. Some gusty winds, maybe perhaps 30 miles per hour, but sub-severe at this point in time for the Stark County area. Additional showers and thunderstorms moving into Lake County, Indiana. See a nice little outflow boundary here. See that little line right in there. This is an outflow boundary, so some gusty winds, perhaps moving in ahead of the storm or before the rain. So it could have some gusty winds moving into Indiana before we see that rain move in across the region. So do keep that in mind. Torrential rainfall is also occurring. Rainfall rates could exceed 1 inch per hour. You can also see some gusty winds here, right in here, associated with some mini bowing segments within the main line here, some little kinks. Those can have pockets of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail for St. Joseph County. Is in effect for 6 more minutes here. No rotation associated with these. This is just solely quarter-size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with these storms here. Also have a severe thunderstorm warning now up into Michigan. This one does have a tornado possible tag on it up in Michigan. Go ahead and look at that for our friends up here in the north. This is near Kalamazoo and Portage. See the hook echo right in here. A little bit of rotation there, just outside Schoolcraft. This is for Kalamazoo County. If you have any friends up there along I-94, this is just south of there. Severe thunderstorm warning up there. A little bit of embedded rotation. So you can still get some embedded rotation here within the line. Again, tornado watch in effect till 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For that reason there, some brief spin-ups, areas of rotation can't be ruled out. Something to watch here the remainder of the night and into tomorrow morning. But the main threat here for the remainder of the evening is damaging winds and hail, but a brief spin-up tornado can't be ruled out, although our severe weather risk as a whole is decreasing compared to where it was at the pinnacle of this event, which was this afternoon. These storms across northern Indiana are expected to move across the entire state. Later on this evening, areas in the Fort Wayne area will likely see this line move through over the next several hours or so, likely still an hour or two away from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Southern Indiana, central Indiana, your storms are still well off to the west. In Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, and even in eastern Kansas, and those storms will make their way over to Indiana into early this morning, likely the 5 to 8 a.m. time frame for some of these storms back in here in the Kansas vicinity. Even Oklahoma could see some storms move into southern Illinois. But our main show for southern Indiana are going to be these storms right in here. Missouri and Kansas, these storms are going to move towards southern Indiana early tomorrow morning. Whether they'll be severe or not, we'll just have to leave it up to trends and just see how things evolve over the next several hours and into this morning. All of Indiana is still in a severe risk, though the primary risks are going to be damaging winds and hail, and that goes for the entire state of Indiana. But a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out anywhere in Indiana tonight. From northern Indiana to southern Indiana, although the tornado risk is lower than what it was earlier, still a little bit higher, I think, across northern Indiana, closer to the warm front. But even then, our atmosphere is stabilizing a little bit. We have a temperature inversion forming that should help, but also our storm mode. Notice how we're linear. We have more lines of storms versus, individual storms that we had earlier that were all by themselves. We just don't have that anymore. They're linear, more of a damaging wind risk, as well as a hail risk. And that threat looks to continue. And looking at what we call mesoanalysis behind the scenes, basically, that's a tool that we look at, or tools, plural, to show what ingredients we have that we don't have, and we can compare that to what we used to have here this afternoon. And you can see our curve going down a little bit. We're starting to lose some of those ingredients, which is good. It's what we want to see, but there's enough ingredients that we expect to persist through the night to where the severe weather risk is non-zero throughout the entire night anywhere in the state of Indiana. Damaging winds to 60, perhaps 70 miles per hour, as well as hail up to probably about 1.5 inches diameter, ping pong ball size hail. Can't be ruled out entirely, and a spin-up tornado. But I think the primary risks, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail, and that non-zero risk for a spin-up tornado. For a thunderstorm to become severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for quarter size hail or greater, which is 1 inch diameter. Typically at about 1 inch, you start to see damage to siding, trees, vehicles, stuff like that. You can get dents on your car at smaller hail sizes too. Dimes and nickels can cause dents in your car, especially if they're wind driven. But typically we see the most damage start to occur once we get quarter size hail and larger. 58 mile per hour winds or greater. Oftentimes you'll see 60 mile per hour gusts on the warning itself, or a tornado. Those three things make a storm severe. quarter size hail, which is 1 inch diameter or greater, 58 mph winds or greater. Typically, you'll see 60 mph on the warning tag, like we have here, as well as a tornado. Those make storms severe. Here's our new severe thunderstorm warning: 60 mph winds, quarter size hail, northern Marshall County into Elkhart County, southeast St. Joseph County, getting into the Warsaw area as well, just northwest of town there. Trying to read the warning here. There it pops up here. And this is for Kosciuszko County, now in a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is, extreme portions of northwest Kosciuszko County. Warsaw is okay. This does include the Napanee area, Bremen area, and areas in northern Marshall County, southeast St. Joseph County, as well as far southeastern Elkhart County and extreme portions of northwest Kosciuszko County under a severe thunderstorm warning for 30 more minutes here, or until 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60 mph winds and quarter size hail. And you can see pockets of embedded winds here within this warning. So some winds are mixing down here, down to the surface as it moves off to the east, southeast at, let's see if it maintained its storm vectors. Moving east at about 45 mph. So slowed down just a little bit, but these storms have been moving at about 45 to 50 mph, give or take. This warning has been trimmed back for the western Marshall County. Likely this warning is going to replace this warning here, with the worst of the storm staying north of Plymouth, moving towards Bremen, Loch Napanee, and the South Bend area, getting some very heavy rain and just a lot of lightning as well associated with these storms in Indiana this evening. Heavy rain also occurring. Watch out for ponding and excessive flooding. Tornado watch also still in effect until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, unless canceled early by the National Weather Service. Currently, it remains in effect for another hour and 28 minutes, or until 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Areas in northwest Indiana, from Newton County, Porter County, Lake County, you guys are no longer in a tornado watch. That has been canceled by the National Weather Service. The only watch that remains is currently northern Indiana, ahead of this line here, just in case some embedded areas of rotation remain possible here this evening. For example, severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County, Michigan. Tornado possible, 60 mph winds, penny-size hail. You can see a little bit of a hook echo still on this, a little bit of a curvature, a little bit of broad rotation there. Nothing too significant, at least imminent tornado-wise there, but it's something we're going to have to watch down the line as well, not just up in Michigan. We're going to have to watch that up here as well. Another reason why our tornado watch remains in effect. The severe weather risk is not over for anywhere in the state of Indiana here tonight. I know central and southern Indiana have yet to see any rain. Your rain and storms are going to come later on, earlier this morning, probably between the 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. time frame for you guys. Likely before 10 a.m., likely after the 3 to 4 a.m. time frame, though, for southern Indiana. So the severe weather risk is not over, and likely will not be over until probably early tomorrow afternoon as our cold front moves through the state. Tomorrow, all of Indiana, your weather app probably says a high of, in the 60s tomorrow everywhere in Indiana. Well, I'll tell you what, that is our high tomorrow in Indiana, in the 60s and 70s. But by the afternoon, our temperatures are going to fall off a cliff. A cold front's going to come through, and it is going to be a doozy, where we could have a 30-plus degree spread in temperature between southeast Indiana and northwest Indiana tomorrow afternoon. 5 o'clock, wind chills are in the teens and 20 in northwest Indiana. And we could have a few snowflakes on the backside of this system. Can't be ruled out. I know, gross. While southern Indiana at the same time could still be getting thunderstorms. So we could have snowflakes and thunderstorms at the same time tomorrow in Indiana. So fun times are on the way for sure. So I hope you enjoyed our spring-like pattern here, because it ends tomorrow across Indiana. Currently, the only severe thunderstorm warning, this one here, they may just let expire. We'll see if we get a downstream warning for that. Currently, 60 mph winds, quarter-size hail for both of these warnings. You can see some nice pockets right in the cores associated with this line of storms pockets of 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-size hail. So likely some wind-driven hail, especially right in here, right in the core of these storms here, where we see the pinks and purples. It's likely some very strong winds, but also some heavy rain and hail, quarter-size hail to be precise, for this severe thunderstorm warning. So some wind-driven hail possible here, and that could cause damage to roof siding and trees. Tornado watch also in effect until 3 a.m. I'll go ahead and toggle on the tornado watch here just to show it to you. All areas here in yellow under a tornado watch for an hour and 25 minutes, 3 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for this watch right in here. As you notice here, we do have a tornado watch up to the state line in Illinois, but does not include in Indiana. Currently, I really don't think it's going to be extended into central Indiana. I really don't think we're going to see a tornado watch downstream. Thunderstorms are expected, though, and we could see some severe weather, but I don't think we're going to see a downstream tornado watch for central and southern Indiana, at least not at this time. Things could change, trends could change, but at least right now, I don't see it. Main hazards here tonight: damaging winds to 60 miles per hour, perhaps getting a little bit stronger, quarter-size hail, or perhaps just a touch longer in some brief instances. But the main hazards: 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail for the remainder of the night. A spin-up tornado can't entirely be ruled out. Special marine warnings for watercraft out on the lake. If there's any shipping freighters out there, some strong winds associated with these storms. Currently, the only severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana. We do have one in Illinois, also a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, as with this one here. Severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for Elkhart County, north central Indiana, southern St. Joseph County, north central Indiana, extreme portions of northwestern Kosciuszko County, and also northern Marshall County under this severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and a nice juicy hail core associated with this too. You can see a nice core here with some strong winds mixing down to the ground within that core, prompting our severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is moving off to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Additional rounds of showers and thunderstorms likely going to be moving into Indiana over the next several hours as well, including northern Indiana, northwest Indiana. Not done with the thunderstorms yet. We got a few more to get through here before we are all said and done. Currently, no thunderstorms are severe across northern Illinois. Have a couple severe thunderstorms across central Illinois. Nice bow echo here. And we're starting to see a trend where we're starting to see more bow echoes versus hook echoes, which is signaling we're starting to see a damaging wind risk is greater than a tornado risk at this point in time, at least with the dynamics that are developing here across northern Indiana and Indiana as a whole. Currently, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for St. Joseph County, extreme portions of northwestern Kosciuszko County, Marshall County, as well as Elkhart County. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail are the associated hazards here with this storm. Here comes the latest scan. See that a move there. Still a nice gust front here associated with this storm near the Woodland area in Wyatt, coming into the Wakarusa area as well. Nice core associated with this storm. So some strong winds and perhaps quarter-size hail right in there would be probably the most probable point for hail, getting in just to the northwest of Napanee, south of Elkhart, getting into some gusty winds and perhaps some quarter-size hail. That is what this warning is warned for. It's for quarter-size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looking elsewhere, have a few thunderstorms across northwest Indiana. Although some interesting note here, you can kind of see this line stretch from here up to Valpo, up to Michigan City. This is an outflow boundary. You're likely going to see gusty winds before you're going to see the rain. We do have a gust front extended to perhaps from about just north of Valparaiso. You can kind of see a little bit of a line there, curves around. This is an outflow boundary or rain-cooled air getting pushed out ahead of these storms, creating a little bit of a gust front at the surface and then well ahead of the rain. So it's going to get maybe perhaps breezy here before you see rain in those areas. Currently, a damaging wind risk is the primary risk, followed by small hail up to quarter size, maybe perhaps a little bit larger, and a spin-up tornado can't entirely be ruled out, although that is currently on the lower end of the spectrum here this evening as we are losing our instability. Currently, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 19 more minutes here. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nice gust front, nice kind of a hail core right in there. South of South Bend. Maybe eventually moving towards the Goshen area, Benton, Syracuse areas. If it pulls north, it could get into the Elkhart area as well. The storm is starting to kind of make a northward turn just a little bit. There you can see the radar played out there. These storms are moving off to the east at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Nice pocket of strong winds here, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour, right in there. To be right in here in the core of the storm. This is moving off to the east-northeast. Going to come pretty close to the south Elkhart here along the US 20 corridor. So US 20, US 33, likely going to split Goshen and Elkhart, but you can see a nice pocket of gusty winds. Here comes the radar beam back around. Get another look at it here. Has it moved? Yep. And there's our pocket of strong winds right there. 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. So damaging winds is the only criteria here that is meeting severe criteria. Everything else with this storm is below severe criteria. Nickel-size hail is not severe. Lightning also does not make a thunderstorm severe, though it is strong at that point. Or quarter-size hail. That also makes a storm severe. Additional storms are possible here this evening across Indiana. I guess it is morning now, into tomorrow morning. So multiple rounds. This is round 2 right in here. And we have more storms popping up across central Illinois, moving into Indiana towards the Lafayette area, Kokomo, Terre Haute area, probably over the next couple of hours or so. A few of these could be strong to severe as they move into Indiana. Damaging wind risk is the primary risk, followed by a spin-up tornado. Can't entirely be ruled out, but the primary hazards across Indiana are damaging winds and perhaps hail up to quarter size, or perhaps even a little bit larger in a few isolated instances. Currently, there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois, both of which are quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They are baseline severe criteria there. Also, nickel-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for the severe thunderstorm warning in northern Indiana. Extreme portions of northwest Kosciuszko County, St. Joseph County, Elkhart County, and northern Marshall County. Strongest winds, we're kind of like right in here, perhaps right in the core is kind of where we're seeing the strongest winds associated with this. Right in the downdraft of this thunderstorm, right in here, could have some wind-driven hail associated with this cell as well. Something to keep an eye on here. But this storm is not rotating and does not appear to have a tornado risk associated with it, which is good news. But even after this line pushes through, we just can't, unfortunately, sound the all clear for northern Indiana because of additional storms that may develop in Illinois and move into Indiana. Currently, we are down to 1 severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Currently, the wind is the only thing severe with this storm. Nickel-size hail is below severe criteria. Severe criteria, we need quarter-size hail or 1-inch diameter or greater for that to be considered a severe thunderstorm. This is currently our only severe thunderstorm warning here in the state of Indiana. Nickel-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving into the Elkhart area, maybe getting into Goshen here in a little bit. Extreme portions of northwest Kosciuszko County and northern Marshall County. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for another 13 more minutes here. Tornado watch remains in effect till 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, north central Indiana. Locations by the severe thunderstorm warning include South Bend, Mishawaka, Plymouth, Napanee, Bremen, Gallivan Park, Wakarusa, Lakeville, Lock, La Paz, Tea Garden, Tyner, Woodland, Jimtown, Linkville, and Lake of the Woods and Wyatt. But you can see where the storm is currently, which is north of Plymouth, near the Bremen area, Wyatt, Woodland areas. Not really a real defined area of rotation, but some strong gusty winds nonetheless, as well as perhaps some penny to nickel size hail. This is currently our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. Still watching a couple severe thunderstorm warnings back in west central Illinois near the Havana area. Now this storm here producing hail up to an inch and a half, ping pong ball size hail near Havana. This is in central Illinois, so quite a ways to go before it reaches Indiana. But we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms. Again, severe weather is not completely ruled out here tonight anywhere in Indiana. Everywhere in Indiana is at least some risk for severe weather overnight tonight and into tomorrow afternoon. Or I guess tonight, or I guess this morning into this afternoon, because it is tomorrow already here in Eastern time. Currently, it's 11:49 Central Time, 12:49 Eastern Time. Currently, only one severe thunderstorm warning here in the state of Indiana. Go ahead and leave it here for a little bit. 60-mile-per-hour winds, petty-size hail. This will be extreme portions of northwestern Kosciuszko County. They trimmed it back. Still northern Marshall County, southeast St. Joseph County, as well as Elkhart County getting in on our severe thunderstorm warning. The strongest winds associated with this appear to have died down just a little bit as well. Still posing a risk for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust for sure, as well as nickel-size hail possible here within the storm. Currently, one severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like it's in effect here for another 9 minutes here. 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Nickel-size hail is below severe criteria, but 60-mile-per-hour winds is right at severe criteria. Severe criteria, we need 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater. A lot of times you'll see 60-mile-per-hour winds on the warning. Quarter-size hail, 1-inch diameter or greater is what you will see on the warning tags. This is currently the strongest storm in the state of Indiana. Additional showers and thunderstorms likely overnight tonight. These storms will be moving into Indiana, so northwest Indiana may see another round here later tonight, depending on how these storms evolve. But the greatest severe threat will start to sink further to the south. Currently, right now, severe threat is across northern Indiana. Later overnight tonight, we'll follow the cold front in through, and this will bring storms into central and southern Indiana, few of which could be strong to severe. Damaging winds and hail appear to be the primary hazards, but a spin-up tornado cannot be entirely ruled out. Currently, we still have only one severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Indiana. These storms are at baseline criteria at this point in time, and really the wind is the only hazard here with this storm. There is some small hail associated with it, but that is below severe criteria, so we might go all clear here in Indiana for a little bit. Have to see how these storms trend, but we may find ourselves in all clear mode here soon across northern Indiana. Yeah, there's lots of power outages across the state of Indiana from severe weather, especially from our supercell that produced several tornadoes here this evening and this afternoon across Indiana. We won't know the ratings on them until over the next few days. The National Weather Service will be conducting damage surveys over the next day or so. And only then and only then will we know what the rating is. And remember, the enhanced Fujita scale rates tornadoes on a scale of 0 to 5 based on the damage they cause. It doesn't matter how large the tornado appears, how strong the winds were, or anything like that. Being a damage scale, we only rate tornadoes based on the damage that they cause. So depending on the type of structures the tornadoes hit, how well reinforced those structures were, and that will help the National Weather Service determine how much force it took for that structure or that damage to occur. What was its failing points? Then they can depict what the estimated wind speed was for that tornado based on the fail modes of those structures. What causes a certain point to fail at a certain wind speed, and that'll help them reconstruct the scene. A lot of forensics go into damage surveys. Currently, only storms are in northern Indiana. We do expect these storms in Illinois and Missouri to move their way into central Indiana and southern Indiana overnight tonight, especially after the 3 to 4 a.m. time frame across central and even longer across southern Indiana. Heavy rainfall also occurring here with these storms. Severe thunderstorm warning occurs here for 5 more minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nichols Size. It'll be interesting to see if they reissue one or if they're going to let it expire entirely. It does look like it is weakening, though, on radar, which is a good trend to see. Hopefully that trend continues. We do still have a tornado watch, though, in effect across northern Indiana for about 1 more hour. Although the tornado risk as a whole is decreasing quite a bit across the state of Indiana. Primary risk, damaging winds, and some small hail. 1 severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Marshall County, Kosciuszko County, St. Joseph County, in Elkhart County for about 3 more minutes here. So we're going to have to see if we get a downstream warning here or not. Honestly, on radar, this storm is not too impressive, but we could still see some gusty winds reach down to the ground. Perhaps have to see what the National Weather Service deems necessary. They have better tools and resources there at the office, as well as a lot more combined expertise there as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye to see what they decide there and what they're confident in. But we may go warning free here in Indiana. Here again, going to have to keep an eye on that. And speaking of a non-zero tornado threat, and there we go. It looks like the warning was canceled, so we are back in all clear. However, in Illinois, we have a tornado warning in effect here, coming in to outside the Bloomington area of quite strong rotation here, right in here near the Topeka, Illinois area. Very strong rotation here associated with this storm. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, as well as ping pong ball size hail. This is in Illinois. Still has quite a ways to go before it reaches Indiana. But this just goes to show you the tornado risk, while lower, it is not zero across the state of Illinois and even Indiana here later tonight. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms as they move into western Indiana over the next couple of hours or so. But for now, we have some rain and thunderstorms across Indiana, but we are in all clear mode at the moment. But the severe thunderstorm risk is not over for the night. It will continue off and on here tonight and into tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon, because it is technically March 11th right now. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning in Illinois, north of Mason City, near the Bloomington area, southwest of Eureka. Yeah, these storms are expected to hold and move into Indiana. Now, what severity will they be at? That's what we don't really know at the moment. We'll have to just kind of see how the environment trends, but also how these storms hold together as they move out of Illinois and into Indiana. So still a long ways to go. I mean, we're just south of Peoria over here, so we're still many miles away from reaching Indiana. So we have a long ways to go, and the severe weather risk will continue through early tomorrow afternoon, through along our cold front. Will our storm risk persist? Main hazards here tonight, though: damaging winds, quarter-size hail, but a brief spin-up tornado is not impossible. And in fact, all of Indiana still remains in a kind of a low-end tornado risk here tonight. So definitely not zero. It's lower than what it was for sure, but it is not zero. The National Weather Service will likely be doing damage surveys, though, for the tornadoes that touch down both in Illinois from the Kankakee area over into Indiana over the next couple of days. So we should have better information on those tornado details over the next coming days as well. Be patient with the National Weather Service. They have a lot of work ahead of them, and they've just had a busy stretch here of surveying, from surveying tornado damage in Michigan to now surveying tornado damage back into Indiana. Definitely been an active stretch of weather here across the lower Great Lakes region and Ohio Valley and the Midwest as a whole. March, though, has historically been very active in Indiana and the Midwest over the past 3 to 4 years. We typically see a really big increase, and before we quiet down into April and May and turn active again in June, kind of has been the going trend here over the past few years, where we get active early, we quiet down, and then get active again right before summertime. But currently no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana. We are in all clear mode. Could have a few gusty showers, maybe a few wind gusts associated with this core right in here, just northwest of Napanee. See some little bit of a gust front there. So some stronger winds could mix down aloft. This may be around 35, 45 miles per hour. Could be mixing down here to the ground. Have to keep an eye on that. It is quite localized at this point in time, but it is a decent gust front here associated with the core. So if you're in the Wakarusa area, winds could pick up if you're on the south side of town associated with this storm moving into town. This is in Elkhart County, southwest Elkhart County. Some gusty winds moving in your direction, but still below severe criteria at this point in time, as we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana. We are in all clear mode at the time. Not the case for Illinois. Tornado warning in effect. And look at the hook echo on this. Just literally looks like a fish hook, right? And quite a tornado warning here. So radar indicated with also ping pong ball size hail. Strong rotation there. If you know anybody near the Peoria area in south, a nice hook echo there. This is north of the Springfield, Illinois area. Have to watch these storms as they move towards Indiana. Damaging wind risk, hail risk, are the primary hazards, but just like in Illinois right now, we can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Definitely not ruled out at this point in time. Currently the strongest storm in northern Indiana. Well, all of them are subsevere at this point in time. Have a nice storm coming into the Valparaiso area, subsevere at this point in time, and some gusty winds, perhaps just some embedded pockets of some gusty winds here in some of the cores of these storms. We could have some gusty winds, but below severe criteria at this point in time. A downstream severe thunderstorm watch is not expected at this point in time. The National Weather Service in Indianapolis posted an update a little while ago. Really, personally, I don't expect a downstream severe thunderstorm watch. It's possible. It's definitely not out of the question. We'll just have to see how radar trends are over the next few hours across Indiana. We'll just have to see. Tornado watch, though, still in effect for about 1 more hour, 55 more minutes across northern Indiana. Does not include Lake Porter, Newton, or Jasper counties, though, but areas off to the east are still under tornado watch until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. No severe thunderstorm warnings are currently in effect here in Indiana. We are currently in all clear mode in the state of Indiana at this time. That may change. We still have some more storms on the way, but for right now, we are in all clear mode. Closest tornado warning and the strongest thunderstorm closest to Indiana is currently south of Peoria, Illinois, just to the west of Bloomington, Illinois, north of Springfield. Have a tornado warning here. A really nice embedded supercell here within this line. Look at the wind on the south side of the storm here. Significant wind gusts here associated with this, with some RFD 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail. But there's likely some pockets of some stronger winds closer to 70 miles per hour within that RFD being mixed down to the ground near the Minito area and Delavon area outside of Lincoln, Illinois. So nice embedded supercell here. We'll have to watch these storms as they move south and east towards central and southern Indiana. But for right now, we are in all clear mode. Have some heavy showers and thunderstorms across northern Indiana. They're all behaving themselves at this point in time, and we are severe free at the moment. That could change, but for now, we are in the clear. But not for the clear for the entirety of this event, as some severe weather is still possible overnight tonight. So nowhere in the Indiana is in the clear for good, but we're in the clear for this moment. We do have to watch these areas of storms to make sure they behave, but we also have more storms building in Illinois that'll continue to move into Indiana over the next few hours and into this afternoon later today. Getting reports of maybe some small hail in the Valparaiso area. Nice little decent thunderstorm, not very big, but a small storm moving in the Valparaiso area. How large are the hailstones, Nikki, there in Valparaiso? Just out of curiosity there. Nice heavy thunderstorm there moving through the north side of town. You can go to sleep. I would still have your phone on, notifications on, just in case a severe thunderstorm warning or any kind of a warning is issued in your area. That way you can get notified for it. The severe weather risk is not over for Indiana, though we are in the all clear for now. Central and southern Indiana will see storms move in over the next several hours, specifically probably after 3 a.m. for central and southern Indiana, before we see a lot of storms move in for those specific areas. Pea-size hail and Wakarusa. Yeah, not surprised to see that. Nice, juicy cell just moved overhead. Gusty winds, though, off to your south, Napanee, Bremen. Winds to maybe 35 miles per hour or so. Below severe criteria by the looks of it on radar there. But currently, no severe weather is occurring here in Indiana. We are currently in all clear mode across the state of Indiana. Additional showers and thunderstorms possible. I'll go ahead and show you. We do still have a tornado watch in effect across northern Indiana until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But it was canceled across northwest Indiana, including Jasper County, Newton County, Lake and Porter counties. Or I guess Lake and Porter counties, I don't think we're in the tornado watch. That was a severe thunderstorm watch up there. But Newton and Jasper were at least at one point here today. Here's the current tornado watch here in the state of Indiana. Only one remains, and this is area shaded in yellow does not include Fort Wayne, Indiana. I really don't think Fort Wayne, Indiana will be included in this tornado watch, and I really don't think central and southern Indiana will be either. Now we will have to watch for any downstream watches depending on the maturity and evolution of these storms here. Currently this embedded supercell still cranking across Illinois. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, possible tornado. But look at your RFD here, which stands for rear flank downdraft, which is basically a downdraft in a thunderstorm, but it's pulled around by the rotation and of your mesocyclone. And as it does so, it sinks. It cools, condenses, it sinks down to the ground. You can get some really strong wind gusts there on the backside, south side of a thunderstorm, termed RFD, rear flank downdraft. Your downdraft gets twisted around your mesocyclone and pulled to the south of your meso on a supercell. So you can get some quite strong winds sometimes on the southwest side of those storms, like we see there in Illinois. Too early to say what that storm will be like as it enters Indiana here probably in a couple hours. That sounds like a pretty good plan, Stormlord there. Going back to bed for now, but I'm keeping my NOAA weather radio on. That is a good plan. I think we should all do that here in Indiana. Just make sure our NOAA weather radios are on, phone alerts are turned on. While the severe weather risk is lower, it's not zero across Indiana. We could still have a strong to severe thunderstorm here this evening across Indiana, anywhere in Indiana. So that's a great plan. And that's just something we should always do, during times of severe weather when we go to bed. Have a way to receive warnings when we are sleeping, just in case something is to happen. Yeah, you're safe in Knox for now. You have some thunderstorms moving through your vicinity now. They are sub-severe, below severe criteria. Additional showers and thunderstorms possible. Severe weather risk is rather low for you. Not zero, but it is low at this point in time. But you're currently in the all clear there. Not for the night, but for now. Go ahead and toggle our tornado watches back off here just to make it a little easier here on radar. Currently, just a gusty line of showers and thunderstorms across northern Indiana. Winds about 35 to 40 miles per hour or less, and some pea-sized hail. Have additional showers and storms starting to form here from the Logansport area, near the Fowler area, Monticello. Currently just some rain showers at this point in time. But we are going to have to keep a watch on our next complex as it moves eventually probably near the Vermilion County line, Danville, Illinois, Paris, Illinois, and areas in between. Eventually maybe getting close to Lafayette too. We're going to have to watch that guy. But still, probably an hour or two away from Indiana. So we got some time yet to watch this guy evolve here. And look at this pocket of damaging winds here. Likely some 70 mile per hour winds, like right in there. That is just a bright pocket on reflectivity here. Still saying 60 though. I'm kind of surprised. I bet there's a pocket in there where we could have some stronger winds mixing down to the ground, easily 60 plus. If that is indeed coming to the ground there in Illinois. And you can kind of see kind of a backward S feature here, like that. Embedded areas of rotation here within that cell there. And just mainly just a big pocket of just straight line winds. Just really strong winds there associated with that. This is in Illinois, though. Have a couple hours to go before it reaches Indiana. Currently in Indiana, a line of gusty showers and thunderstorms moving across northern Indiana. Currently sub-severe gusty winds, pea-sized hail associated with these. Really not a lot to write home about other than some pea-sized hail, heavy rain, lots of lightning. You'll probably be woken up by these storms. But for right now, they're behaving themselves, remaining sub-severe. Widespread severe weather, I think, is on the downtrend here tonight. I really don't expect widespread severe weather here on out, but we could have additional severe thunderstorm warnings damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind, or 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit stronger in some cases, 65, 70. But I think those will be short-lived and sporadic in nature. Could still have some hail, upwards to an inch and a half possible, as well as a spin-up tornado. But the severe weather risk has decreased quite a bit. We're seeing some more atmospheric stability across Indiana. That should limit the overall severity of these storms and help keep them in check a little bit more compared to what we saw earlier here this afternoon. But these storms will continue moving east across Indiana and really overspread Indiana as we go throughout the evening here or the morning here. There's the next radar scan there as the beam goes around. Still some gusty showers here. Pea-sized hail associated in some of the cores. Likely maybe some pea-sized hail near the Bremen area, Napanee area, and just south of the Goshen area. Likely getting in on some pea-sized hail. And even some stronger winds too. Maybe briefly mixing their way down to the ground. Nice little gust pocket there. Maybe about 35 miles an hour or so. Nothing super impressive there. Back to our Illinois cell. This is the strongest cell in the Midwest at the moment. Tornado warning still remains in effect. Radar indicated. Ping pong ball size hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. You can see a really nice pocket of straight line winds there. Perhaps a little bit of a couplet going on, but we also have some pockets of straight line winds to the south of that too, kind of mixing down near the Mason City area. Getting close to the radar here, we're getting a really good look at the surface here. Here's our radar, so we're only about 15, 20 miles away. So we have a really good view of this storm here because it is so close to the radar. What we see here is likely occurring close to the surface here. So any of these gusty winds are probably mixing down to the ground associated with this thunderstorm here. We got to keep an eye on it as it moves towards Indiana, but we're still 3.5, 4 counties away from state lines. So we got plenty of time to watch that. Nothing super concerning in the state of Indiana at this time. But we are watching some gusty showers and storms across northern Indiana. Pea-sized hail and winds to 30 miles per hour or so associated with these at this time. Nothing severe, but we are going to have to watch them as a few of these storms could occasionally reach severe criteria. A lot of our chasers are starting to return home from chasing out in the field here tonight, and also search and rescue efforts earlier this afternoon as well. So big shout out to our chasers who were out in the field giving us live footage as they could, but also thanking them for their search and rescue efforts as well earlier this afternoon. Big shout out to them. Currently, nothing is severe here in the state of Indiana. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning, just got issued to our west. Tornado possible, $half size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still about 3 counties away from the Indiana-Illinois line. So a little bit of time to watch that as it evolves, as it moves towards the state of Indiana. Widespread severe weather isn't expected tonight, but we could have an occasional strong to severe thunderstorm here in Indiana. Damaging winds, hail, primary risk, but a spin out brief tornado can't entirely be ruled out. Tornado watch for northern Indiana is in effect for 39 more minutes or until 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Currently, these storms are behaving themselves in northern Indiana. Still some gusty winds possible, maybe some pea-sized hail, but they all do look to be below severe criteria at this point in time. But an occasional strong wind gust mixing with their way down to the ground is possible within any of these storms here tonight, along with small hail being reported across northern Indiana at this time as well. Still a lot of lightning associated with these storms as well. Very electric storms here across the state of Indiana. Currently, no special weather statements or severe thunderstorm warnings. This has actually been our longest quiet period here in Indiana since the start of this event. That's good news. Hopefully, we see that trend continue. We don't want to see many more additional warnings here in the state of Indiana. Next closest storm complex that is warned is in central Illinois, moving towards Bloomington, Illinois. Look at this. Kind of almost looks like a seahorse, doesn't it to you? Look like a seahorse, or maybe a 3 or a backwards 3. I think it kind of does look like a seahorse. But anyway, a little bit of embedded rotation, kind of right in here. Call this kind of a dog leg feature, right in here, where you see that S, where you have outflow coming in like this, inflow coming in like this, and where they meet, that is your couplet. Kind of a bookend vortex feature here. Even though it does look like a seahorse, where you have some strong straight line winds here to the back, but where they meet, you can have embedded circulations on the leading edge of this, which is why there is a tornado warning associated with that, as well as a large severe thunderstorm warning for $half size hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pockets of really strong winds starting to mix their way down with this complex. Still about 3.5 counties away from Indiana, so still a good ways away and plenty of time to keep an eye on that as it moves towards Indiana. We do expect that to move into Indiana. What severity will it be at by the time it reaches there? That is anyone's guess. We'll just have to see how trends evolve on that. These storms are currently moving off to the southeast at still about 35, 45 miles per hour. Heavy rain, lightning, pea-sized hail, and some gusty winds can't be ruled out here either with these storms. A severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out entirely either. Damaging winds and hail are the primary risks here this evening across the state of Indiana here this morning. Looking back here in central Illinois, still our strongest storm here. Kind of have a backwards comma hit here. Bookend vortex is kind of what we call it. Going to have to watch this as it moves towards Indiana. Still plenty of time to watch this. Still about 3.5 counties away before it reaches Indiana. If it would reach Indiana, have to watch the Vermilion County areas to the north, towards the Fowler area as well if these storms move in to west central Indiana. Still plenty of time to keep an eye on those before it reaches anywhere close to Indiana. Perhaps maybe some gusty winds trying to make their way to the ground near the Plymouth area. Kind of hard to tell if this could just be some side lobing, some radar data there that's incorrect. You can kind of see a little bit of an outflow boundary as well, which makes me a little skeptical of that. But you can see the outflow boundary right in here. So a little bit of a gust front on these storms as it moves as these storms move off to the east at about 45-ish miles per hour. But it's still possible to have some gusty winds here with this core. I mean, these bright reflectivities are matching up with the core, but it's hard to tell if that is just radar miscalculation or what that is there. Personally, I think it's radar there. But we are watching these storms here behind the scenes here in Illinois as they approach here in Indiana. With that being said, though, as storms are remaining subsevere in the state of Indiana, probably go ahead and end our stream here for now, and we will come back live if we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning here in the state of Indiana. And we'll continue to watch this here behind the scenes very, very closely. And we got you covered here at IWO from beginning to end and IWN. So thanks for watching us, and we'll be back if any of these storms do have an attitude once again. But we'll continue to watch things here behind the scenes here at IWN and Indiana Weather Network. So thanks for watching, and again, a big shout out to our sponsor of this stream, Rutgers Outdoor Services in Indianapolis, proudly serving the area for several years. If you have any trees that are problematic and you want to cut them down, have them taken care of before the next storm hits, before they could cause an issue, or if you just have a tree that needs some pruning, give them a call, 317-665-3969. Or if you have any storm damage, let them know. With that being said, we'll go ahead and hop off here, and we'll continue to watch trends here behind the scenes. Remainder of the night, showers and thunderstorms will continue across Indiana. The tornado threat has gone down quite a bit. Damaging winds and hail are the primary risks here this evening, as well as excessive rainfall, but can't rule out a spin-up tornado or two into earlier this morning and this afternoon. With that being said, we'll continue to watch things here behind the scenes, and we'll hop back on if need be.